The Service Club by Lisa Gardner. Part 2. Chapter 24. Maureen going around the house to the front drive, Griffin saw good old Maureen already out of the van and adjusting her mic. Griffin knew immediately from the light in the reporter's eyes that they were in trouble. Maureen's gaze shot from him to Jillian and back to him. "Hey, Jimmy," she called out. "Come out here, I need you to get a shot of this." Griffin knew better than to rise to the bait. He found himself taking another step forward, positioning himself between the emerging cameraman and Jillian. Not that Jillian required a shield. She'd already wiped her cheeks, touched up her mascara, squared her shoulders, from mini breakdown to pale composure in 10 seconds or less. If he hadn't actually witnessed her crying, he wasn't sure he would have believed it himself, and frankly that worried him a little. "What you doing, Griff?" Maureen asked, with naked speculation. "Police business." "Didn't know you made house calls. Didn't know you wanted to be arrested for trespassing on private property." "She can't have me arrested. It's not her property, it's her mother's." "I have power of attorney over my mother's affairs," Jillian spoke up. "So yes, I can." "Oh," Maureen finally faltered. But then she brought up her chin and gave them another dazzling smile. "Then I'll only take a minute of your time. No comment," Jillian said. "I haven't asked the question yet." "Whatever it is, the answer remains no comment." "Oh, well, Mr. and Mrs. Blair will be very sad to hear that." "Mr. and Mrs. Blair?" "Yes, the parents of the slain college student. They flew in from Wisconsin this morning to claim her body. Very nice people. Apparently Mr. Blair owns a dairy farm which supplies milk for all that wonderful Wisconsin cheese. Sylvia was their only daughter, the real apple of their eye, quote unquote. They were so proud of her getting a scholarship to an Ivy League school, the first member of their family to get a college degree and all that." Maureen smiled again. Griffin had to fight back the urge to wring her neck. "I don't understand what this has to do with me," Jillian said. "Well, they want to meet you, of course." "They want to meet me? The head of the Survivors Club?" "Absolutely. I'm not the head of the Survivors Club. There is no head of the Survivors Club." Maureen waved her hand carelessly. "Oh, you know what I mean. You are the woman whose face has been in the news. They really do want to speak with you." "Why?" "To ask you why you didn't save their daughter, of course." Maureen smiled. Jillian stiffened as the arrow struck home. Maureen Griffin growled. "You need to leave," Jillian said. Maureen ignored them both. "Do you still believe Eddie Como was the College Hill rapist? What about reports that Sylvia Blair was also tied up with latex strips? What does this new attack mean for the allegations against Como? And even more importantly, what does it mean for the safety of the women in this city?" Maureen stuck out her microphone greedily. Jimmy homed in with his camera, and Griffin took 3 steps forward, never raising a hand, never touching a hair on either reporter's head, but effectively blocking their shot with the broad expanse of his chest. "The homeowner has asked you to leave," he said firmly. Ominously. "Don't you mean the murder suspect?" Maureen. "What you gonna do, Griffin? Seize my tape." Maureen dropped her microphone. Far from being intimidated, she stepped right up to him and jabbed her finger into his chest. "I have First Amendment rights here, Sergeant, so don't you go threatening me or my cameraman. I don't care if you think freedom of the press is the root of all evil. As far as I'm concerned, a little Fourth Estate action is exactly what we need around here. For God's sake, a man was gunned down at our own courthouse yesterday morning. Now another young college student is dead, and what are you doing about it? What is she doing about it?" Maureen jerked her head toward Jillian. "Something about this whole case stinks, and I have not only a constitutional right but a civic obligation to do something about that." "Maureen Haverhill, defender of the free world," Griffin drawled. "Goddamn right. You've been reading your own press briefings again, haven't you? You son of a bitch. I'm sorry Sylvia Blair is dead." Jillian spoke up quietly, unexpectedly. All heads swiveled toward her. "What?" Maureen said. "I'm sorry Sylvia Blair is dead," Jillian repeated. "Her family has my deepest sympathies." Maureen stepped back from Griffin, motioned furiously at Jimmy, and quickly adopted her most serious reporter's expression. The woman could cry on command. Griffin had seen her do it once by plucking a nose hair. "Do you believe Eddie Como was the College Hill rapist?" she asked Jillian, thrusting her microphone forward. "I believe the police conducted a thorough and responsible investigation." Miss Hayes, another young girl is dead. A tragedy we should not lose sight of. Maureen frowned. Surely you understand there is a connection between Sylvia Blair's attack and the College Hill rapist. I wasn't aware that the police had made any such connection. You don't want the police to make any such connection, isn't that true, Miss Hayes? Because if the police did make a connection, that would mean the police were wrong about Eddie Como. That would mean you were wrong about Eddie Como. You and your friends have spent the last year persecuting an innocent man. I have spent the last year aiding the police and the district attorney with their investigation into who brutally raped and murdered my 19-year-old sister, Tricia Hayes. I want justice for what was done to my sister. I think anyone who has lost someone they love can understand that, even at the expense of an innocent man. I want the man who brutally killed my sister, no one else. What about allegations that you and your group, this so-called Survivors Club, contributed to a miscarriage of justice by whipping the public into a witch hunt mentality, desperate for an arrest? I think the citizens of Providence should object to being characterized as an angry mob. Maureen scowled again. Jimmy made the mistake of choosing that moment to home in on her face with the camera. She furiously waved him off. Sylvia Blair is dead, Maureen said. Jillian was quiet. Eddie Como is dead. Jillian remained silent. From the RISD parking lot, the police have another unidentified body at the morgue. That's 3 dead people in a space of 24 hours. Jillian still didn't say anything. Maureen changed tactics. The day the police arrested Eddie Como, you said you were pleased they had gotten their man. You stood with Meg Pesaturo and Carol Rosen on the steps of City Hall and all but publicly branded Eddie Como as the College Hill rapist. The police had compelling evidence. Another girl is dead, raped and murdered just like your own sister. And I am sorry. Sorry? Maureen trilled. Sorry doesn't help Sylvia Blair. Sorry doesn't give Mr. and Mrs. Blair their beautiful young daughter back. It is not our fault. Jillian bit back her own words, shook her head. Her composure was beginning to slip, her voice starting to rise angrily. Griffin tried to catch her with his gaze, but she would no longer look at him. You pushed for justice, Maureen persisted. We were raped. Of course we pushed for justice. You told the public they weren't safe until the College Hill rapist was put behind bars. They weren't. You held numerous press conferences, applying enormous pressure on the Providence police to make an arrest. 4 women had been attacked. The police were already under enormous pressure. You said you were happy with Eddie's arrest. I was happy with Eddie's arrest. Yeah. Well, how do you feel about his death? Need more champagne, Miss Hayes? It's not every day someone publicly toasts the murder of an innocent man. Jillian drew up short. Too late, she saw the trap. Too late, she looked into Jimmy's camera with her round, dazed eyes, her loose hair wild around her face, her cheeks flushed with outrage. Death is not justice, she replied quietly, but her words no longer mattered. Maureen had her clip, and they all knew it. The reporter smiled, genuinely this time, and motioned for Jimmy to turn off the tape. Thank you, she said crisply, lowering the mic. Do you really think you're helping things? Jillian asked. The reporter shrugged. Can't fuck it up any more than you did now, can I? This is my fault. Maureen looked at her. Are you fucking nuts? Have you ever gone back and watched your old press conferences, Ms. Hayes? Have you ever seen yourself on camera? You spin. Hell, you spin better than most politicians. Always cool, always composed, telling the public what happened to you, what happened to Meg, what happened to Carol, reminding the public that it might be their daughters next. You didn't just insert yourself into a story, you became the story. Even I sympathized with you and those other 2 women. Hell, a bunch of the reporters bought a round of drinks in your honor the day they arrested Como, but that was before Sylvia Blair. Of course you bear a responsibility for what happened yesterday. Maybe if you hadn't kept the fire so hot, the police investigation could have been more thorough. Maybe if the police hadn't had to spend so much time reacting to your presence on the news, they could have spent more time on the case. The police are vulnerable to public pressure, you know. Just ask your good friend Sergeant Griffin. I love you too, Maureen, Griffin said. She flashed a smile at him. That's what makes my job so meaningful. There is no conclusive evidence that Eddie Como's innocent, Jillian insisted. Tell that to Sylvia Blair. It could be a copycat. Would you like to go on record? Jillian didn't say anything. Maureen nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought. She and Jimmy were back in the news van. They had come, they had seen, they had conquered. Maureen waved quite merrily, right before slamming the door shut. "You shouldn't listen to her," Griffin said shortly as the news van sped away. Jillian merely smiled. "Oh, but I will. And Meg will, and Carol will. In the middle of the night, we'll think of nothing but what she said. We're women. It's what we do." She turned and headed for her car. "Jillian," he caught her arm. The contact startled them both. They stared at his hand on her forearm until his fingers slipped away. "Fitz ran a good case. I run a good case. We're going to get to the bottom of this." Jillian looked out at the sky. 4 hours before nightfall, Griffin. "I wonder what young woman will be home alone tonight. I wonder what college student will be hitting the books or daydreaming about her boyfriend, or maybe even resting in front of the TV. I wonder what girl is making what small mistake right now that will very soon cost her her life. You can't think that way. Oh, but I do. Once you've been assaulted, it's very hard to think of anything else. The world is a very dangerous place, Sergeant, and I haven't seen anything to give me any hope yet." Chapter 25. "Griffin, good news," Detective Waters said on the other end of the cell phone. "Eddie Como's dead. Now, there's something I haven't heard lately." Griffin passed under the towers on Ocean Road and headed toward Providence while holding the cell phone pressed against his right ear. Traffic wasn't too bad this early in May. Give it another month, and this area of Narragansett would be turned into a tourist-crazed parking lot. Ah, the joys of summer. "Me confirmed the fingerprints this afternoon," Waters was saying. "Our Vic is definitely Eddie Como. In the even better news department, Providence just got a hit on the deep-fried doa as well. No kidding, guy had a military record. Gus J. Olson, formerly of New York. Get this, he served 8 years in the Army as a sharpshooter." Ah, so our detective intuitions are right again. Let's face it, the nose knows. "Yeah, well, you can pat yourself on the back all you want. Providence is still taking the credit. As we speak, they're putting together a subpoena for Olson's military records, plus bank accounts. He has a father listed as next of kin, also out of New York. So you can bet Boz and Higgins are doing the happy dance." "Road trip," Griffin said. Boz and Higgins had worked in Providence's detective bureau for 15 years. As Providence was a main way station on the I-95 corridor between New York and Boston, lots of the city's crime ended up tied to New York or Boston case files. Somehow, Boz and Higgins always got the New York trips. Always. The rumor was they had a thing for Broadway shows. Given Olson's military background, Waters was saying, "Our hired gun theory is looking good." Of course, Providence also wants to check out Family Ties. With a name like Olson. Hey, haven't you heard? It's a global village out there. Everyone has gone multinational, including the mafia. Wow, you take a year's sabbatical and the whole geopolitical landscape of crime shifts on you. Who would have thought? Griffin came to the exit for Route 1 North and headed up the ramp. "Anything from the state fire marshal's office yet? After only 2 days, you're out of touch."
I prefer the term optimistic.
"Hey, Mike, can you touch base with the financial guys for me? Tell them Jillian Hayes donated the $20,000 missing from her accounts to a Cranston parish. The priest has confirmed the donation, but we need to keep the details under wraps. Since you didn't give me any details, that shouldn't be too hard. Aren't you heading back to HQ? No, I'm on my way to see Dan Rosen. You're on your way to see Dan Rosen? Waters' voice grew tight, and the silence that followed was immediately tense. Griffin understood. In theory, primary case officers didn't do much legwork. In theory, his job was to remain in headquarters, coordinating and overseeing detectives like Waters, who would handle interviews like Dan Rosen's. And in fact, if Griffin didn't appear at the command center shortly, his lieutenant was probably going to have a few words with him. He wouldn't like those words much. "What are you doing, Griffin?" Waters asked. "I have a theory. I need to play it out." "Tell me your theory, I can play it out." "You could, but I figured you'd prefer to spend your afternoon in a bar." "What? I need you to go to Cranston," Griffin explained patiently. "I need you to identify all the bars, pubs, watering holes in the near vicinity of Eddie Como's house. Then I want you to show the bartenders a picture of Eddie Como and find out if he spent a lot of time there, and more importantly, with whom." More silence. Long silence. "Griffin, I know. Fitz finds out about this, he's gonna be pissed. Fitz was born pissed. Nothing we can do about that now. Besides, that's why I need you to do it. I'm counting on your charm. Ah, hell, Griff. Nobody has that kind of charm. In a state this small, everything gets around. Providence is going to think we're sniffing at their rape case, and the next thing you know, their lieutenant will be on the phone screaming at our lieutenant. Morelli doesn't like being screamed at, or haven't you noticed? Look, we have a body. Our job is to find out who killed that body. Working up a victim profile, complete with names of friends and associates, is not outside the realm of our investigation. So you say? Waters wasn't fooled. Neither would Fitzby. If anyone asks, just tell them I told you to do it, Griffin said. I'll take the heat. You know, that's not what I meant. Cranston accent, Mike. I'm looking for someone who knew Eddie well, who grew up in Cranston, and who was seen on occasion in khaki pants with a button-down shirt. Maybe I'm way off base, but maybe. I need you to do this. Ah, nuts. Waters blew out a big huff of air, which meant he'd do it. And if I find this mystery man, then I'm probably going to be even more confused than I am right now, but in a better sort of way. Ah, nuts, Waters said again, and Griffin could practically see the gaunt detective rolling his eyes. I don't like the rape case, Griffin said abruptly. So I've heard. Something about this. I don't know, something about this feels wrong. You know you've been gone a while, the first case back? I should play by the rules. It wouldn't hurt. Yeah, but then how would I have any fun? More silence. A stranger silence. Griffin didn't like this silence. Griff. I got a call from Corporal Charpentier at the ACI, Waters said. Griffin honestly didn't get it at first, and then all of a sudden, no, yeah, I'm afraid so. Good old David Price reached out first thing this morning. He claims to have info on Eddie Como and wants to speak with you immediately. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Your face was on the morning news and God knows he likes to yank your chain. God damn it. Griffin smacked the steering wheel. Thought of his former neighbor. Thought of Cindy. Then hit the steering wheel again. This time his hand stung. He should remain calm. Little psychopathic shit. Why the hell am I even surprised? The bastard sent me a letter just yesterday, congratulating me on the new case. Of course he wants in on the action. He already knew about the case. But he had to mail that letter on Saturday, Griff, before Eddie Como was shot. Yeah. He just wrote congrats on the new case. Not the Eddie Como case, not the College Hill rapist case, just case. This is David Price, remember? King of head games. He's bored. He's been waiting for some entertainment. And now that I'm back on the job, he's trying to bluff his way into the party. What could he know about Eddie Como anyway? They were both at the ACI. So are 3,000 other humps and they aren't bothering us with calls. Como was held in intake, right? Yeah. And Price is still stinking up Steel City, right? Yeah. Ergo, David Price doesn't know shit. Roommate, Waters said. Son of a bitch. Yeah, Eddie Como's former roommate at intake, Jimmy Woods, already had his day in court. He got sentenced to Old Max 3 months ago for a B&E job gone sour. Price is claiming that Jimmy Woods has been talking, and for a little consideration, Price'll give us the inside scoop. Consideration, Griffin spat out the word. Price murdered 10 kids. There is nothing he can give us ever that warrants consideration after that. He committed his crimes in a state without the death penalty. He got a big enough break right there. Nobody's disagreeing with you? Then why don't I feel good about this? Waters' tone grew more subdued. Things are hot, Griff. You haven't been back to HQ yet, but let me tell you, phones are ringing off the hook from the colonel on down. People are frightened. People with young daughters are freaky scared. We know David Price. Corporal Charpentier knows David Price. Hell, the lieutenant, the major, the colonel all know David Price. The mayor and the governor, on the other hand. First person who wants to open a serious dialogue with David Price gets full-color crime scene photos, Griffin said coldly. I don't care if it's the fucking governor. Are we clear? Another pause. We're clear, Mike. When will you be done with Dan Rosen? I don't know. 6 o'clock? I'll be over, Mike. I don't need. Yeah, you do. See you at 6. And don't worry. This time I'll bring a face mask. By the time Griffin arrived in the Tony Providence neighborhood harboring the Rosen house, his mood had gone south. He was thinking too much. That had always been his problem. He was thinking of Meg's pale features. He was thinking of Carol's brittle smile. He was thinking of Jillian, not even allowed to properly grieve for her sister, because some overeager reporter was already pulling into her drive. And then he was thinking of Tanya and plump-cheeked Eddie Jr. He was thinking of lives that had no potential and the kind of people he saw every day, already knowing someplace way down deep that he'd see them again soon enough, in jail, in court, in the back of a squad car. Cycles that went round without end. And then he was thinking of that goddamn basement and the lives he could have saved if he hadn't been thinking so much. He thought of Cindy, he thought of David, he thought of the stuff he still hadn't told anyone, not his brothers, not his father, not the nice little therapist assigned to screw his head on straight. Fucking world sometimes, too much like a boxing ring. You just kept taking the blows, then getting back on your feet. Mike was right, he needed to move, he needed to run. He needed to beat the living shit out of something soon, or the buzzing would return in his ears. His arms and legs would start moving on their own. Instead of eating and drinking like a normal person, he'd turn into a hulking Energizer bunny, churning, 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 until 5 sleepless days passed and his pink fuzzy head blew off. Some cops got depressed, burnt out. Griffin went to the other extreme. He had hyperanxiety disorder, meaning when he got stressed, he could no longer calm down. The pressure built and built and built until no amount of running, weight, lifting, boxing, or fucking anything did any good. He could break all the bones in his hand without feeling it. He could go without sleep for 3 days and still be wired when he finally lay down in bed. His hands shook, his knees trembled, and he appeared downright manic. Then 6-7 days later, his body would simply give out beneath the strain. He'd come down hard like someone who'd been mainlining cocaine. Then he'd enter the true danger zone. Physically and emotionally, he had nothing left in reserve, but the pressure was still there. His wife gone, his neighbor a baby killer, his job intense, his family had helped out the first time, his brothers had taken turns staying at his house so he was never alone. They had got him through the worst. He'd taken over from there. He was learning now how to manage his stress from the start. Eat well, sleep well, and get a good aerobic workout 4 to 5 times a week. That way he tapped off steam every day instead of letting it build. Not always that easy, but not really that difficult. Besides, on the bad days, he simply thought of Cindy. She had fought so damn hard to live, even after the cancer started shutting down her internal organs, took away her voice, and sapped away her flesh. Even at the bitter end, when she could communicate only by blinking her eyes and her hands had not even the strength to hold his. She had fought. How could he do any less? Breathe deep, he told himself now. Count to 20. You can't change the world, but you can improve a bit of it, a little at a time. He got out of his car, shut the door, breathed in, breathed out, thought of reopening his door and slamming it, but got hold of the impulse. Just breathe. He boarded the front steps of the Victorian home and knocked on the dark-stained door slightly harder than necessary, but not too bad. No one answered, though he heard voices coming from inside. He knocked again, counted to 10, then knocked again and made it all the way to 30 before he heard the click of someone drawing back the brass cover from the peephole. A moment later, Carol Rosen stood in front of him. She wore blue checkered flannel pajamas buttoned up to her neck, even though it had to be nearly 60 outside. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes held a glassy sheen. Drunk, he thought immediately. Though when she swayed forward, he couldn't catch the scent of any booze on her breath. Vodka, then. I don't talk to you, she said, gripping the door tight. Is your husband home? Nope. His office said he wasn't at work. Well, he's not at home. Mrs. Rosen, try his girlfriend's. Her eyes grew brighter. She stabbed a finger at him, and for the first time he saw the knuckles on her right hand. They were bleeding. He looked at her sharply, but she didn't seem to notice. Not here. Not there. Must be at his girlfriend's. Your husband has a girlfriend. That's what I said. What is her name? I don't know. I betcha she was never raped. What do you think? Griffin was quiet for a moment. Would you like me to call someone for you, Mrs. Rosen? Maybe a friend or relative who could come stay with you for a while. She waved her finger, falling forward, then getting a better grip on the door. Not a reporter. I hate them. Phone ringing all the time. Tell us about Eddie. What about that poor college student, Sylvia Blair? Pretty Sylvia Blair? Eddie's dead, and still the women suffer. How about I call Miss Pezzaturo or Miss Hayes? Meg doesn't know shit. She's so young. Carol sighed. She tilted her head to the side. her long blonde hair sweeping down her shoulder. Young and sweet and innocent. Do you think I was ever that young and sweet and innocent? I don't remember. Even before Eddie. I don't remember. Miss Hayes, he asked, hopefully. No dice. She hates me, Carol announced. I'm too broken, you see. Jillian only loves people she can fix. Improve yourself. Get with the program. Take control of your life. Jillian is really Oprah Winfrey. Well, she's not black. Are you going to be all right, Mrs. Rosen? I can't have children, she said mournfully. I bet Dan's girlfriend can have children. I bet she can turn off the TV anytime she wants. I bet she's never slept in an empty bathtub or compulsively checked all the bars on the windows. She's probably never shot at Dan either. It's hard to compete with that. Mrs. Rosen? She was definitely drunk. He took another deep breath, then acknowledged that it didn't matter. He still had a job to do, and frankly, her inebriation made his life easier. He said, "Does Dan ever talk to you about money?" No. A home like this must be very expensive. She sing-songed, "New plumbing isn't exactly cheap, you know." So things have been tight. Jesus Christ, Carol, someone has to pay for all this. Very tight. Meg and Jillian think we should sell this house. I picked out almost everything in it. This door, I selected this door. She stroked it with her hand. This molding, I selected this molding. She touched the door jamb tenderly. So much of it was gone before, rotted out, yanked out, replaced with cheap pine trim. I read books, scoured old pictures of Victorian homes, talked to experts in historical restoration. No one could have loved this house more than I did. God, I wish it would just burn to the ground. Mrs. Rosen, we know Dan liquidated his brokerage account. Do you know where that money went? She shook her head. We're going to have to look into that, Mrs. Rosen. She smiled and leaned her head against the door. You think he hired an assassin? You think he spent that money to kill my rapist? I would like to ask him that question. Sergeant Griffin, my husband doesn't love me that much. Try the girlfriend. Maybe she also likes expensive old homes. Griffin brought up his hand. Too late. Carol Rosen had already closed the door. He tried knocking, but she wouldn't respond. After another minute, he returned to his car, where he sat behind the steering wheel and frowned. He didn't like leaving Carol Rosen alone in her current state of mind. Last night she'd shot her husband, and that was before she'd learned about Sylvia Blair. He picked up his cell phone and gave Meg Pezzaturo a try. No answer. Next call, Jillian's beach house, also a dead end. Then he dialed her East Greenwich residence, where he finally got a person. Hello, Toppy Naru said. Jillian wasn't in, so Griffin told Toppy about Carol Rosen. She said that she and Libby would be right over. Carol's historic house didn't have wheelchair access, so Griffin hung out in the driveway. 45 minutes later, Toppy pulled up in a dark blue van. She opened the side door and operated the wheelchair lift to lower Olivia Hayes to the ground. Jillian's mother had put on makeup for the occasion. She had her dark hair piled high on her head and greeted Griffin with a kiss. At 5 p.m., he carried Libby up the front stairs while Toppy followed with her wheelchair. At 5:01, they all knocked on the door. At 5:10, they stopped knocking, and Griffin took down the door with his shoulder. At 5:11, they found Carol sprawled on the rug in front of the blaring TV, her hand still clutching the empty bottle of sleeping pills. Griffin started CPR, Toppy called for an ambulance, and Dan Rosen, with his usual sense of timing, finally came home. Chapter 26. Carol Jillian arrived first. She forcefully shoved her way through the pack of reporters clogging the hospital parking lot, then bustled through the emergency room doors. "Goddamn vultures," she cried, as the electronic doors finally slid shut, but not before some earnest reporter shouted out, "Ms. Hayes, have you ever thought of committing suicide?" Meg and her family were shortly behind Jillian. A uniformed officer had located their vehicle outside Vinnie Pezzaturo's home and passed along the news. Arriving in the hospital parking lot, Vinnie shouted, "Out of my way, you rat bastards!" And the reporters, recognizing an armed man when they saw one, let the family through. The moment they were inside the ER, Meg homed in on Jillian. "Where is she? Is she okay? What have you heard?" "I don't know, we need a doctor there. You in the white coat. What can you tell us about Carol Rosen?" "Jillian, over here! Jillian!" Jillian and Meg turned in time to see Toppy waving at them from the other side of the waiting room. Next to her sat Jillian's mother. Next to Olivia sat Sergeant Griffin. "Why is your mother here?" Meg asked. Is that really the Olivia Hayes? Her father breathed. I'm going to kill Sergeant Griffin, Jillian said. They rushed across the emergency room where Toppy rose to meet them. How is she? Is she going to be all right? Jillian's hands were shaking. She didn't even realize it until Toppy reached out and clasped them in her own. We don't know yet. Oh God, her husband is talking to one of the doctors now. Maybe he'll know something soon. What happened? It looks like she overdosed on sleeping pills. Maybe some alcohol as well. Oh no. Meg now? She had started to cry. I didn't realize. I knew she was upset, but I didn't think. No one could know, Jillian said, but the words were automatic, lacking genuine conviction. They were Carol's friends. They'd seen her just this morning. Maybe they should have known. Meg's mother put an arm around her daughter's shoulders. And where was the husband during all this? Uncle Vinny boomed. Toppy shrugged and looked at Griffin. He said simply, out. Figures, Uncle Vinny snorted. I can't take this, Jillian said. I'm going to find a doctor. She headed for the receptionist's desk and wasn't surprised when Griffin followed. How could you? She railed at him the moment they were out of earshot of the others. Her hands were still shaking. She felt sick to the bottom of her stomach with worry for Carol. How could I what? Get my mom involved in all of this. Oh, don't you start. Toppy had just caught up with them, and she barreled into the conversation fiercely. Look at her. Glance over your shoulder and just look at her. Jillian thinned her lips mutinously, but did as she was told. Her mom now had Meg's father and uncle literally at her feet. The two men were talking animatedly. Her mother was smiling. She looks pretty good to me, Griffin said. Jillian stabbed his overpumped chest with her finger. You're not allowed to speak. Then she turned back on Toppy. She's fragile. She's fine. EMTs put her on oxygen just last night. She had a shock. And finding Carol on the floor of her home wasn't shocking. Probably. But I imagine it was still worse for Carol. Oh, Jillian was so mad she yanked on her gathered hair. I don't want her involved. Too late. She's your mother. She's involved. She'll just worry more. Toppy snorted. She was already worried. This finally gave her something to do. Toppy, Jillian, Toppy mocked. Look, I'm being serious now. When Sergeant Griffin called, I asked your mom what she wanted to do. She didn't hesitate for a second. Carol is your friend. Libby was delighted to help her in any way we could, and it's a damn good thing, too. Toppy's voice finally quieted. I know she wasn't around much when you were a child, Jillian. But you're not a child anymore. You grew up. Have you ever stopped to consider that maybe she did too? Toppy walked back to the group, where Meg was now leaning her head against her mother's shoulder, and Libby was flipping rapidly through her picture book to the apparent delight of Tom and Uncle Vinny. Jillian turned back to Griffin. Don't say it, she warned. Haven't muttered a word. She's wrong, you know. Toppy's the one who doesn't get it. I know my mom has changed, but I've never had a father, and I no longer have a sister. Libby, she's all I have left. At the receptionist's desk, no one would help her. She wasn't family, and in the eyes of medical protocol, being a fellow rape victim didn't count. They knew who Jillian was, of course. The nurse in charge was even kind, and then for the first time Jillian realized the full implication of where they were. Women and infants. One of Providence's best hospitals, and where each one of them had been at least once before. On those nights, that night, the night, she turned away, no longer so steady on her feet. Of all the strange bonds, and then she suddenly realized that she couldn't lose Carol. She just couldn't. Carol had to survive, and then it would be Jillian, Carol and Meg again, sitting in the back room of some restaurant and arguing or laughing or being petty or being genuine, but certainly helping one another cope. She had started the Survivors Club with so much purpose, but maybe at the end of the day the group had worked even better than Jillian had thought. Because standing here now, she couldn't imagine not seeing Carol. She couldn't imagine even a week going by without it being her, Carol and Meg. Sit, Griffin said quietly. Wait. I can't sit. I don't know how to wait. That's my whole problem. Her fingers had closed around his sleeve. She didn't know when that had happened. Oh God, I just want to know that Carol is all right. A door on the left suddenly swung open. Dan Rosen walked through. His features were ashen. His dark hair stood up in a rumpled mess on top of his head, while his left arm stood out prominently in a white sling. He wore a tan jacket with a gold tie, as if he'd once been on his way to work. Now he didn't seem to know where he was. Jillian took one look at his face and felt the world tilt again beneath her feet. "Oh no, Mr. Rosen," Griffin said quietly. "Huh, what?" "Dan?" Jillian whispered more urgently. He finally seemed to register their presence. "Oh, hello, Jillian. Is she, please, Dan?" They're pumping her stomach, treating her, an activated charcoal slurry, I think the doctor said. She took all her Ambien. Booze, too. Not good at all. Ambien plus booze equals a coma, that's what the doctor said. Dan looked at Griffin shakily. He said if you hadn't gotten to her so soon, she'd probably be dead. She's been drinking, I guess. And her throat, his fingers touched his own. Her esophagus is aggravated. I think that's how the doctor said it, and her back teeth show signs of erosion from bile, he told me. When she makes herself sick. It took Jillian a moment. Bulimia? He thinks. So my wife, it appears, spends her free time eating too much, and maybe drinking too much, and then making herself sick. Over and over again, I swear I didn't know. He looked at them, still dazed. Jillian, did you know? I didn't know. You should have, though. Meg had come over while they were speaking. Now she had her hands placed authoritatively on her jean-clad hips while she regarded Dan with an imperious stare. We were her friends, but we only saw her once or twice a week. You lived with her. How could you not know what she was doing? I've been working. Jillian tried. She was too late. Working? Meg said. Or playing with your girlfriend. What? Dan's head popped up. What? Oh, don't play innocent with us. Meg was on a roll now, and everyone, including Sergeant Griffin, was watching with great interest. Carol told us all about it. Your pathetic excuses of late-night meetings and overburdened workload. She called your office, you know? She knew you weren't really there. That night she was raped, she knew what you were really doing. Carol thinks I'm sleeping with another woman? Dan asked in a strangled voice. Oh, come on, I'm not. I swear I'm not. I wouldn't do that to Carol. My God, I love my wife. You're never home, Meg cried. I know, you're never at work. I know. Then where the hell are you? Dan didn't answer. He simply looked stricken, and then another voice spoke up from across the hushed waiting room. Foxwoods, Uncle Vinny announced. Danny Boy's not a cheater, he's a gambler. And if you don't mind me saying, he's a really bad one, too. Next to Jillian, Dan Rosen nodded his head miserably. I love my wife, he said again. Then he turned away and slammed his one good hand into the wall. You're going to have to tell me everything, Griffin said to Dan 10 minutes later. He had commandeered an empty exam room in an attempt at privacy. Of course, Jillian, Meg, and the rest of their entourage had immediately followed him and Dan into the room and were now looking at them both as if they had every right to be there. Griffin considered kicking them out, but figured, what the hell? Vinny Pesatoro obviously had relevant information, and Jillian and Meg seemed to be the interrogative equivalent of brass knuckles. All they had to do was look at Dan, and he gave up the store. I never meant to hurt Carol. Dan started off weakly. You know, Dan, she did shoot you. That was an accident. I should have announced myself the minute I got home. It was late. She gets nervous after dark. His lips twisted. After what happened to her that night, can you really blame her? Yes, that night. Let's talk about that night. Griffin took out his Norelco pocket memo, turned on the mini recorder and got serious. You told the police you were working late. Dan hung his head. I gather you told your wife the same. Yes. But you weren't really at work. Dan didn't look up. Vinny smacked his arm. For God's sake, the bookie said. Stop being such a whiner and stand up for your wife. Dan shot the bookie a look, but seemed to get a hold of himself. I was at the Foxwoods Casino. You lied to the police. Yes. You do that a lot. I was embarrassed. It was bad enough to be gone when my wife needed me. But then to have to admit that I was sitting at a blackjack table while she was being viciously assaulted. He groaned. My God, what kind of husband does a thing like that? Griffin let the question hang, which was answer enough. So you lied to the police and you lied to your wife, all to cover up one night at the gaming tables. Do you gamble a lot, Mr. Rosen? I don't know. Is 5 days a week a lot? Is liquidating my business a lot? Is second mortgaging my home? Dan's face gained some color. He looked at Griffin hotly, as if daring him to state the obvious. You tell me, Griffin said quietly. That quickly, Dan folded again, his shoulders slumped, his chin sank against his chest. I think I have a gambling problem, and then, oh God, Carol is going to kill me. How long has this been going on? I don't know. 3 years, maybe. I went to Foxwoods one night with some friends, business associates, really, and I had a really good night. Seriously. Dan's features perked up again. I quit the blackjack tables ahead $10,000, and back then, $10,000, wow. I was just about to open my own law firm, and God knows the house needed some kind of something. 10,000 bucks helped out, felt good, easy money. Uh-huh, Griffin said knowingly. Dan smiled thinly. Exactly. So I opened my own law practice, except instead of taking with me 5 loyal clients, I only took 3. Money was tighter than I thought, and things got off slower than I thought, and healthcare cost more than I thought. You started taking on debt. I didn't want to tell Carol. We'd talked about me starting my own practice so many times. She wasn't as sure. That house, those mortgage payments, my God. But it was my dream. I had to have my own practice. Trust me, I told her. Trust me. So she did. But you got behind in payments, and then I remembered Foxwoods. 10,000 bucks. Easy money, right? I'm a smart man. I've read all the books on blackjack, memorized the odds tables. Hey, it's not like betting on horses. That's pure luck. Now blackjack, that takes strategy. Hence all the blackjack millionaires out there, Griffin observed dryly. I've won, Dan said immediately. His face held that flush again. Hey, I've won a lot. How much are you down, Mr. Rosen? The lawyer faltered. He didn't seem able to meet anyone's eye. After several moments when the silence ran long, Vinny raised his arm to smack the man again. Griffin waved the bookie off. Mr. Rosen? I owed $80,000, Dan said gruffly. He ran his right hand through his hair, leaving the brown strands standing up on end. Only 20 now. I liquidated my brokerage account, otherwise they weren't going to give me any more money. And then, well, then I wouldn't have any chance of getting ahead, would I? Who's they, Mr. Rosen? Why don't you ask Mr. Pesaturo? Dan said bitterly. Griffin looked at Vinny. Not with that tape on, Vinny said. I'm working on a murder here. Not with that tape on. Griffin sighed, shut off the pocket memo. Let's hear it. I might be aware of Mr. Rosen's predicament. You think? Hey, man needed money, and I happen to know people who don't mind loaning a few bucks every now and then. Percentage? Well, you know how it is in banking. The interest rate on the loan is dependent upon the level of risk. Look at him. Vinny shot Dan Rosen a disparaging glance. 80 grand down at Jack? He's high risk. You're charging him 100%? 50. We're not completely unsympathetic. Wait a minute. Jillian raised a hand, finally interjecting herself into the conversation. You mean to tell me that my associates? Vinny amended. Fine, your associates are loaning Dan money for his gambling habit with an interest rate of 50%. Vinny nodded. She turned to Dan. And you're taking the money at that rate? One good day, he said immediately. That's all you need. One good day and the loan is repaid and I can get the credit cards down. Maybe even make an extra payment on the mortgage. One good day. Oh, God, Jillian said. Poor Carol. Dan deflated again. Griffin turned the recorder back on. Is it correct to say, Mr. Rosen, that you used the $60,000 you liquidated from your brokerage account to repay loan sharks? Dan nodded. Griffin gave him a look. Yes, Dan said belatedly into the MENA recorder. Griffin turned to Vinny. And can you, Vincent Pesaturo, verify through sources that such a transaction took place? Yeah, my sources, they say such a thing took place. Vinny Pesaturo, did you order a hit on Edward Como? Did you arrange for him to come to harm in any way? The questions came out of left field, but Vinny didn't blink an eye. He bent lower, so his mouth was directly above the recorder. No, Vincent Pesaturo, did not order a hit on Eddie Como. If I, Vincent Pesaturo, wanted that piece of garbage dead, I would have done it myself. Or ordered a hit in prison, Griffin muttered. Vinny smiled, looked at the recorder, and didn't say a word. Tom Pesaturo, Griffin spoke up again.
Did you order a hit on your daughter's suspected rapist, Edward Como?
Tom looked a bit more defensive. Nah, he said slowly. I decided against it. Tom, his wife gasped. Daddy, Meg seconded. He shrugged. Hey, I'm a father. After what that bastard did to my daughter, I'm allowed to think these things, but I didn't do anything. He shrugged again. I don't know. Sounded like the police had a good case, that DNA and all, and I figured the trial might be better for Meg. She could face down her accuser and all. I read someplace that sometimes that's better for the victim, you know. Gives her some sense of power back, control, that kind of thing. You read about rape victims? Meg asked. Kinda. I saw this article in Cosmo. Cosmo? Vinny exclaimed. Tom Pesaturo huffed his shoulders. Hey, she's my daughter. I want what's best for her. Sides, there was a long line at checkout, and you know they got all those women's magazines just sitting right there, decorated up with half-naked cover models. Of course, I started looking. And then, well, I saw the title for the article, and then I kind of opened up the magazine, and hey, it was a really long line, and it was a good thing to read. You're a sweet man, Tommy Pesaturo, Meg's mother said. She slipped her hand into her husband's and squeezed. Ah, well, he said. Everyone was looking at him now. He turned bright red. A tapping sound came from the back of the room. Heads turned to Libby, who was staring at Griffin expectantly. Oh, he said belatedly. Olivia Hayes, did you hire someone to kill or harm Edward Como? Olivia made a motion with her hand, which he took to mean no. She was using her left hand to flip through her picture book. Toppy came closer, leaning over her shoulder as Libby tapped on one picture, flipped several more pages, then tapped on 2 more pictures. She's pointing out Jillian, Carol, and Meg, Toppy said. She looked at Libby. The Survivors Club? Libby tapped once, flipped through the book, tapped again. The number 1, Toppy said. The Survivors Group, +1, single tap. That means yes, Toppy translated for the group. She knelt down. I don't know what that means, Libby. Do you mean the other victim, Sylvia Blair? No response. Do you mean the Survivors Club should be 4 people? Libby frowned, then tapped once. This tap was clearly reluctant, however. The statement still wasn't quite right. Why 4 people? Meg asked. It can't be an open-ended question, Jillian spoke up. She knows what she wants to say, but you have to help her find it by using yes or no questions. She was studying her mother now as well. It was hard to read the look on her face. Some compassion, some yearning, some resignation. Then Libby looked at her as well. The softening of her features was immediate and obvious. A mother looking at her daughter, a mother looking at the only daughter she had left. Yes or no question, Tom muttered. 4 people. 4 people, Vinny was saying. A bigger survivors club, Meg mused. Then all of a sudden Jillian's eyes grew wide. I know what she means. Oh my God, why didn't we think of it before? In her wheelchair, Libby leaned toward her daughter, waited for her daughter to speak the words from Libby's head. Sergeant Griffin asked all of us if we were involved in Eddie's death, because we're Eddie Como's victims. We have the best motive. Tap, tap, tap. Jillian turned toward Griffin now. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes dazed. But what's the other major statistic in rape cases, Griffin? That rape is a largely unreported crime. That in fact, something like only 1 in every 4 rapes is ever brought to the attention of the police. Griffin closed his eyes. He understood now as well. Ah, no. And in her wheelchair, Libby went tap, tap, tap. Ah, yes, Jillian said softly. Meg, Carol, and I are the women who came forward, the women who called the police. But that doesn't mean we were the College Hill rapists' only victims. It is quite feasible. It's very probable that there's at least one other woman out there. Another woman, another family, and a whole host of other people who wanted Eddie Como dead. Chapter 27. Griffin, BY 6:30. There was still no word on Carol, but Griffin had to go. Waters was waiting for him, plus he had work to do. He left the subdued group inhabiting one corner of the waiting room, an odd sort of family. Dan had started off slightly apart, but then Jillian of all people had moved to the seat beside him. Maybe Dan was grateful. It was hard to tell. He should be, Griffin thought. He gave Jillian one last glance, then headed out the door. In the parking lot, he was immediately assaulted by the gathered press. Any word on Carol Rosen's condition? Are you prepared to make an arrest? Is Carol Rosen's attempted suicide connected with Eddie Como's murder? Griffin ignored them all and climbed into his car. In all honesty, there weren't as many reporters present as he would have thought. Then he turned on the radio and found out why. Tanya Clemente was holding a press conference in downtown Providence, at a law firm, where her new attorney was announcing the $50 million wrongful death suit he was planning to bring against the city of Providence and the Providence Police Department on behalf of the Como family. As recent evidence indicates, the lawyer boomed. Edward Como never should have been arrested by the Providence Police Department. Indeed, the premature and irresponsible indictment of Edward Como as a serial rapist set in motion the events leading to the tragic death of this young man, shot down in front of the very courthouse where he would have shortly been found innocent. Yesterday was a dark, dark day in the halls of justice. The city of Providence turned on one of its very own sons. Now the city must make restitution. The city must make amends. On cue, Griffin's cell phone rang. "Are you listening to this?" Fitz yelled into his ear. "Holy mother of God, I'm having a heart attack. My heart is literally fucking exploding in my chest. I'm gonna die on this thankless, shitty fucking nuts job, and then my wife is gonna sue this city for $75 million just so she can stay ahead of the Comos. Jesus H. Christ, I should have arrested Tanya when I had the chance." "You have a wife?" Griffin said. "Eat my shorts, Sergeant. I take it you had another lovely afternoon." "Blockbuster," Fitz moaned. "Got him and kid seems legit." Showed us the computer records of Eddie's transaction, then practically cried as he told us how he'd been too scared to come forward earlier. His sister goes to Providence College, and he was so sure Eddie was guilty, he didn't want to do anything that might set the College Hill rapist free. So, on the one hand, the kid from Blockbuster did see Eddie that night, but even he's still convinced that Eddie is guilty? The DNA, some people really do believe in that stuff. Why the hell aren't any of them ever on juries? Griffin had turned onto the highway. The lack of sleep the night before was starting to catch up with him. So much information, and he couldn't seem to get his brain to process half of it. Is this kid the basis of Tanya's claim? Maybe, I'm guessing, though. Her lawyer's mostly focusing on last night's assault on Sylvia Blair. That case is consistent with the College Hill rapist attacks, and since that happened after Eddie was dead, Eddie couldn't have done it, meaning he couldn't have done any of them. Meaning the heat is on to resolve what happened to Sylvia Blair. Would you believe the mayor just gave us carte blanche on the Blair case? Oh, you big boy, you. Yeah, apparently you can spend a small fortune on manpower and high-priority forensic tests without coming close to the expense of a $50 million lawsuit. I take it you're fast-tracking the tests on the DNA sample. Oh yeah, we're trying to get results by first thing tomorrow morning. Please let it be an ex-boyfriend. About the only thing that will save our asses now is for it to be an ex-boyfriend. Oh, and when we pick him up, he's got to confess that it was a copycat crime and he learned all the details from reading some internet site, www.iwannabearapist.com or something like that. Ex-boyfriend confession? Yeah, that's about what it's going to take to salvage my career. I think you stood a better chance of having the heart attack, Griffin said. Probably, Fitz sighed again. He still hadn't gotten any sleep, and it showed in his voice. Hey, Griffin, did Carol Rosen really try to commit suicide? We found her passed out with an empty bottle of prescription sleeping pills. I understand that she'd probably been drinking as well. Ah, shit, I'm sorry, Fitz. It's the Blair case, isn't it? Has everyone wigged out? Press is going nuts. People are phoning 911 if the bush outside their house moves. It's a copycat. How hard is that for people to grasp? Sometimes you get copycats. Fitz sounded desperate. He knew it, too. He sighed again, then said gruffly, "It's not her fault, you know. Whatever happened, whatever mistakes we may or may not have made, it's not her fault, not Jillian's fault, not Meg's fault. We're big boys over here. We handled the case the way we handled the case." Fitz, did you guys ever try to find any additional rape victims? What do you mean? Jillian and her mom raised an interesting point. Rape is a largely unreported crime. Sure, we have 3 known victims of the College Hill rapist, but that doesn't mean they were his only victims. Fitz was silent for a moment. Well, we ran the details of the case through FICAP to see if we'd get any hits. No crimes matching these descriptions came up in any other states. Of course, that's not exactly foolproof. Another victim might not have filed a police report. Or maybe she did, and the police department still hasn't gotten around to entering it into the database, etc., etc. D'Amato waited 6 months before going to the grand jury, just in case we could find any other women willing to come forward and add their charges to the package. That's one of the reasons he didn't mind Jillian and her group going on TV all the time. He figured if anything would influence another victim to come forward, it would be seeing Jillian, Carol, and Meg standing tall. But no one came forward. Not that we ever heard of, but that doesn't rule out the possibility. Griffin, there is no way of ruling out that possibility. You could interview every woman in this state, point blank, ask her if she was ever raped, and still not rule out the possibility because one of them might lie. We're cops. We can't focus on the impossible. We have to focus on the probable. I can account for everyone's money, Griffin said abruptly. Fitz was clearly stunned. No shit. Yeah. I even asked Vinny Pesaturo if he arranged for a hit. He said no. And call me crazy, but I actually believe him. In other words, you just ran out of suspects. I ran out of suspects for this theory, Griffin said. Meaning maybe it wasn't a vengeance case. Maybe it was about something else. You tell me, Fitz? Why else would someone want Eddie Como dead? Griffin had no sooner set down his cell phone from that call than it rang again. Sergeant Griffin, he said. Where the hell are you? Lieutenant Morelli. My favorite, LT. Have I told you how lovely you look today? You wouldn't know how lovely I look today. You haven't bothered to see me today. Funny, but my memory of the primary case officer's job is to keep the higher-ups informed, to actually be at headquarters overseeing information, generating theories and keeping the ball rolling. What is your memory of the primary case officer's job, Sergeant? Good news, Griffin said hastily. We're making lots of progress. Oh, really? Because I've been listening to the news, Sergeant, and it seems to me that this case is going to hell in a handbasket. It's the $50 million lawsuit, isn't it? That's one problem, and the fact that the public is now convinced there is a serial rapist on the loose and they're all about to be raped and/or murdered in their sleep. That would be another problem. The mayor is getting calls and the colonel is getting calls and the media is having an absolute field day at our expense. Very good, Sergeant. For someone who's never around, at least you're keeping up to date. Detective Waters taking pity on you? Yes, ma'am, Griffin acknowledged. Well, that speaks highly of Detective Waters, whom, I understand, you have running around Cranston looking for associates of Eddie Como. That sounds an awful lot like you're poaching on Providence's rape case. Are you poaching on Providence's rape case? I'm being thorough, Griffin said carefully. Sergeant, don't make me kill you. Griffin smiled. He'd always liked Lieutenant Morelli. He took a deep breath. Here's the problem. We started out with a basic theory. Eddie Como is an alleged rapist, ergo the most likely suspects in his murder are the rape victims. I remember that conversation. Pursuant to that angle, the financial crimes detectives did a full workup on the 3 women and their families. That yielded 2 good leads. Jillian Hayes and Dan Rosen have both made substantial cash withdrawals with no identifiable recipient. They could have hired the gunman. They could have, unfortunately they didn't. Jillian Hayes donated her money to a Cranston parish as confirmed by the parish priest, and Dan Rosen blew his money at Foxwoods as corroborated by Vincent Pesaturo. It appears Mr. Rosen has a gambling problem, which means you now have a problem. Yeah, at least as it stands now, none of the known victims and their families make good suspects, not even Vinny Pesaturo. Where are you going with this, Sergeant? Griffin laughed. It was the hollow, stressed-out laugh of a detective watching his case go down the tubes. Well, we have 2 angles left. First, we hold with the vengeance theory and pursue the possibility that there were other victims of the College Hill rapist, ones that have never come forward to the police. The lieutenant was silent for a moment. That's an interesting theory. Isn't it Jillian Hayes and her mother came up with it? Remember, rape is a drastically underreported crime. I checked with Fitz and they did some initial legwork, ran the rape profile through VICAP, etc. No hits, but that doesn't mean much. If there are other victims, they may never have gone to the police at all. Did they try the rape hotline or a rape crisis organization? No. Well, maybe you'd like to send out some detectives, Sergeant. A rape crisis organization won't give you names, but they can tell you if they received calls from someone who suffered a similar attack. Then at least you'll know if you're on the right track. Good point. That's why my name starts with the initials LT. Now, what's your second theory? It involves the Sylvia Blair case. Fitz is hoping it's a copycat, praying really that it's a copycat, but there are some problems with that theory. The douche. Griffin scowled. For a neglected lieutenant, you're keeping well informed. Morelli said, I'll have you know, I do look very good today. Plus, it just so happens that Lieutenant Kennedy from Providence has the hots for my sister. Which is, by the way, the only thing that is keeping Detective Fitzpatrick from wringing your neck. Well, that, and the fact that Detective Fitzpatrick has his own problems at the moment. I appreciate that, Griffin said seriously. Well, okay. So Fitz and I had an interesting discussion on the Sylvia Blair case this morning. One possibility is that Eddie Como led two lives, one as the loving fiancé, and the other as a sexual deviant. And maybe sexual deviant Eddie had some friends to whom he liked to brag. Drinking buddies? Maybe. Who knew all the details of what he did, including the douche? That's the thought. Another interesting thought, Morelli concurred. But why just a drinking buddy? Why not an actual accomplice? We've seen rape duos before. Griffin shrugged. Only one semen type was ever recovered from the Vicks. Plus, Carol and Jillian only reported seeing one man. Morelli was silent for a moment. What if the second person was more of a passive partner? Maybe a lookout? Griffin pursed his lips. Oh, he said. Oh, I'm good, aren't I, Sergeant? She said knowingly. You're good, he agreed. The Times, that would explain the Times. See, it would appear that the first Vic, Meg Pezzaturo, was a quick in and out. Like the rapist was afraid of being discovered, but he spent a lot of time with Carol, who was always considered a last-minute substitute. Why wasn't he worried about someone coming home? And it would appear that the rapist had been in Trisha Hayes' apartment for a while, too. He'd already completed the rape before Jillian arrived, but he hadn't left yet, and even though in theory Jillian walked in on him, he was aware she was coming. He hid and jumped her from behind. Now, part of his lingering at the Rosen and Hayes crime scenes probably had to do with his escalating appetite for violence. He needed more and more to get the same thrill, but maybe he also had a lookout or gained one as he went along. Someone whose job was to give him the security to stay as long as he liked. Except in Trisha Hayes' case, when someone did unexpectedly appear, it was a basement apartment with only one point of entry-exit, so he couldn't bolt without being spotted. His better move was to ambush her instead, which he then prepared to do. And now this accomplice is no longer just a lookout, Morelli said. That could be, huh? That might explain the incident last night at the Hayes residence. Someone spray-painted Eddie Como lives across a bank of windows. Maybe that's what this guy thinks he's doing, carrying on the tradition of Eddie Como. But this person would also have reason to kill Como, correct? Both to protect what he'd done in the past and what he was thinking of doing in the future? Yeah, maybe. When Fitz brought it up this morning, I thought he was pushing the limits, but then again, it assumes a shift in behavior. Morelli was thinking out loud. Perpetrator number 2 was willing to be just a lookout and now has graduated to actually committing sexual assault and murder. A graduating level of involvement is not uncommon in sex crimes, though, Griffin added. Most rapists start with bondage fantasies, then commit lower-level acts of violence against women, battery, assault, before moving to rape. In this case, we have a perpetrator who's definitely interested in rape. He's hanging out with a rapist, taking some role in the crimes. To have his first solo incident involve a high level of violence, homicide, Griffin scowled. That doesn't fit the pattern as well, but there could be mitigating circumstances. If Sylvia Blair was attacked by Como's partner, the guy had gone a whole year without doing anything. Maybe the tension had built too high. He saw a potential victim. He went nuts. Lieutenant Morelli was silent. He could tell she had to think about it, too. It's worth pursuing, she said at last, so I can tell Lieutenant Johnson that you're searching for associates of Eddie Como as possible suspects in our murder case. You can say that? I think I will say that. Providence has enough problems without feeling as if they're at war with us, too. Providence has problems, Griffin agreed. Speaking of which, he knew what was coming next. His grip tightened on the phone, but at least he kept his breathing steady. Sergeant, have you spoken with Corporal Charpentier at the ACI? Not yet. I've heard of the issue, though. No one here is taking him seriously, she said quietly. I appreciate that. On the other hand, he didn't say anything. This case is growing hot, Morelli said evenly. It's getting a life of its own. You know what happens when a case gets a life of its own. I'm on top of it. Speed, Sergeant. We need to close this one. Quick, before the public gets more frightened. Before Tanya Clemente's lawyer gains more ammunition, and before the press realizes there is a man in the ACI who claims to have information relevant to the case. You understand? Griffin closed his eyes. He understood perfectly. He was pulling into his driveway now. Waters's blue Taurus was already parked to one side, the detective sitting behind the wheel. I gotta go, Griffin said. First thing in the morning, I'll have a report on your desk. Damn right you will. And in the meantime, I'll put detectives on the rape crisis organizations and others on the Cranston bars. Good luck, Sergeant. Yeah. Griffin flipped shut his phone, thought about Carol lying in the hospital and Price sitting behind bars. Good luck. Chapter 28. Detective Mike Waters got out of his car already wearing a pair of gray sweats and a white t-shirt bearing the emblem of the Rhode Island State Police. He swung a dark blue gym bag over his shoulder and waited for Griffin to unlock the front door. Both were parked in the driveway. Griffin had his weight set and boxing equipment set up in the single-bay garage. Nice place, Mike said, eyeing the small, teetering white bungalow warily. Griffin smiled. You see any places in the floor that look mushy, trust me, don't step there. He opened the door and led the way in. He'd purchased the house 6 months ago, needing a fresh start and finding a new hobby. The home sat on prime real estate, North Kingstown, waterfront access. On a clear day, he could sit on the back deck and see well past the Newport Bridge. Peaceful place. Lots of birds, a few gorgeous 100-year-old beech trees. In other words, the house itself was an absolute shack. A real person, i.e. one with money, would have bulldozed the place and started over. After his generous donation to the American Cancer Society, however, Griffin didn't have that kind of money. Besides, he liked to live dangerously. I heard you were fixing it up. Mike's tone was more dubious now. He stepped over the threshold with a critical look at the water-stained hardwood floor, then the plaster ceiling that was literally peeling away in foot-long sheets. Full-time for 6 months, Griffin said. No way. I started with wiring, then moved on to plumbing, then did the roof. Now I just have the kitchen, bathroom, the ceilings, the floors, and 3-bedroom walls to go. Oh, and the back deck. Oh, I think something may have crawled in and died beneath the garage. So, sometime before the extinction of man? That's my plan. Griffin directed Mike into the tiny kitchen. The floor was a dirt brown vinyl, straight out of the 70s. The stove was olive green, also from the 70s. The refrigerator, on the other hand, was a tiny domed icebox circa 1950. He pulled on the metal lever handle and gave a sigh of relief when the door actually opened. Beer? Soda afterward? Suit yourself. Griffin disappeared into the first-story bedroom, changed into sweats himself, then led Mike to the garage. He had a nice free-weight system, not from his brief days of money either. No, he'd been carefully acquiring these pieces since he graduated from college. His first purchase, of course, had been the Everlast heavy bag hanging from a heavy-duty swivel and chain in one corner. Next to it was a twin pair of small, leather-covered speed bags with specially inserted rubber bladders for greater recoil. If you blinked at the wrong time, those things could knock you out or give you one helluva black eye. Don't ask Griffin how he knew. They headed to the boxing corner first. Mike had done some lightweight work in college. He looked too skinny for the sport, but what he lacked in bulk he made up in reach and speed. First time he and Griffin had squared off, he'd nailed Griffin 4 times before Griffin ever saw him coming. Of course, with an extra 50 pounds behind him, Griffin only had to land a single punch to end the sparring. They'd stuck to the bag after that. Pretty much Waters unzipped his blue canvas tote. He took out an ump's face guard and matter-of-factly slipped it over his head. Griffin froze. He got the hint and wasn't sure how to respond. He finally settled on a smile. I'll just batter the rest of you, he warned, and was secretly relieved when Mike smiled back. I don't think so, Waters said. I've been practicing. You know how much shit a guy gets when his best friend breaks his nose? They all figured out that you were slow. Slow? Hell, they left a Ronald McDonald nose in my locker. I even wore it one day just to make them feel guilty. Did it work? Nah. Next day, they left me his shoes. Detectives have way too much time on their hands. Mike stood. He left his face guard on and positioned himself behind the heavy bag. Any luck with the bar search? Griffin asked. Not yet, but I only made it to 6 joints. Ask me again tomorrow. Griffin grunted and got on with it. He started slow, warmed his muscles, and thought that, for the first time back with Mike, it would be good to show a little control. But the day had been long, the case hard. He was thinking too much about Eddie Como, and was he or was he not perpetrator number 1, and then was there or was there not a perpetrator number 2? Then he thought of Carol. Still no news. And then he thought of Jillian Hayes, the way her eyes turned molten gold when she was mad, the way her fingers had curled around his arm just an hour before. He pummeled the living shit out of the heavy bag. Even Waters was breathing hard when he was done. The detective didn't say a word. He motioned with his head, and they changed places. Holding a bag for Mike wasn't too difficult. He didn't have the mass to hit that hard. But he liked to thoroughly work over the target. Griffin had watched him do it before, turning the bag into a human proxy, then going after various points. Kidney, 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 right uppercut. Stomach, 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 left chin. Griffin relaxed, let his body do the work on setting the bag, and allowed his mind to drift. It had been a while since he'd worked out with anyone else. Brought back a certain measure of comfort, the smell of chalk and sweat, the heat of bodies working hard, the silence of men who didn't need to talk. Afterward, Griffin hit the weights while Mike amused himself with a jump rope. Then Griffin played with the speed bags while Mike used the weights. Then an hour had passed, neither one of them could move, so they grabbed 2 beers, a gallon of water, and headed for the back deck. Sun was down. In the distance, the lights of the Newport Bridge twinkled like stars, while the breeze came in off the water and covered their sweat-dampened skin with goosebumps. Mike dug out a sweatshirt. Griffin retrieved a fleece pullover. They still didn't speak. Cell phone rang. Griffin went back inside to get his phone off his bed. It was the hospital calling. Carol Rosen had been moved to the ICU. Her stomach had been pumped, but she had yet to regain consciousness. The doctors wanted to keep a close eye on her. When he came back out, Waters had finished off the H2O and cracked open both beers. He held out the red and white can of Bud to Griffin as he took his seat. I see you still only buy the best, Mike said. Absolutely. They lapsed back into silence. Finally, 10, 20, 30 minutes later, it didn't really matter, Mike said. You still miss her? Every day. I miss her too. Mike looked at him. It was hard, you being out. It was as if I'd lost both of you. Griffin didn't say anything. He and Mike went back 15 years now. Mike had been there for Griffin's first promotion to detective. He'd been there when Griffin came back from a hiking trip raving about this woman he'd just met. He'd served as best man at Griffin and Cindy's wedding, and then one bright spring afternoon, he'd been a pallbearer at her funeral. It was hard sometimes for Griffin to remember that the pain was not his alone. David Price was a piece of shit, Waters said abruptly, and he hid it really well, not just from you. It's over, though. He took enough. Don't give him any more. I know. Good. She'd want you to be happy, Griffin. She never wanted less for you than you wanted for her. It wasn't fair, you know, Griffin said. I know. That's the hardest part. If I think about that, he spun the can of beer in his hands. If I focus on that, I start to go a little nuts again. Then don't think about that. Griffin sighed heavily. He went back to studying the dark depths of the ocean at night. Yeah, things happen as they happen. People who think they're in control of life, they're just not paying attention. Amen, Waters said. He went back inside and fetched them both another can of beer. Later, Griffin said, Did you follow up with Corporal Charpentier? Yeah. And David Price doesn't know anything. You're sure? Corporal Charpentier tracked down Como's former roommate, Jimmy Woods, the guy now serving time in Steel City. According to Woods, Eddie Como was a first-class whiner even behind bars. All he ever did was go on and on about how he was innocent, and this was all some horrible mistake. This is what Woods said? That's what Woods said. Just for the sake of argument, Charpentier followed up with Price. Price said Woods was lying, but Charpentier wasn't impressed. Charpentier even asked Price if he knew who had done Sylvia Blair. You know what he said? What did he say? He said Eddie Como, and then he laughed. Chapter 29. The Survivors Club Nightfall. Meg sat on the floor of her little sister's room, ostensibly braiding the hair on her sister's new Barbie doll, but really trying to pretend she didn't notice the thick darkness gathering outside the second-story window or the sound of her parents' voices arguing down the hall. The pink dress, 5-year-old Molly announced. She'd been going through her shoebox of Barbie clothes for the past 10 minutes, trying to pick the perfect outfit for Barbie's upcoming wedding. Molly didn't own Ken, so Barbie was going to marry Pooh Bear. Pooh seemed very excited about the whole thing. He was wearing a new pink cape for the occasion. Molly loved the color pink. Molly handed over the long, sequined dress. More appropriate for receiving an Oscar than, say, a wedding, but Meg dutifully tugged it up over the doll's feet. "Maybe we should tell someone," her mother was saying down the hall. "Absolutely not," her father's muffled voice replied. "What about Jillian?" "No, Sergeant Griffin." "Damn it, Lori, this is a family matter. We've made it this long. We're not getting strangers involved now." "Shoes," Molly declared. She looked at Meg and promptly frowned. Matching shoes were hard to come by for the real people in this house, let alone the tiny plastic pairs that went with Barbie. She could have a barefoot wedding, Meg said. No, Molly was shocked. "Pooh doesn't have any shoes," Meg pointed out reasonably. Her little sister rolled her eyes. "Pooh is a bear. Bears don't wear shoes, everyone knows that. Bears wear capes." "Yes, pink capes, 'cause pink is Barbie's favorite color, and her husband has to know that her favorite color is pink." Purple, Meg thought idly. The color of royalty, his favorite color. Who was he? How did she know that? "I'm worried." Her mother's voice was rising down the hallway. "Now, honey." "No, don't honey me, for God's sake, Tom. The doctors told us her memory would come back shortly. Trauma-induced amnesia isn't supposed to last this long or be this complete. But she doesn't seem to remember anything. Anything. What if she's doing worse than we thought? Come on, Lori, you've seen her. She's happy. So what if she doesn't remember anything? Hell, maybe we're all better off that she forgot. Or maybe she hated her life that much. You ever think of that, Tom? Maybe what we did? Oh my God, maybe we scarred her that badly." "Shoes," Molly squealed. She triumphantly dumped out her box of Barbie clothes and fished out a pair of bright red platform heels that had probably come with Barbie's flower child outfit or a killer pair of jeans. Now Molly took Barbie out of Meg's hands and used the shoes to finish up Barbie's hot pink wedding ensemble. Outfits that would not be appearing in a Mattel commercial anytime soon, Meg decided. But Molly was very pleased. "It's time for the wedding," Molly said with a big smile. Dum-dum-da-dum, dum-dum-da-dum. "I'll marry you." "No, no. It's them, isn't it?" "Well, fuck them. I'll take you away. I'll make you happy. Come on, Meg, sweet Meg, my precious little Meg." "I'm scared. Don't be scared. I won't let anyone hurt you, Meg. Not anyone. Ever. I'm scared," her mother was saying. What if one day it suddenly comes back to her, bang, just like that? What if she's not ready? The docs said if she did remember, then she'd be ready. Oh, please. The doctors also said there was no reason for her to have forgotten this much. Face it, Tom, they don't know anything. It's amnesia. A brain thing, a mental thing. They're making this up as they go along. Lori, honey, what do you want? I want her to be happy. I want her to be safe. Oh, Tom, what if we were the ones who had come home today to find Meg passed out from an overdose of sleeping pills? If the trauma of being so viciously raped is too much for a grown woman, what do you think it must be doing to Meg? Meg? Molly asked. Meg blinked her eyes. Her sister's pink-painted room came back into focus. She was sitting once more on the floor. Her little sister was beside her, peering up at her anxiously. "Meg doesn't feel good?" Molly asked. She was still clutching Barbie in her right hand. I'm... Meg touched her cheek. Her face was covered in sweat. Her skin had grown cold and clammy. "Just a little headache, I guess." She smiled at her sister weakly, trying to get her bearings back. "Marry me! I can't! Marry me!" Her stomach rebelled. For a moment, she thought she might be sick, and then suddenly in the back of her head. "Fucking brat! Run home to your mommy and daddy. Go hide behind their narrow little minds and fucking suburban panacea. You don't want my love? Then I take it back. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Meg." Just a minute. And then again from down the hall. "I don't want her to end up like Carol. I couldn't stand it if she ended up like Carol. Oh, Tom, what if we failed her? Meg? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. The doctors still aren't sure Carol's even going to make it. Meg's honestly grown close to the woman. What if she dies, Tom? What will happen then? My God, what will happen then? Meg bolted off the floor. She stumbled out of Molly's room. Meg? She careened down the hall. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. What if Carol dies? What if Carol dies? Meg got the toilet seat up. She leaned over. Nothing. She'd never eaten lunch. She'd forgotten about dinner. Her stomach rolled and rolled and rolled, but there was nothing present to throw up. She moved over to the sink, turned on the cold water, stuck her head under the faucet, and let the icy flow shock the distant images from her brain. Minutes passed. Long, cool minutes while the water sluiced over her sweaty skin and dampened all the voices in her head. Cool water bringing blessed nothingness back to her brain. When she finally looked up, her parents were standing in the doorway. Her father appeared his usual stoic self. Her mother, on the other hand, had one arm wrapped tightly around her stomach, while her right hand fidgeted with the gold heart dangling around her neck. Meg, honey? Her mother asked. Meg straightened. Strange voices, faint rumblings returned to the back of her mind, like faraway scenes threatening to come closer, closer, closer. Meg found a towel and used it to methodically blot her face. You okay, sweetheart? Her father asked. Just a little queasy. All that time in the hospital, you know. She offered a faint smile. I'm sure Carol will be all right, her mother said briskly. Her right hand was now furiously twisting the dangling gold heart. Sure. Meg turned off the faucet, rehung the towel, ran a comb through her long brown hair. If there's anything you need, her father tried. I'm fine, Daddy. We love you, sweetheart. Her mother this time. I love you too. What were they doing? Saying so many words, but none of the ones that mattered. Lies. She had never realized it before, but sometimes love produced lies. Big lies, whopping lies, gigantic lies, all packaged prettily and offered up with the best of intentions. Protection through falsehood. That's right, a suburban panacea. Her parents were still standing in the doorway. She was still standing at the sink. No one seemed to know what to do. I have a wedding, Meg said. A wedding, Barbie and Pooh Bear. Didn't you get the invite? Oh, Molly's marrying off Barbie again. Her mother finally relaxed, her hands stilled around her neck. The hot pink dress, absolutely, red platform shoes. The kids got style. Well, by all means. Her mother moved to the side, gestured for Meg to pass. We wouldn't want to stand in the way of true love. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Okay then. Meg pasted the smile back on her face. She made it down the hall where Molly sat uncertainly in the middle of her room, still clutching Barbie on her lap. Let's have that wedding, Meg said with forced cheerfulness. Molly looked up at her and positively beamed. Hours later, the Pesaturo family went to sleep. One by one, the tiny rooms of the tiny home went dark. Meg turned off her own light. But she didn't go to bed. She went to her window. She stood in front of her window. I hate you. I hate you, I hate you. She stared at the night outside her window, and she wondered at the darkness waiting for her there. Those rich chocolate eyes. That gentle lover's kiss. David, she whispered, then licked her lips and tried out the name once more. David. Oh no, David Price. At midnight, Jillian finally left the hospital. Carol had yet to regain consciousness. Her stomach had been pumped, her body purged. Now she lay peacefully beneath stark white hospital sheets, her long golden hair a halo around her head as a heart monitor beeped in rhythm to her pulse and a respirator pumped air into her lungs. Coma, the doctors said. She had ingested nearly 125 milligrams of Ambien, or 12 times the recommended dose. Combined with the alcohol, it had shut down her system to the point where she responded only to painful stimuli. The doctors would test her again in the morning, see if she began to pull out once the levels of sleeping pills and alcohol in her bloodstream came down. In other words, they would poke and prod at her poor, peaceful body, see if they could inflict enough pain to jar her back to life. Dan remained in the room. He had pulled up a chair next to Carol, where he had finally fallen asleep with his head on the edge of her bed, his hand cradling her wrist. From outside the ICU door, Jillian had watched a nurse drape a blanket around his shoulders. Then Jillian had turned to go. The night was cold, a sharp slap against Jillian's cheeks. She still wore her suit from this morning. No coat, no scarf. She hunched her shoulders beneath the tailored blue jacket and shivered as she walked. The parking lot was nearly empty this time of night. Certainly no reporters anymore. In the news world, Carol's suicide attempt was already old. Been there, done that. As of 6 this evening, the hot story had become Tanya Clementi's lawsuit against the city. God, Jillian was tired. At her car, she went through the drill, peered through the windows at the back seat, glanced at neighboring cars to make sure no one loitered, unlocked her door with her left hand, held her canister of pepper spray in her right. Preparedness was 9/10 of the battle. If you don't want to be a victim, then you can't act like one. She got straight into her Lexus, immediately locked all the doors, then finally started the engine. She glanced again at her back seat. Nothing but empty, shadowed space. Why did she have chills running up and down her spine? She got her car in reverse, turned to back out and nearly screamed. No, Eddie Como, no. It was all in her head. All in her head. The back seat was empty. The parking lot was empty. She turned back around, shoved her automatic in park, and sat there shaking uncontrollably, the fear still rolling off her in waves. Panic attack, she realized after a moment, trying to regain her breath. In the beginning, she'd had them all the time. It had been a bit since the last one, but then again, today had been a bad day. First Sylvia Blair, then Carol. Oh God, Carol. Jillian rested her head against the steering wheel and suddenly started to cry. Second time for her in one day, had to be a new record. She couldn't stop, though. The sobs came up from the dark pit of her, angry and hard and desolate, until her stomach hurt and her shoulders ached, and still she choked out rough, bitter tears. This is why she didn't cry, because there was nothing dainty or tragic about her grief. She cried like a trucker, and afterward she looked like a disaster, with red, blotchy cheeks and mascara-smeared eyes. What if Sergeant Griffin saw her now? The thought made her want to weep again, though she didn't know why. She could call him, he would probably take her call even though it was after midnight. He'd probably even let her go on and on about her sister and the ache that wouldn't ease and the grief that knew no end. He would listen to those things. He seemed to be that kind of guy. She didn't pick up her cell phone, though. Maybe she wasn't that kind of woman, the kind who still believed in Prince Charming. Or maybe she was, but Meg was right, and she wasn't ready to stop punishing herself for her sister's death. Or maybe it was all a bunch of psychobabble bullshit, and the bottom line was that she just wasn't ready. She did still miss her sister. She did still ache, and she did hold too much in, and she did suffer too much guilt. And now she was worried about Carol. And as always, she was worried about her mother, and then there was this thing with another poor dead college student, and who knew what was really going on out there in that pitch-black night. Shit. Jillian put her car back in drive. She got out of the dark parking lot. At home, outside lights fired up her home like a suburban landing strip. She'd had 3 new spotlights added first thing this morning, and God knows her neighbors had probably put on sunglasses just to go to bed. Good for them. May that be the worst tragedy they ever had to face. Jillian drove by the patrol car parked down the street. The 2 officers sitting inside nodded at her. She waved back, so Griffin had kept his word as well. She pulled into her garage with the normal drill, car doors still locked, gazing out the rearview mirror and watching the opening until the garage door had closed all the way. Checking out the shadowy depths of the garage for other signs of intruders, the coast appeared clear. She finally unlocked her car door and entered her home. Toppy had left her a plate covered with plastic wrap on the kitchen counter, a chicken sandwich in case she was hungry. Jillian put the plate in the refrigerator, poured a glass of water, and made the rounds. Doors still locked. Windows secure. Nothing out of place. The house was quiet this time of night, just the ticking of the hallway clock and the occasional fluttery snore from behind Toppy's bedroom door. 1 a.m. now. Jillian should go to sleep. She kept prowling the house, driven by a compulsion she couldn't name. Had she failed Carol? In the past, Carol and Meg had accused her of carrying too much guilt. Then just this afternoon, Griffin had implied she took too much responsibility for things. No one could keep everyone safe. It was her job, though, for as long as she could remember. Libby had led the wild life. Jillian held things together. Baby Trish required stability. Jillian made them a home. Her mother's health declined. Jillian took her in as well. They were her family. She loved them, and with love came responsibility. So she did everything she could for them. She just never let them get too close, just as she had done with Carol and Meg. For the first time, it occurred to her, was she feeling guilty that Trisha was dead, or was she feeling guilty that she had not loved her more when she was still alive? All those summers with Trisha racing along the beach and Jillian alone beneath an umbrella. Why hadn't she run out into the sand? Why hadn't she splashed through the waves with her sister? What had she been so afraid of? Strong, responsible Jillian who had never had a serious relationship. Independent, serious Jillian who focused on work, work, work all of the time. Proud, lonely Jillian who marched through life as if it were a battlefield and she didn't want anyone taking her prisoner. Not her mother, not her sister, not Eddie Como, and not the Survivors Club. Poor, stupid Jillian who, at the age of 36, still knew so little about what was important in life. Griffin had been right before. Trisha had loved her. And it shouldn't have taken Jillian nearly a year to remember that. Jillian moved into the hallway. She thought of Trisha again and the days that would never be. And then she thought of her mother and all the years still to come. Proud, fierce Libby tapping, tapping, tapping. Sad, silent Libby who so longed to visit her daughter's grave. Jillian walked down to her mother's bedroom. She pushed in the door. She spotted Libby lying upon her bed, bathed in the icy blue glow of a nightlight. Libby's eyes were wide open. She'd been watching the door, and now she stared straight at Jillian. "You've been waiting for me to come home," Jillian said softly, with genuine surprise, genuine wonder. Her mother's finger tapped the bedspread. "You wanted to make sure that I got home safe," her mother's finger rising and falling on the bedspread. Jillian went farther into the room. "You can rest now. I'm home, Mom. I'm safe." And then a heartbeat later. "And I love you too, Mama." Her mother smiled. She held out her arms, and for the first time since she was a little girl, Jillian went into her mother's embrace. And it didn't hurt so much after all. All of these years, all of these miles later, it finally felt right, while the clock ticked down the hall and the spotlights lit up the house, and the uniformed officers sat in their patrol car, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 30. Griffin, 4 a.m. Wednesday morning. Detective Sergeant Roan Griffin drove to State Police Headquarters in North Scituate. He was early, very early. Good thing, too, he had contact interviews to review, witness statements to consider, and detective activity reports to analyze. Then he needed to prepare a timeline of events. Oh, and he wanted to produce a chart, filling in the recent findings on their key suspects. That ought to make Lieutenant Morelli happy. Yep, Griffin had gotten a whole 5 hours of uninterrupted sleep last night. No new rapes, no new shootings, no new lawsuits. Now he was feeling downright chipper. He should have known better. Walking into the Investigative Support Service building, he was immediately greeted by the uniform on duty. Griffin nodded back, then proceeded down the narrow, yellow-lit hallway to Major Crimes. The ISSB, a flat, dull brown 1960s building that could have passed as any government office, was divided into a series of wings. The Criminal Identification Unit took up the back right corner of the building, with one large office space for the 5 CIU detectives to share, and a series of smaller rooms to house their toys, the lie detector room, the 2 automatic fingerprint information system AFIS rooms, the significantly sized evidence processing room, the photo lab. In contrast to the CIU suite, the major crimes detectives were granted a small corner in the front of the building where they had 5 gray cubicles crammed into one blue-carpeted space. Of course, they considered themselves to have the nicer room. The 10-foot-high drop ceiling only had a fraction of the yellow water stains found in the rest of the building. Plus, the detectives kept their tidy desks free of paperwork and openly displayed nicely framed family photos. A few detectives had brought in plants over the years, and now massive green vines draped cheerfully down the cubicle walls. All in all, the place could have been an accountant's office if accountants had a back wall covered with most wanted photos and a front wall bearing a white board with homicide notes. Griffin liked the Major Crimes office. Not nearly as dreary as other law enforcement facilities, say, for example, the Providence station where Fitz worked. That place ought to be condemned and maybe would be once the new headquarters was completed across the highway. It was a thought, Griffin stuck his head across the hall where Lieutenant Morelli had her office. Nobody home. Perfect. He'd sit down, whip the case notes into order, and know exactly what was going on in the Eddie Como homicide file by 8:00 a.m., just like a good case officer. Hell, maybe he'd surprise them all and actually have the case solved by 9:00 a.m. Ooh, he was a cocky son of a bitch! Griffin's optimism lasted until 7 a.m. when his cell phone rang. It was Fitz, and he didn't sound good. "You gotta get down here," Fitz said without preamble. "Where's here?" "Providence," Fitz said tensely. "Hurry." "Has there been another attack?" "Just get here. Now." Before the press finds out, Fitz hung up the phone. Griffin sat there a moment longer, staring at his silent cell phone. Ah, shit. He grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. Halfway down the hall, he ran into Waters, who was just getting in for the day. Mike was moving a little stiffly this morning, which under other circumstances would have made Griffin proud. Now, however, he simply swapped notes. "I gotta run to Providence. Something's up. Another attack?" Waters asked immediately. "I don't know. Have you heard the morning news?" Drive time was quiet. "Well then, whatever it is, we're still one step ahead. That's worth something. Listen, can you follow up with the other detectives? See if they're making any progress with the rape crisis groups? Oh, and take a few more bodies with you to the Cranston bars. I'm guessing we're gonna need progress. Now. Got it? You'll let us know? When I know what I know, you'll be the first I'll let know?" Griffin headed down the hall. "Hey, Griffin," Waters called out behind him. Griffin turned. "I'll call ACI just in case." Griffin hesitated a fraction of an instant. "Yeah," he said more slowly. "Just in case." He went out the door, no longer feeling so good about the day. The Providence Police Department was located right off I-95 in downtown Providence. The rapidly aging building took its role as an active urban police station quite seriously. Ripped-up gray linoleum floors, water-stained drop ceilings, scuffed-up walls, exposed pipes. The Providence detectives liked to joke that their offices were straight out of Barney Miller. For interior decorating, their color options were dirt, dirty, and dirtier. Definitely a far cry from the State Police's White House in North Scituate. Not that there was any resentment or anything. Griffin arrived shortly after 7:30. He parked his Taurus in the tow-away zone near the front entrance. A Providence uniform would ticket him out of spite. Fitz would make it go away. Every organization had its rituals. He walked through the exterior glass doors, passing 3 black youths in baggy jeans and sleeveless sweatshirts who glared at him balefully. He stared back, and by virtue of size got them to look away first. Inside was a small, dark foyer. Griffin took the door to the left into another small, dark foyer where 3 receptionists sat behind bulletproof glass. This room was crowded with various people pleading various cases. "Man, I gotta see so-and-so. Hey, this parking ticket's bogus." The receptionists didn't have the power to do anything, of course, but that didn't stop the masses from trying. Griffin pushed to the front, flashed his shield, and was promptly buzzed through the main doors, into the heart, or rather, bowels of the police station. Lucky him. He took the stairs up. He'd tried the elevator only once, and it had groaned so badly and moved so painfully he'd vowed never again. The way Griffin saw it, the Providence police would be lucky to get out before the whole building came down on their heads. The Detective Bureau was on the 2nd floor, adjacent to the Bureau of Criminal Identification. Griffin tried the main room, didn't see Fitz, then moved down to the locker room. Still no Fitz, but plenty of artwork. The detectives liked to hang photos of their more interesting cases on their lockers. The victim who was folded in half when hit by an oncoming train. The badly decomposed body of a victim who wasn't found for several weeks. A pair of hands, covered in marijuana leaves, found in the trunk of a car after it was pulled over for a routine traffic stop. The body found a day later that went with the hands. Griffin continued through the labyrinth of tiny gray rooms until he came to the end of the hall. There, Providence had their evidence processing center, basically 2 adjoining rooms, each the size of a coat closet, crammed full of cabinets, tables, gear, and APHIS. Fitz was standing in front of the folding table, deep in hushed conversation with a sharply dressed black man whom Griffin recognized as Sergeant Napoleon, head of the BCI. Both men looked up the minute he filled the doorway. "'Bout time," Fitz muttered. "You rang, I ran," Griffin said lightly. Fitz's face had an unhealthy flush. His eyes had sunk deeper into the folds of his face and his sparse hair stuck up in unusual disarray. He'd finally changed clothes since yesterday, so he'd obviously managed to make it home. Unfortunately, the break didn't seem to have done him any good. Griffin, Napoleon, Griffin, Fitz made the introductions. We've met, Griffin said as he and the sergeant obligingly shook hands. In contrast to Fitz, Napoleon appeared excited. He had a light in his eyes, a fervor to his face. Oh no, Griffin thought immediately. When the forensics guys got excited, oh no. You got the reports back, Griffin said abruptly. Uh-huh, Fitz said. The DNA? Fitz looked at the open door. He dropped his voice to nearly a whisper. Uh-huh. Griffin leaned forward. He lowered his voice as well. And we got a match, Fitz whispered. A good match, Napoleon emphasized. We know who raped Sylvia Blair, Fitz said grimly. According to the Department of Health, it was Eddie Como. This has got to be a mistake, Griffin declared 5 minutes later. He, Fitz, and Napoleon had commandeered the lieutenant's office, shut the door, and resumed their earnest huddle. They kept their heads together and their voices down. In a police station, there were eyes and ears everywhere. Of course it's a mistake, Fitz snapped, then immediately dropped his voice again. A dead man did not rape and murder Sylvia Blair. Now, do you want to tell me who did? Griffin turned to Napoleon. Could it be a family member? What about an uncle, a cousin, a father? Hell, what about a long-lost brother? Napoleon shook his head. We got a preliminary match in 7 out of 7 sample sites. We'll send it out for further analysis, but we're looking at a dead-on hit. Okay, a long-lost identical twin brother. Identical twins don't have the same DNA. It would be close, yeah, but again, 7 out of 7 sample sites. Griffin raked his hand through his hair. Shit, he said. It is not Eddie Como, Fitz muttered. It is not fucking Eddie Como. Okay. Griffin held up his hand. Let's be logical about this. Assume for a moment that the DNA from the Blair crime scene really does match the sample taken from Eddie Como. What if someone else had somehow saved semen from Eddie Como and smeared it at the scene? He and Fitz promptly stared at Napoleon, who at least seemed willing to consider the possibility. Swabs are first tested for semen to see if we have something for DNA testing, Napoleon mused. Now, spermatozoa only tests positive for 72 hours, so if someone had gotten a Como sample, so to speak, it would have to be fresh. Otherwise, the spermatozoa would be dead, the swabs would test negative for semen, and nothing else would be done. The man's been behind bars, Fitz growled. How do you get a fresh sample from a man in prison? Griffin just looked at him. Hey, Fitz said. I know there's more sex in prison than in most bordellos, give me a break, but we're not talking about someone smuggling out a stained sheet and dropping it at the scene. The match was 7 out of 7 sample sites, meaning they found matching DNA on the sheets, the nightgown, vaginal swabs, etc., etc. You want to explain that scenario to me? That makes it trickier, Griffin confessed. Eddie could have preserved a sample somehow. I don't know. Jacked off in a Dixie cup and sent it out? It was Fitz's turn to stare at him. Now why the hell would he do that? This is a guy who's been swearing to anyone with a microphone that he's innocent. Wouldn't he kind of wonder about a request for seminal fluid, conjugal visits? Napoleon tried. Not at intake, Griffin said. This is crazy, Fitz muttered. This is nuts, Griffin agreed. Okay, what if we're going about this backward? What if the swap wasn't made at the scene? What if the swap was made with Eddie Como's sample? What do you mean? I mean, the samples from the crime scenes are showing a match with another sample labeled Eddie Como. But what if that is where we have the mistake? No way, Fitz said immediately. Couldn't happen, Napoleon seconded. Standard operating procedure for executing a search warrant for DNA samples. Detective Fitzpatrick and Detective McCarthy picked up Eddie Como and brought him to the Reagan building where 2 clinicians and I were waiting. The clinicians drew 2 vials of blood, plucked several strands of hair from Como's head, then took additional combings from his pubic region. I personally packaged each sample and labeled it as evidence to preserve chain of custody. So that's what 5 people who can vouch that Eddie Como was in the room? I'm not saying you guys had the wrong man, Griffin interrupted. And 4 samples, the BCI sergeant continued relentlessly. All properly sealed and labeled that you would have to swap. What are the chances of that? It would be difficult, Griffin said grudgingly. Try impossible, Fitz countered hotly. Try fucking impossible. We know how to do our goddamn jobs. Then how did we get this match? Griffin's voice was rising. I don't know. Maybe it was Eddie Como. We haven't seen his body. Eddie Como is dead. The ME already confirmed his fingerprints. The guy is dead, deader, and deadest. So once again, how the hell did his DNA wind up at another rape murder scene? I don't know. Someone is fucking with us, Griffin said. Someone is playing a game, and then on the heels of that thought, shit, what? Fitz asked wildly. Shit, 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 I gotta make a phone call. Now! Yeah. Now, where's a landline? How the hell do I dial out? Who are you calling? The Easter Bunny. Who do you think? Griffin impatiently punched in the number. Detective Waters, Mike said 30 seconds later. Mike, Griffin, you talked to ACI? What did he say? Price said. Price said, he told you so and he's still waiting for your visit. He told you so. Who murdered Sylvia Blair? David. Eddie Como. Ah, shit. Griffin hung his head. The room simultaneously closed in on him and fell away. 18 months later. 18 painful, careful, deliberate months later, here he was again. Knee-deep in some strange, twisted David Price game, Griffin took a deep breath, struggled to pull it together. A dead man couldn't have killed Sylvia Blair. Something else had to have happened, something else that put Como's DNA at the scene. And then he was thinking back to Monday afternoon and his conversation with Fitz. So why did Eddie, who left behind no hair, no fiber, and no fingerprints, leave behind 10 latex strips? Why did he on the one hand learn how to cover his tracks, and then on the other hand leave you a virtual calling card? Fitz had angrily declared that the Providence police had not framed Eddie Como. Now, Griffin finally, horribly, had an idea who had games. Games didn't sound like Eddie's style. But Griffin knew another man, a young man with an even younger face who loved to play games, who also sent notes and made phone calls, except they never declared his innocence. A man who had spent 2 days now claiming insider knowledge and had even graciously sent Griffin a note welcoming him to the case. And then Griffin was back to thinking about that stupid DNA, the only evidence that had pointed at Eddie Como. DNA that was supposed to have been washed away by Berkeley and Johnson's disposable douche with country flowers. Except, what's the worst thing a detective could do? Make an assumption. And what was the major assumption they had all made? That the douche had been used in an attempt to remove DNA from the scene. Son of a bitch. The final pieces started clicking into place, and for a moment, Griffin was so mad he couldn't speak. What's going on? Waters was asking on the other end of the phone. Who? Who? Fitz was saying beside him. What day was the first reported rape? Griffin asked harshly. When was Meg Pesaturo attacked? 11 April, last year, Fitz replied. Why? What do you know? April 11th, 5 months after David Price's November arrest. 5 months after Griffin's little meltdown. It seemed impossible, and yet he's playing us. What do you want to do? Mike asked on the other end of the line. Who? What? Fitz was still parroting wildly. The guy who saw this coming. Griffin closed his eyes. The guy who somehow knows more about this case than we do. Who saw this coming? Fitz pleaded. David, Griffin said quietly. My good old sexual sadist neighbor, David Price. Chapter 31. Price. Griffin was dialing his cell phone and navigating his way furiously through tiny Providence streets to the I-95 on-ramp, while Fitz clutched the dashboard and continued cursing colorfully under his breath. Jillian answered the phone, and Griffin immediately started talking. Jillian, I need you to tell me something, and I need you to be honest. Griffin, good morning to you too? I know you're angry with the police, he interrupted steadily. I know you think we failed your sister, and I know you haven't had a lot of incentive to cooperate with us. But I need your help now. I need you to tell me if you ever met a man named David Price. And don't lie, Jillian. This is deadly serious. Silence. He gripped the wheel tighter, wondering what that silence meant, and wishing that his stomach wasn't beginning to turn queasily while the ringing picked up in his ears. Breathe deep. Release. 18 months of hard work. Don't lose sight of the ball now. The name sounds familiar, Jillian said finally. Wait a minute. Wasn't he your neighbor? Griffin, what is this about? Did your sister ever mention his name? No, not at all. Ever get any correspondence? Maybe something in the mail? No. Wait a minute. There was a muffled clunk as she moved the receiver from her ear. Then he heard her voice shout out, "Toppy, have you ever received anything from someone named David Price? Check with Mom." Another muffled thunk. Then Jillian was back on the line. They both say no. Griffin, you arrested him, right? You sent him to jail. A long time ago. Why are you asking about him now? Griffin ignored her question and instead asked one of his own. What are your plans for the day? I told Mom I would take her to see Trish, Griffin. Don't. I want you to stay close to home, or better yet, load up Toppy and your mom and take them to the Narragansett house. I'll arrange for a pair of uniforms to meet you there. Did he get out of jail? Jillian asked quietly. No. But you're targeting him. Is he involved in all this? Did David Price somehow hurt my sister? That's what I'm trying to find out. Any word on Carol? I was just about to call the hospital. I should send uniforms there as well, he muttered out loud, then wished he hadn't. Jillian's voice grew even more somber on the other end of the line. Something's happened, hasn't it? Something bad? I'll be in touch, Griffin told her. And Jillian, be careful. He flipped shut his phone, mostly because he didn't know what else to say, or maybe because he did know what he wanted to say, and now was not the time or place, especially with Fitz sitting red-faced and haggard beside him. He took the on-ramp for 95 South, headed for the ACI, and simultaneously tossed his cell phone to Fitz. You're up! Fitz dialed the Pesaturo residence. 30 seconds later, they both heard Meg's mother pick up the phone. Detective Fitzpatrick here, Fitz said roughly, then cleared his throat. I need to speak to Miss Pesaturo, please. Detective Fitzpatrick, Meg's mother said warmly. How are you this morning? Fitz kept his tone gruff. Mrs. Pesaturo, I need to speak with Meg. Lori Pesaturo faltered. From the driver's seat, Griffin could hear the confusion in her staticky voice as she asked Fitz to wait one moment. It was several more minutes, however, before she was back on the line. I'm sorry, she said stiffly. Meg seems to have stepped out. She's not home? Not at the moment. Do you know where she is? An even stiffer reply. Not at the moment. Fitz cut to the chase. Mrs. Pesaturo, have you ever heard the name David Price? A pause. Detective, what is this about? Please, just answer the question, ma'am. Do you know, or have you ever known a man named David Price? No. Meg has never mentioned his name, not that I recall. Has he ever sent anything to your home? Perhaps called? If he had done that, Lori Pesaturo said crisply, then I would know the name, wouldn't I? Now I'm asking you again, Detective, what is this about? I would like you to find Meg, Mrs. Pesaturo. I'd like you to keep her close to home today. In fact, it might not be a bad time for your husband to take a day off, spend the afternoon with his family. Perhaps you could all pay Uncle Vinny a visit, something like that. Detective, it's just a precaution, Fitz added quietly, another pause. And then, all right, Detective, thank you for calling. Will you call again? I hope to touch base again this afternoon, ma'am. Thank you, we would appreciate that. Find Meg, Fitz repeated, and then they were turning into the vast facility that comprised the ACI. Griffin found the red brick admin building that housed the prison's Special Investigation Unit as well as the State Police's ACI unit. He turned the car into a parking space, cut the ignition. He no longer looked at Fitz. He was focusing on the growing tension in his shoulders, that steadily building ringing in his ears. Breathe deep, release. Breathe deep, release. Hey, Griffin, baby, you think this is bad? Let me tell you about your wife. Fitz got out of the car. After another moment, Griffin followed suit. The ACI campus spreads out over 400 acres of land, with brick towers and barbed wire fence visible from the freeway. The facility is actually half a dozen buildings nestled among half a dozen other government institutions. Nearly 4,000 inmates reside in the ACI at any given time, and they generate enough internal and external complaints to employ 6 ACI special investigators and 2 state detectives full-time. The special investigators are the first responders, handling all inmate-to-inmate complaints. In situations, however, where there are criminal charges, serious assault, murder for hire, drug trafficking, etc., the state police are brought in to lead the inquiry. In between these cases, the state detectives spend their time receiving calls from various inmates looking to flip on various other inmates in return for various considerations. The detectives get plenty of calls. Very few of them, though, ever lead to anything. That's what Griffin had been hoping for when he'd first learned of David Price's outreach. Now Griffin wasn't so sure anymore. Corporal Charpentier met Griffin and Fitz in the lobby of the admin building, then led them down the one flight of stairs to the state's basement office. Griffin immediately wrinkled his nose at the stale air, while Fitz actually recoiled. I know, Charpentier said. In theory, the building is now asbestos-free. As the people actually inhaling, however, he let the rest of the thought trail off. Griffin and Fitz got the picture. They were also both getting a headache. Charpentier came to the end of the hall, opened the door, and led them into a tiny office. 2 desks were set up face to face, topped with computer terminals, manila folders, and a variety of paperwork. The remainder of the cramped space was taken up by 2 desk chairs and a wall of gunmetal gray filing cabinets. No cheery office plants here, just cream-painted cinder-block walls, gray industrial carpet, and dim yellow lights. Police officers led such glamorous lives. They're bringing him down to the rear hall, Charpentier said, taking a seat and gesturing for them to do the same. They need another 10 minutes? All right, Griffin said. He didn't sit. He didn't want anyone to see that his body was beginning to twitch. Personally, I don't think he knows jack shit, Charpentier added, then gave Griffin an appraising look. How is he adapting? Griffin asked. Better than you'd think, Charpentier leaned back, shrugged. He's young, he's small, he's a convicted pedophile. Frankly, he's got jail bitch written all over him. But I don't know. I heard this story from one of the corrections officers. 6 guys surrounded David Price in the prison showers. We're going to give him a little prison indoctrination, show him the way this place works for small, flabby-muscled baby killers. Then David started talking, and talking and talking and talking. The guards were running to the scene, of course, expecting to find carnage, and David Price was now surrounded by 6 laughing guys, not hitting him, not pummeling him, but slapping him merrily on the back. Basically, in 3 minutes or less, he'd turned them into 6 gigantic, brand-new friends. Charpentier shook his head. I don't get it myself, but in another year he'll be running the place, the world's smallest prison warlord. He's good with people, Griffin said. Charpentier nodded, then slowly leaned forward. His gaze went from Griffin to Fitz to Griffin again. You want to hear something wild? Assaults in Maximum have doubled since David was assigned there. I was just looking at the stats again this morning. Code Blue nearly every day for the last 9 months. It's been open season over there, and the only new variable I can see is a man who could still buy his clothes from Garanimals. You think he's responsible? Fitz said bluntly. Charpentier shrugged. We can't prove anything. The guys always have their reasons for why they did what they did, but David talks a lot, all the time. He's like some friggin' politician working the yard, passing notes along the cell block, and the next thing you know, we'll have trouble, a lot of trouble. Guys ending up in the infirmary impaled with sharp metal objects kind of trouble. I don't know what the hell Price says or does, but there's something scary about him. He's very good with people, Griffin said again. Let me tell you about your wife. The corporal's phone rang. He picked it up. All right, they're ready for us. ACI's Maximum Security Building, aka Old Max, is a singularly impressive building. Built in 1878 from thick gray stone, the 3-story structure is dominated by a gigantic white-painted center dome. In the old days, a light would burn in that dome, green light if everything was okay, red light if something was wrong. The folks in Providence would then send a horse and buggy to check things out. The prison also boasts one of the oldest working mechanical systems in the nation. Most prisons are electronic these days. Push a button to buzz open cell door A or cell block B. Old Max still has working levers for operating the thick steel doors. The inmates probably don't appreciate these things, but it lights a fire under the history buffs. Mostly, Old Max has sheer charisma. The thick stone walls look like prison walls. The heavy steel-constructed 6x8 cells, stacked 3 tiers high and 33 cells long, look like prison cells. The black-painted steel doors groaning open in front of you, snapping shut behind you, sound like prison doors. The steady assault of odors, sweat, urine, fresh paint, ammonia, bow, smell like prison odors, and the rest of the sounds, men shouting, TVs blaring, metal clinking, radios crackling, water running, men pissing, sound like prison sounds. Tens of thousands of men have passed through these gates in the past 100 years. Rapists, murderers, drug lords, mafiosi, thieves. If these walls could talk, it wouldn't be words at all, it would be screams. Griffin and Fitz signed in at the reception area. Civilians were required to pass through a metal detector. As members of law enforcement, however, they got to skip that honor, and they and Corporal Charpentier were immediately buzzed through a pair of gates into the main control area. Security was still tight. They had to wait for the gate to close behind them. Then a corrections officer who sat in an enclosed booth gestured for Griffin and Fitz to drop their badges into a metal swivel tray. The officer rotated the tray around to him, inspected the IDs, nodded once, dropped in 2 red visitors' passes, and swiveled the tray back around. Only after Griffin and Fitz had fastened the visitors' passes to their shirts did the white-painted steel gate in front of them slowly slide back and allow them to proceed into the bullpen. There they stood again, waiting for the gate to close behind them before a new set of gates opened in front of them. Then they had finally officially arrived into the rear hall of Old Mac's. Half a dozen guards sat around the red-tiled, white-painted space. Directly to the left was the door leading to the left wing of cells. Ahead of that was the lieutenant's office, where 2 corrections officers were monitoring the bank of security cameras. Straight ahead was the corridor leading to the cafeteria, and to the right was a visiting room, used by corrections officers for official business. Today, David Price sat shackled inside. 2 other corrections officers sat outside. They looked up at Griffin, nodded once, then made a big show of looking away. Did they think he was going to attack the kid again? Was this their way of saying that if he did, they didn't care? It sounded like Price had been keeping the whole facility hopping, whether the officers could prove anything or not. Even in maximum, inmates got a good 8 hours a day outside their cell, eating, working, seeing visitors, hanging in the yard, etc. In other words, plenty of opportunities to mingle with other inmates and plenty of time to cause trouble. This place really was too good for Price. Corporal Charpentier opened the door. Griffin and Fitz followed him in sitting in a tan prison-issued jumpsuit. David Price didn't look like much. He never had, really. At 5'8", 150 pounds, he wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Light brown hair, deep brown eyes, a softly rounded face that made him look 17 when he was really closer to 32. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly. A nice young man. That's how women would classify him. Maybe that's even what Cindy had said, that first day he'd stopped by. "Hey, Griffin, come meet our new neighbor, David Price. So what's a nice young kid like you doing living in a place like this?" David Price was smiling at him. "You look good," Price said. He didn't seem to notice either Corporal Charpentier or Detective Fitz. They were irrelevant to the matters at hand. Griffin understood this. Probably they did too. God, please keep him from killing David Price. David was still smiling. A nice, friendly smile. The kind a kid might give his older brother. That was Price's thing. He never challenged directly, particularly larger men. He'd play the sidekick, the loyal student, the good friend. He'd be respectful but never gushing, complimentary but never insincere. And at first you simply dismissed him, but then he kind of grew on you, and the next thing you knew, you were looking forward to his company, even eager for his praise, and things started to shift. Until it was never really clear anymore who was in charge and who was the sidekick, but you didn't think about it much anyway, because it seemed as if you were doing what you wanted to do, even if you didn't really remember wanting to do those kinds of things before. Men liked David. He was the perfect, unassuming friend. Women liked David. He was the ideal, non-threatening male companion. Children liked David. He was the favorite uncle they never had. "Man, Griffin should have just killed him when he had the chance. Have you replaced Cindy yet?" David asked conversationally. "Or is no other woman good enough? I imagine it can't be that easy to find another soulmate." "Shut the fuck up," Fitz snarled. "Tell us about Sylvia Blair," Griffin said. He pulled out a chair but didn't take a seat. David cocked his head to the side. He wasn't ready for business yet. Griffin hadn't thought that he would be. "I miss having dinners at your house, you know. I used to love watching the two of you together. Cindy and Griffin, Griffin and Cindy, gave me faith that there was something worthwhile in life. I hope someday I get to fall in love like that too. What's his name? Hey now, Griff, that's sorta rude, don't you think? I want the name of the man who raped and murdered Sylvia Blair. Griffin placed his hands on the table and leaned forward pointedly. David merely smiled again and held up his shackled hands. Hey now, no need to get physical, Griff. I'm quite helpless. Can't you see? Another one of those goddamn sugary smiles. Griffin's voice rose in spite of himself. Give me the name. Instead, David looked at Fitz. You don't look the type to bail a guy out, he said, matter-of-factly. Now, Mike Waters, he was a guy. Leapt forward and took the hit, so to speak. And your buddy Griff here, he can pack a punch. Have you ever seen the pictures of Mike's face? The kid let out a low whistle. You would have thought he'd gone 10 rounds with Tyson. I imagine he got some first-rate plastic surgery when all was said and done, and probably at taxpayer expense. You might want to bear that in mind, Mr. Providence Detective. You look like you could use a little plastic surgery or at least some liposuction here and there. And there and here say, I don't suppose French fries are your favorite food or anything. Give us the fucking name, Fitz snarled. David sighed. Blatant hostility had always bored him. He returned to Griffin. I thought you'd at least write. You're going to tell us what you know, Griffin said quietly. We both know that you will. Otherwise, you can't have any fun. Did you get my letters? Griffin shut up. He should have done this sooner. For David to play his game, he had to have input, take away your participation, and there was nothing left for him to manipulate. No more happy reindeer games, no more jolly schoolboy fun. It's not so bad in here, you know, David said, switching strategies. Food's actually pretty good. I gather the fuckers in charge have figured out it's best to make sure the animals in the zoo are well fed. Keeps us from sharpening our fangs on one another, or maybe on them. I'm learning inner peace through quality time in a lotus position, and wouldn't you know it, I have a natural gift for carpentry. I know, I'll make you a table, Griff. Carve your initials in the base, for old time's sake. Come on, any size. Fitz opened his mouth. Griffin shot him a look, and the detective frowned but fell silent. Ooh, just like a trained seal, David said. He was smiling joyfully, all smooth round cheeks and big brown eyes. Back with his favorite kind of audience, he was happy. He was horrible. Jesus Christ, he looked like he was barely 16. Who raped and murdered Sylvia Blair? Griffin said quietly. Eddie Como. How did you meet? Griff, buddy. I never met Eddie. That's what I keep saying. It's his roommate, Jimmy Woods. We've spent some time together here in good old Max. I'm not interested in your patsy, David. I want to know about the real College Hill rapist. Tell me, which one of you thought of the douche? For the first time, Price faltered. He disguised it well, recovering swiftly and smiling again. On his lap, however, his fingers were beginning to fidget with his shackles. You like this case, don't you, Griffin? It's complicated, clever. You always appreciated that. Which one of the 3 women do you think hired Eddie Como's assassin? Or was it a member of their families? Personally, I got my money on the cold one. What's her name?
Oh yeah, Jillian Hayes.
David, you have 10 seconds to say something useful, or we're all walking out that door. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I know who the real College Hill rapist is, Griffin shrugged. I don't believe you. 5, 4, 3. Hey, don't be too hasty, man. Haven't all those months of therapy taught you anything? Slow it down. Take it easy. It wasn't my idea to yank your chain. He came to me. Griffin finally paused. The College Hill rapist came to you? Yeah, sure. Griffin already knew he was lying. Why? I don't know. Maybe he heard about my rep. Maybe he just desired a decent conversationalist. I can't read some guy's fucking mind, but he came to me and we talked about a few things. How to commit a crime. We both had an interest. How to fuck with the police. David Price smiled. Oh yeah, we both had an interest. Congratulations, Price. Fitz spoke up. You just became an accessory to multiple rapes and murders. Now you're gonna have to keep talking just to save your dumbass hide. David shot the detective a look of disdain. Save my ass from what? The life in prison I'm already serving? Hey, buddy, haven't you heard about me? I'm the guy who befriends little kids on the playground. I hand them some candy, I push them on the swings, and then I take them home, down into my soundproofed basement, where I strip off their cute little clothes and— You still haven't said anything new yet, Griffin said. 3, 2, 1. He puts Como's little swimmers into each douche. Fuck it, David, I told you that! It was my idea, David said seriously. That DNA is troubling stuff. Hell, that's why I had to bury my pretty treats. Let decomposition do its nasty work. And then it occurred to me, DNA so likes to be up there in those deep, dark places. Why not let it have its way, man? Why not go with the flow? Don't hide DNA, own it, man. Bring it to the fucking game. Griffin stood up. Thanks for repeating my own theory back to me. You're a shithead, David. Always have been, always will be. Griffin headed for the door. And behind him, David Price said he knew Eddie Como. Eddie probably didn't know him, but he met the great Eddie Como, met him one afternoon probably for no more than 10 minutes, just enough time for poor dumb Eddie to mention that he worked for the blood center. After that, my friend, his fate was sealed. The College Hill rapist had his man. Griffin turned slowly. He stalked Eddie Como. He did his homework. And what? Stole old condoms out of Eddie's trash can. David had that sly look back on his face. I won't answer that. But it is the key question, isn't it? How do you steal a man's mambo-jambo? It's not like we lose track of it. I don't believe you. What's so hard to believe, Griff? That I'd help someone attack young college co-eds? Or that you still can't do a thing to stop us? You got a serial rapist on the loose, Detective Sergeant Roan Griffin? Someone who looks like Eddie Como, sounds like Eddie Como, and tests as Eddie Como. In other words, you have absolutely no fucking idea who he really is. So you sit down and you listen up, because I do know his goddamn name and you're gonna give me something for it. You're gonna give me whatever I want, or you'll get to see my face on the 5 o'clock news, telling the frightened public how some overpumped, overranked state trooper is willfully disregarding critical evidence which could stop the bastard murdering their precious daughters. Now, how do you like that? Griffin came forward. Then he took another step, and another step. Breathe deep, part of his mind said. The rest of him didn't give a flying fuck. His hands were fisted, his muscles were tensed, and his face was mean. He should have killed David that day. He should have pounded his own friends into the ground just so he could have gotten to David and ripped off his too cute, too smart, lying head. You're not getting out, he said harshly. No matter what you say, you're not getting out. College co-eds are dying. 10 kids are dead. I can guarantee you a new body by tonight. Count on it. And I can guarantee you a transfer to Supermax. No more carpentry classes, yoga, or cafeteria hours. Just the rest of your life, rotting alone in a 6x8 cell. Do you want to punish me, Detective Sergeant, or do you want to stop the man preying on pretty brunettes? Think carefully before you answer. The parents of all the College Hill rapists' future victims breathlessly await your reply. You little fucker, Fitz snarled. Impatiently, David cut him off. 6 o'clock, he said crisply, eyes on Griffin's face. Standard hardship leave for 3 hours. I get to have street clothes, you get to put me in shackles. I get to go into the outside world, you get to supervise. That's the deal. No. Oh yes, or I go straight to the press and tell them that the same detective who tried to break my face 18 months ago now won't protect their precious little girls out of spite. Think about it, man. You don't deal with me, and another girl dies. You don't deal with me, and the public will eat you for dinner. David glanced at the overhead clock. It's 10 a.m. now. You have until noon to decide. We don't make deals with pedophiles. Sure you do. You make deals with whoever has the fucking information. Now ask the question, Griff. Come on, man. Ask me what you really need to know. David leaned forward. He stared up at Griffin with that wide, beaming smile, that round choir boy face. You didn't hurt her, Griffin said abruptly. David Price blinked. You like to think you did, but you didn't. Cindy was better than you, David. Let's face it. She was better than me. Ask the goddamn question, David barked. Why do you want a 3-hour leave, you little psychopathic shit? David finally sat back. For the first time since the interview started, he appeared satisfied. He glanced at Fitz, he glanced at Charpentier, and then he looked at Griffin. I want to see my daughter. No prison suits, no interview rooms. Just her and I face to face. It's probably the only time I'm ever going to see her, so I want it to be good. Let's face it, man, her grandparents are never bringing her here. Her grandparents? Tom and Laurie Pezzaturo. Or didn't Meg tell you? Molly Pezzaturo is my kid. See, I didn't kill all the little girls, Griff. Some I let breed. 5 minutes later, Griffin, Fitz, and Charpentier were back in the parking lot. They were all taking in huge lungfuls of crisp, outside air. Later, they would shower until their skin was raw. He doesn't get out, Griffin said flatly. Not at 6 p.m., not at any time, not for 3 hours, not for any hours. The man doesn't get out, period. Griffin's arms were moving on their own volition, his left leg twitching, ears ringing. Yeah, ringing. Fuck it all, he might as well go crackers. Insanity was probably what it took to deal with the likes of David Price. He turned on Charpentier. I want lists, lots of lists. Names of anyone who visited, wrote, called David Price. Names of all the inmates who could have come into contact with David in any way, shape, or form. Names of all known friends, families, and associates of said inmates, especially those with a criminal past. And then I want a list of which of those inmates have recently been released. Got it? It's going to take some time, Charpentier said grimly. You have 2 hours. Commandeer whatever resources you need. Charpentier nodded. He got into his car and headed for his dank basement office. That left Griffin and Fitz alone in the parking lot. He doesn't get out, Griffin said again. We'll work on it. He doesn't get out. Then find the fucking rapist. Then I fucking will. Griffin thumped the top of his Ford Taurus. Fitz pounded it right back. Griffin yanked open the driver's side door. He's got a plan. No shit. He's thought of this. Set it all in motion. Don't be deceived by those peach-fuzzed cheeks. He doesn't give a rat's ass about his daughter. He has something else in mind. You think? He doesn't get out, Griffin said again. Not now, not ever. But as they pulled out of the maximum security parking lot, they both saw the white Channel 10 news van roll in. Chapter 32. Molly Fitz drove. Griffin worked the phone and he dialed Waters first. Here's the deal. David Price is claiming he knows who the real College Hill rapist is, and he'll give us that information in return for a personal visit with his long-lost daughter, Molly Pesaturo. We have 2 hours to decide. Huh. No kidding. Look, are you still in Cranston? Trolling the bars as we speak? Perfect. Get a picture of Tanya Clemente. Fuck Eddie Como. Start shopping her picture around. Tanya's picture? You think the loyal girlfriend is in on this? Half of everything David says is a lie, but he's right about one thing. Eddie Como was innocent. The real College Hill rapist set him up, used him as a patsy to commit the perfect serial crime. Now, to do that, the real rapist had to get Eddie's semen from somewhere. Tanya's the logical place to start. She conspired against the father of her child. $50 million lawsuit, Mike. Think about it. All she has to do is sacrifice one guy, then she and Eddie Jr. Never have to worry about anything ever again. Well, when you put it that way, Waters said. Yeah. Now remember, you got 2 hours. Have fun. Griffin hit end, then promptly dialed the next number. 30 seconds later, he had Sergeant Napoleon on the phone. Sergeant, I'm calling on behalf of Detective Fitzpatrick. He'd like you to run a few tests. Uh-oh, Napoleon said. Griffin pretended he hadn't heard him. Detective Fitzpatrick has brilliantly deduced the source of the Eddie Como DNA. He believes Como's semen was injected into the rape victims via the douche. What do you think? There was a moment of silence. Fitz was rolling his eyes at the thick praise. Then Napoleon said, Well, shit on a stick, that makes some sense. It could be done? Sure. You inject the semen into the douche, give the douche a little shake, then expel the contents into the body cavities. The resulting linen stains, vaginal swabs, etc., would test the same as if the douche was being used to flush the semen out. Of course, that assumes the rapist did use a condom, otherwise we'd pick up a second DNA sample as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he used a condom. You still have the douchebags in evidence? Well, you know, us Providence detectives, every now and then we do practice proper evidence handling and storage. Really? Huh. Well, so much for that rumor. Okay, so you could test the inside contents of the bag, right? If there's a DNA sample inside the douche, then definitely. Oh yeah, I'll look into it. For Detective Fitz, of course. One last question. You said the semen sample would have to be fresh for it to test positive for spermatozoa? What about if it had been frozen? You mean frozen at time of ejaculation, then thawed at time of use? Okay. Sure, Napoleon answered promptly. As long as the semen sample was frozen within 72 hours, the spermatozoa would be preserved until thawed again. Sperm banks do it all the time. Then Napoleon got the full implication. Ooh, he said, how interesting. And the dead come back to life. And the dead come back to life, Griffin agreed blackly, then muttered, even from beyond the grave. Thanks, Sergeant. Fitz'll be in touch. He flipped shut his phone just in time for Fitz to say, We're in Cranston? Meg or Tanya? Who do you want to hit first? Meg, Griffin said immediately. I want to give Detective Waters time to complete his inquiry into Tanya's social life. With any luck, he'll provide the ammo, then we'll go in for the kill. Fitz glanced over at him somberly. Have I told you lately that I love you? No, but just for that, I'll let you go after her first. Ah, I just love this job. Come 2 hours. Remember that, Fitz? Remember that? Griffin and Fitz pulled in front of the Pesaturo house shortly before 10:30, already down to an hour and a half, and they'd barely made progress. Why, then? Griffin thought. Was he surprised to knock on the Pesaturos' door and have Jillian Hayes answer it? Sergeant, she started. He didn't give her time to finish. He shouldered past her and stormed down the tiny hall toward the back family room as Fitz followed suit. I want to speak with Meg now. She's not here, Jillian called out behind them, scrambling to catch up. Where is she? Griffin burst into the family room. Meg's parents, Tom and Lori, were sitting side by side on the sofa. Tom appeared sullen. Lori had her arms wrapped protectively around Molly and had obviously been crying. Sitting opposite them were Toppy and Libby Hayes. One big happy family. Christ, just what he and Fitz needed. He whirled on Jillian, who was apparently the only speaking member of the party. Where's Meg? He demanded again. We don't know. You lost her? She. We don't know. Griffin thought of a word, remembered that Molly was in the room, and bit it back. He homed in on the Pesaturos, jerking his head at their granddaughter. Get her out of the room. I don't really think, Lori started vaguely. Get her out of the room. I'll do it. Toppy stood, crossing over to take Molly's hand, but not before giving Griffin a reproachful look. He glared right back at her. No more friendly Sergeant Griffin. Friendly Sergeant Griffin had gotten royally screwed. Now it was time to put the fear of God into these folks. You, he gestured at Jillian, who had her chin up and her feet planted for battle. If you want to remain in this room, I am a guest of the Pesaturos. They asked me to come here. If you want to remain in this room, probably because they knew you were going to be pig-headed and hostile about this, I will arrest you for obstruction of justice. She snorted. Oh, get over it. We're all worried about Meg. Jillian, sit down and shut up. The Pesaturos have some talking to do, and unless you're their attorney, I don't want to hear a single peep out of you. Jillian gave him a look. But after another moment, she crossed stiffly to the wingback chair next to her mother. She sat down. She seemed to shut up, just in time for Libby Hayes to stick out her tongue at him. Oh, for heaven's sake, you! Griffin stabbed his finger at Tom because he couldn't keep yelling while looking at Lori Pesaturo's tear-stained face. Start talking. It was a long time ago. We didn't think it was relevant. Your daughter had a relationship with a known pedophile, and you didn't think it was relevant? The man's behind bars, no thanks to you, and not in another few hours. Tom fell silent. All at once, his massive shoulders slumped. He appeared miserable. I swear to God, Sergeant, we didn't know. We never dreamed of a connection until you called. Oh God, Meg. Griffin and Fitz gave him a moment. Griffin needed to count to 10 anyway. So much ringing in his ears, he knew if he looked down now, his hands would be shaking. If he tried to sit, his knee would jog up and down with a mind of its own. Reel it in, whatever these people had done, they were suffering for it now, and he needed to play it cool a little longer. Maybe if you started from the beginning. Jillian spoke up quietly. She had obviously been briefed on the situation, and she was gazing at Tom and Lori compassionately. Griffin resented that. He didn't know why, but he did. Meg was only 13, Lori murmured. We had no idea, none at all. Not until I found her one day, curled up weeping on the bathroom floor. She'd just taken a pregnancy test and it was positive. We didn't even know she was dating. How did Meg meet Price? Fitz asked. Griffin turned toward Tom, though he already knew the answer. His former next-door neighbor, the electrician. Work, Tom said predictably. We were on the same job, wiring a new CVS. He was such a nice kid. I remember thinking that, what a nice kid. Did good work, too. And he mentioned one day that he didn't have any family. Parents were dead, I don't remember why, and I felt kinda bad for him. He couldn't have been more than 24, 25. So I started inviting him over for dinner. He was always so polite, Lori murmured. She couldn't seem to get over that. Please, thank you, yes ma'am, even helped with the dishes. She finally looked up. I knew Meg had a crush on him. He was a nice-looking young man, and of course at 13, she was beginning to notice that sort of thing. But I thought of it as a schoolgirl's crush, the kind you have on your father's hired hand, or the bag boy at the grocery store. She was still so young. I never imagined. You never saw them together? Fitz again. Both shook their heads. Never, Tom said. She snuck out at night. I didn't even know she'd think of doing such a thing. I'm sure he must have suggested it to her. I'm telling you, she'd never been a problem. She was a good girl, got good grades. Oh, Meg. So you found out she was pregnant, Griffin fast-forwarded. She tell you he was the father? She was upset, Lori said. She told us everything. Did you confront him? Tom made a small, uncomfortable motion that led Griffin to understand there had been a confrontation, but it hadn't involved much talking. Tom's fists and David's face, however, had spent some quality time together. Griffin understood completely. If Meg was only 13, Fitz said, that's statutory rape. Why didn't you file a report? Get the kid arrested? Tom and Lori exchanged miserable glances. We were embarrassed, Lori said softly. Meg was humiliated and frightened and confused and heartbroken. She seemed to think she really loved him. According to her, he'd even proposed marriage. She took a deep breath, got herself together. It all seemed a horrible mistake. We hadn't been paying enough attention. Meg didn't show good judgment. Going to the police would just bring it all out in the open and make things worse. You have to understand, we didn't know David had done this kind of thing before, or have the wildest idea what he'd go on to do next. Seducing a 13-year-old girl isn't right, but still, we never would have guessed. She looked at Griffin earnestly. Please, you have to believe us. We never would have guessed. You covered it up, Griffin said bluntly, harshly. She wanted forgiveness from him? What about the 10 other families David had victimized? I have relatives, Lori whispered. Upstate New York. We sent her there for the duration. I started telling people I was pregnant, and then when the time came, we had a beautiful baby girl. We love her, Sergeant. She looked up earnestly. The circumstances were horrible, but Molly is perfect. I have been proud to have her as my daughter, and we've been saying that for so long. As far as I'm concerned, she is my daughter, and I will do anything in my power to protect her. He wants to see her, Griffin said. No. Price has information on the College Hill rapist. In fact, we're coming to believe that he helped create the College Hill rapist and set this whole thing in motion. Eddie Como is dead, Jillian said firmly from across the room. Griffin pivoted and glared at her. Yeah, but he's not who raped and murdered your sister. There was silence. Even Libby's hands were perfectly still on her picture book. How to absorb, what to say. Griffin and Fitz had had more time with the thought than the others, and they were still reeling themselves. Fitz finally spoke up. We got DNA results back from Sylvia Blair. They match Eddie's? What? Jillian again, her face still pale, her voice bewildered. But that's impossible. We're working on the assumption that Eddie's DNA was introduced as a red herring at the rape scenes. The douches were not being used to wash semen out, but to inject semen into the body cavity. Fitz paused for a moment. He said out loud without seeming to realize it, well, that would explain why Eddie was so willing to give a DNA sample. Poor bastard honestly thought he hadn't done it. But the notes, Jillian insisted. All those phone calls and letters, he harassed us. Claiming his innocence, Griffin said. Wouldn't you if you were behind bars for a series of crimes you knew you didn't commit? Her mouth worked. But that tape, she said finally, firmly. The tape he sent me on Friday, that was threatening. And the letter to Carol's house. All that I'll get you from beyond the grave. What was that all about? Do you know they came from Eddie? I? Well, she frowned. The tape that contained his picture, a video file, right? Of a man whose image has been broadcast all over TV for nearly 12 months. Griffin looked at her. She closed her eyes. It could be faked, she whispered. Part of the setup. In the interesting but true department, the first time you mentioned the tape, I thought immediately of David Price. It sounded like something he would do. Oh my God! Jillian covered her mouth with her hand. Poor Eddie Como. Oh, that poor man. I don't understand. Tom Pesaturo spoke up. You're saying this was all done by some other guy? It's the theory of the day. Well, who the hell is he? If we knew that, Mr. Pesaturo, we wouldn't be here right now. But David Price is helping this guy? It would appear that way. Why? To get out of prison, Mr. Pesaturo, to return to the real world where he can rape and murder small children. Why do you think? No. Laurie's voice shot up. Her face was wild. You can't let him. You can't let him out. Griffin just shrugged. He says it's the only way. We have a sexual sadist predator running around who, for all intents and purposes, is Eddie Como. We don't have prints. We don't have DNA. We don't even have a description. And according to David Price, the real College Hill rapist will kill another girl by tonight, unless we let David have a 3-hour hardship leave to visit your granddaughter. Griffin turned abruptly on Tom. For God's sake, Mr. Pesaturo, why didn't you and Vinny kill the little prick when you had the chance? He impregnated your 13-year-old daughter. That wasn't enough for you? We didn't know. Tom was positively moaning. And Meg was so confused, believing that she really loved him. I worried about what it would do to her if he suddenly disappeared. Then after his arrest, when we all learned what he was really like, Meg locked herself in her room and cried until she was sick. Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, had horrible nightmares. We just wanted to get her through, so we vowed never to mention his name again. We would pretend it had never happened. David was going away after all. The papers said he'd never get out, never see the light of day. We started lying, Laurie murmured. And in our lie there was no David Price. There was just Molly, our new daughter. Everything was so nice that way. So much easier to believe. Well, welcome back to the real world, Mrs. Pesaturo, where there is a monster named David Price, and he probably is working hand in hand with a serial rapist. Why do you think Meg was the College Hill rapist's first victim? Tom moaned again. David wanted revenge after what he did to Meg. He wanted revenge. Yeah, Mr. Pesaturo. And knowing Price, he's just getting started. Chapter 33. Jillian, Sergeant Griffin, and Detective Fitz went upstairs to look through Meg's room for any hint of where she might have gone, while Tom and Laurie remained sitting in the family room, their bodies drained, their faces shell-shocked. It's going to be all right, Jillian said firmly. The police are starting to make genuine progress now. It's going to be all right? Meg, Laurie whispered. We'll find her. She probably just ran out to do some errands, maybe grab some lunch. But that didn't sound like Meg, and Jillian knew it. Conscientious Meg always told her parents where she was going. Cautious Meg never spent much time out alone. He can't see Molly, Tom muttered. Can't, just can't. It's going to be all right, Jillian repeated. Everything will work out fine. She turned to her mother. Mom, maybe you can show Tom some more pictures from your singing days. I need to go upstairs and talk to Sergeant Griffin. Her mother tapped her left finger somberly, a soldier accepting her mission. The look on her face made Jillian's heart tighten in her chest. She gave Libby's hand a quick, reassuring squeeze. Funny how in the last 24 hours, Jillian felt that she had finally taken the first step forward with her life. Funny how in the last 24 hours it would appear that Griffin had taken at least 3 steps back. There was an air about him now. A crackle of barely concealed anger. If he stood in front of a punching bag, she thought, he would easily tear it to shreds. And then he would stomp on the torn, tortured bits while the tendons corded in his neck, and the menace in him grew and grew and grew. He'd said he'd tried to kill David Price the day of his arrest. 2 fellow detectives had gotten in Griffin's way. Seeing his fury now, she wondered how they could have been so brave, and she wondered what those 2 men had looked like 5 minutes after the encounter. She squared her shoulders and headed up the stairs. She heard Detective Fitz's voice first. He was down the hall, apparently asking Toppy some questions in Molly's room. Jillian bypassed that door and headed to Meg's bedroom, where she found Griffin standing in front of Meg's small, white-painted desk. His powerful shoulders filled the window, blocking the light. In spite of herself, Jillian couldn't take another step forward. She remained in the doorway where she cleared her throat. He turned slowly, Meg's calendar held between his hands. This is an official police investigation, ma'am. Get out of the room. I'm not in the room. Jillian, he growled. Griffin, she replied, and now she did step forward. She came right up to him, where she could see that his hands were shaking, his blue eyes had turned jet black, and his jaw was set so tight he had to be grinding his teeth. They were just trying to protect their family, she told him quietly. Lori and Tom, they never meant anyone any harm. Tell that to the 10 other families. The mothers and fathers who had to file through the morgue looking at videotape because the real remains of their children were too gruesome for even seasoned professionals to see. Tell that to the detectives who went through peer counseling just to get those images out of their head. They didn't know, Griffin. Nobody knew. Isn't that why you're so angry? Because their mistake reminds you of your own, and that just pisses you off all over again. He literally snarled. She had never seen a human being do that before. He snarled at her, raw and savage, and in the depths of his rage, she also saw his pain. It gave her the courage to raise her hand and place it gently on his chest. It's different this time. It's going to be okay. How do you know? You've never met Price. You don't know just how much he enjoys a good game, and that's all this is to him, a game. Another way to pass the time until he gets his ass out of jail. Which I think he's going to do shortly after 6 this evening if I don't magically figure everything out. Jillian didn't say anything. What do you know, anyway? His tone picked up in hostility. You and your little survivors club. What a joke that name turned out to be. It's the Liars Club. That's what it is. Each one of you hoarding your precious little secrets, and in the meantime, real people are out there dying. Real people are getting hurt because you women won't tell the police everything. She still didn't speak. What do you even know about Meg, anyway? He went on relentlessly. According to her own parents, she once considered herself in love with a man who's a convicted serial killer. How do you know she isn't still in love? Ever think of that? Her rape was the least traumatic, hardly a bruise on her. You always considered her lucky, but maybe she was simply in cahoots with Price all along. Her rape was staged. Her amnesia is staged. She's part of Price's game, too, and right now she's off doing things to help good old Loverboy. No. No, you're sure? Absolutely. Positively sure? Yes. Why, Jillian? You suddenly have that much faith? And she replied firmly, I do. He closed his eyes. God damn it, he muttered hoarsely. I know, she whispered. I know she needs you, Griffin. I don't know where Meg is, but she's not helping David Price. She's not in cahoots with the College Hill rapist. She's a young girl who's already had 2 very bad breaks in life, first being seduced by a pedophile, then being attacked by a sexual predator. And maybe her rape was the least violent, but the police have said all along that's not uncommon for the first attack. The College Hill rapist used her as a trial run, and unfortunately for all of us, it went so well. He unfettered his anger even more. Also, based on what her parents just said, her total amnesia finally makes some sense. How is she supposed to remember the truth when her life doesn't have any? Her sister's really her daughter. Her first love is a perverted killer, and her parents are also grandparents. For God's sake, I can't even keep that all straight. He opened his eyes, peered at her curiously. You care for her that much, Jillian? Yes, she answered honestly, I do. He stepped away, placed the calendar back on the desk, and seemed to stare at the clean surface without seeing much. Was he thinking of David Price again? Except further back, to the days they had once been friends, it sounded as if he had genuinely liked David Price once. Maybe he had believed in him, too. How is Carol? He asked abruptly. The doctors took her off the respirator this morning. Apparently that's a positive sign her body is starting to recover. Of course, no one will know how much she will recover until we see how much she has recovered. Has she regained consciousness? No, Dan. They say he hasn't left her side. Probably can't, Griffin muttered. Minute, he leaves the hospital. Some of Vinny's boys are due to break his legs. I had a conversation with Vinny about that. He looked at her in surprise. Trying to save the world, Jillian. I protect what's mine, she said evenly. Though I have it from good sources that I can't protect everyone all of the time. I've decided, however, that it's still good to try. Besides, Libby asked me to. You bailed Dan out? Paid his debts at your mother's request? No. I convinced Uncle Vinny that my mother would consider it a huge favor if he forgave the rest of Dan's debt. Then she smiled at him, and that took care of that. Then I told him I would consider it a huge favor if he arranged it so Dan could never borrow money again. Vinny thought that was cruel, so naturally he liked the idea. She hesitated. Griffin. He looked at her. She took a deep breath. I know no one wants to say it, but what if negotiating with David Price is the best idea? No way. Please, Hear me out. You said yourself he knows the College Hill rapist's real identity. Are you sure of that? The man is a natural-born liar and a natural-born predator. So no, I'm not sure of anything. But you're taking his allegations seriously. He knew about the DNA, Griffin said curtly. He knew when we got the DNA analysis back on Sylvia Blair, it would point to Eddie Como. Plus, there's Meg. It's too much of a coincidence that the rapist's first victim would also be Price's first conquest. And there's me, of course, the detective who put David Price away and who is now leading the supposed College Hill rapist homicide investigation. Well, shit. Griffin's eyes widened. Of course, an assassination at the state courthouse. Hey, good news, everybody. 3 days later, I finally know why poor Eddie Como is dead. Why? To bring me in on the case, of course, because if Como dies at the courthouse, it's automatically state police jurisdiction. Griffin smiled bitterly. Leave it to David to send only the bloodiest invite to his party. Jillian closed her eyes. Oh God, she had never heard of a man as evil as David Price. It pained her then to say what she had to say next. She opened her eyes. She peered at Griffin intently, trying to get him to see the truth even if it hurt. So David Price must be involved, and if he does know the name of the College Hill rapist... Griffin, I know you don't want to deal with him. I know I would give anything to keep such a man away from Molly, but as you said, real people are dying out there. And if you're not any closer to knowing the real identity of the College Hill rapist... David only wants 3 hours, she whispered. Surely saving even one life is worth giving David Price 3 supervised hours on the outside. Won't you at least consider it? Griffin's hard-lined face was no longer mottled red. Instead, his expression went dangerously cold. The press is going to agree with you, he said softly, menacingly. The press is not always wrong. And the public will call the mayor. And the mayor will call the governor, and the governor will call my superintendent, and David Price will get his way. But you'll get the College Hill rapist? Do you really think so, Jillian? How will we know if the name Price gives us is the right one? How will we know it's not another patsy? And even if it is the right man, how will we build the case? We have no prints, no hair, no fiber, no DNA. We could arrest him today, only to let him go tomorrow. D'Amato is good. He'll come up with some sort of charge to buy you time. You can put things together. It worked before. When Providence arrested an innocent man, she lost some of her composure. Poor Eddie Como. The true impact of his innocence hadn't sunk in yet. She wasn't ready for it to sink in. She tried again. At least an arrest will start the ball rolling. Price has offered us nothing, Griffin argued quietly. It's what he does best. He gives you ashes, but makes it sound like prime rib. Face it, he's the perfect criminal for this day and age. Soundbite ready for network news and cable TV. Griffin, all those girls, those poor, poor girls. Griffin was silent. She thought maybe she'd finally gotten through to him, and then he started to speak. I'm going to tell you something, Jillian. Something very few people know. I'm going to tell you, and then I don't want you to mention it ever again. Do you agree? Jillian got a chill. She had a feeling she should say no. She had a feeling this is how it felt to make a deal with the devil. She nodded helplessly. 18 months ago, when we arrested David Price, I went down into the basement of his home. I saw 10 tiny mounds where he buried his victims beneath the dirt floor. I saw the mattress where he raped them, and I saw the paraphernalia he used to torture them. But I still didn't attack him. I called CIU to process the scene. I ordered him put into handcuffs, and I got on with the business at hand. This was a big arrest and a big case. We were all taking it very seriously. Griffin's eyes were locked on hers. Price started talking, making conversation really, as he stood there cuffed between Detectives Waters and O'Reilly. How he met the kids, how he kidnapped the kids, what he did to them. It was hard. We were professionals, but what he said, and so calmly too, it wore on you. But it was also incriminating, a bona fide confession, so we let him talk while Waters started recording him, and then Price switched topics. He stopped talking about the kids. He started talking about Cindy. Griffin paused. Jillian simply stared at him. She had the horrible thought she was going to wish she had never heard what he had to say next. In the last 2 weeks of Cindy's life, Griffin said quietly, it was obvious she wasn't going to make it. The cancer had eaten her from the inside out. She couldn't walk, couldn't sit up, couldn't even raise her hand. I brought her home as we'd agreed, set her up in a special bed in the family room, and got a hospice worker to come over and help out. Cindy could still blink her eyes, and that's how we would talk. I would ask her questions, and she would blink once for yes and twice for no, much like your mother. I, uh... He swallowed, his voice finally growing husky. I used to ask her if she loved me at least 90 times a day just so I could see her blink. Just so I would know she was still that much alive. I was working the damn Candyman case, of course. I could make a lot of the phone calls from home, process the paperwork. But sometimes I'd have to go out, and sometimes the hospice worker also needed a break, and sometimes David would come over. That's right? He nodded. Our good friend and helpful neighbor, we're gonna beat this thing, David Price, would come over and sit with Cindy. As the saying goes, it seemed like a good idea at the time. But now we're down in the basement with that mattress and that workbench and those dark, tiny waves. Now we're down in the basement, and David is telling me exactly what he did those afternoons he sat with Cindy. Exactly what he did to my wife. Griffin saw the look on her face and immediately shook his head. No, nothing like that. Jillian. Cindy was a grown woman and David's into little kids. She provided something even better for him. An audience. Yeah, a fucking audience for over a year. See, Price has been involved in this incredible crime spree, kidnapping and murdering small children, and no one suspects a thing. Which means he has no one to talk to, no one to brag to. That kind of thing only gets you in trouble anyway. And David knows it. But now, here's Cindy. Helpless, dying, unable to speak a word. So he goes over there and tells her everything, every tiny, terrible detail of how he finds the kids and stalks the kids and abducts the kids and hurts the kids and strangles the kids and buries the kids in his basement, on and on and on, an unending litany of depravity, and Cindy can't escape. Cindy can't repeat a word. You have to wonder how she must have felt, David told me, as she watched me greet him so gratefully each time I returned home. You have to wonder how desperate she must have been, he said, for me to see something in her face or in his face. If I would just ask the right question. My smart, brilliant wife, he mused, knowing all about his horrible crimes and unable to do a thing to stop them. My compassionate, gentle-hearted wife, he postulated, dying with all those murdered children on her conscience, and all the while her husband never suspected a thing. All the while, her husband was so grateful to have David come visit. That's when I broke, started swinging my fists. I don't remember much of it after that, honestly. They tell me Waters and O'Reilly got in my way, and they tell me that David Price never stopped smiling. That's the kind of man we're dealing with, Jillian. He makes friends purely so he has people to betray. He seeks out children purely to have life forms to destroy. And he is very smart, in an ingratiating, awful sort of way. He is brilliant. Griffin bent over the desk. He picked up the plain desk pad, and from beneath it, a piece of paper fluttered to the floor. It landed by Jillian's feet, so she picked it up first. It was a page from a notepad, and written all over it in Meg's large round script were the words, David Price, David Price, David Price, oh no, David Price. Well, Griffin said after a moment, apparently Meg has finally started to remember. 5 minutes later, Griffin and Fitz were striding out of the house, their faces carefully shuttered, but the line of their mouths grim. Tom and Laurie remained inside. They couldn't seem to move, couldn't seem to digest this new, dreadful turn of events. Jillian was the one who followed the two detectives to their car, watched them climb in, slam the doors at the last minute. She knocked on the driver's side window. Griffin lowered the glass. "Were you with your wife the day she died?" she asked him. "Of course." "Did you ask her if she loved you?" "What did she say?" Griffin's voice softened. She blinked. Yes. Jillian nodded, stepped back. "Remember that, Griffin? If David Price does get leave from prison, if you do catch up with him, remember that. He didn't win. You did." Griffin finally nodded. Then his window was back up, the car in gear. He and Fitz peeled away from the curb and hit the road. Chapter 34. Meg, Griffin, and Fitz had made it only 4 blocks from the Pesaturo home when Fitz shouted, "Stop." Griffin obligingly slammed on the brakes and Fitz obligingly hit the dash. "Ow, shit, Jesus, over there?" Griffin followed the detective's pointing finger to a mini-mart on their right. 3 cars were gassing up at the pumps. Fitz, however, was fixed on a small brown Nissan parked in front of the mini-mart's glass doors. "That," he declared, "is Meg's car. Check out the plates. MP63. Griffin swung them into the parking lot. They circled the car first. It held the usual clutter: Kleenex box, hairbrush, discarded mail, plus a variety of hair scrunchies looped over the parking brake. Griffin noted the expired Providence College parking sticker just as Fitz placed his hand on the car's hood and declared it cold. The two men exchanged frowns. If the engine had already cooled, the car had been there a bit. They walked into the mini-mart. Two women and a clerk were in the store. The first woman, with graying hair and an oversized navy blue sweatshirt, was deep in consideration at the ice cream case. The second woman, over in the snack aisle, had bright blonde hair. Definitely neither one was Meg. Fitz and Griffin exchanged more concerned looks. They approached the cashier, a pimple-ridden teenager who could have doubled as teen Blockbuster. Fitz badged him. "Where's the driver of the Nissan?" Kid gaped at Fitz's badge, swallowed audibly, gaped at the badge some more. "Don't know?" Kid squeaked. "What do you mean, you don't know?" "I mean, she's not here, sir," the kid added belatedly. "Did you see the driver of the brown Nissan?" "Yes, sir. I mean, she was pretty, sir." "Okay, that woman sounded like Meg. Did she come inside, say anything to you?" "No, sir." "She didn't come inside?" Fitz glared at the kid. "No, sir. I mean, I think she was going to, sir." But then her friend pulled up and she went with him. "Him?" Griffin asked sharply. The kid flicked a glance at Griffin for the first time, noticed the state detective's imposing size, and promptly blanched. "Yee, yes!" Fitz leaned on the counter. Both of the female shoppers had stopped eyeing food by now and were shamelessly eavesdropping on the conversation. Fitz ignored them. He focused his amiable tone on the kid. "Can you describe exactly what you saw for me? Take your time. Think about it." The kid took a deep breath. He thought about it. "Well, I saw her get out of her Nissan, and then, well, I looked again, 'cause, well, she was very pretty." "What was she wearing?" Some kind of brown jacket. Suede, you know, and this big purse swung over her shoulder in jeans, I guess. I don't know. Nothing special." "Okay, so she's out of the car with her coat on and her purse over her shoulder. Did she close the car door?" "Yeah, she did that. And then—" She took a step forward, like she was coming inside. But then she suddenly stopped and turned. "I saw another car pull up and this man get out. He seemed kind of urgent, you know. He ran up to her, said something. Then they both got into his car." "Describe the man," Fitz ordered. Not too tall, I guess. Maybe your height, brown hair. Just a guy, an average guy." The kid shrugged. Fitz looked at Griffin, who nodded slightly. An average guy. Everyone's favorite description of Eddie Como, shit. "Age?" Fitz asked. Older, I guess. I couldn't see him real well from here, but I remember thinking that he was too old for her. I don't know why I thought that. Did you see his car?" "Not from here. It sounded big, though. Big engine, old, sputtered when he pulled out. Probably needs new plugs," the kid added helpfully. Griffin spoke up. "Did he touch the girl?" The kid's gaze shot toward him, then promptly plummeted to the countertop. Touch her arm? Shoulder? Anything?" "Oh, yeah. When he first came up, he put his hand on her arm and he escorted her to his car, you know? Got the door for her. A girl like her probably has a thing about manners." The kid nodded, then sighed morosely. At his age, he probably understood how life worked, and that guys like him never won a girl like Meg. "Was he still holding her arm when he got the car door?" Griffin pressed. "Well, now that you mention it, he had his left hand on her arm and he got the door with his right." "He never let go of her." "I guess not." Griffin and Fitz exchanged new glances. This did not sound good. Griffin glanced at his watch. 11:46 a.m. shit. They were never going to make Price's 12 o'clock deadline. What time did she pull up? Fitz's gaze had followed Griffin's to the watch, and his tone held fresh urgency. "Oh, a while ago. Wait, a big Suburban had just filled up both tanks. That was a couple of pennies. Let me check the receipts." The kid opened his register and started slowly turning over pieces of paper. Griffin and Fitz began shifting restlessly. The clock was ticking, ticking, ticking. The kid idly turned over one receipt, said huh, then moved methodically to another, then another, then another. Just when Griffin thought he couldn't take it anymore, Fitz snapped. The detective snaked his arm across the counter and grabbed the kid's wrist. Listen, just estimate 8, 9, 10 a.m. What? Ah. The kid looked down at the detective's whitened knuckles. 9 a.m., sir? Fine, thanks. You've been great. Fitz was motioning at Griffin furiously. He said to the kid, "A uniform is going to come by shortly to take your statement. I want you to tell him everything you've told us, plus anything more you remember. Can you do that?" Yes, sir. This is important. We appreciate your help. Okay? Okay, sir. Good man. We'll be in touch. Fitz headed out the door, working to catch up with Griffin, who was already on his hands and knees beside Meg's car. 10 seconds later, Griffin spotted a silver flash and fished out a key ring from beneath the vehicle. He and Fitz stared at the mass of keys, complete with a green plastic parrot from a Jimmy Buffett concert. She probably still had them in her hand, Griffin mused. Then when the guy grabbed her arm, he released his hold and the keys dropped just about where he'd found them. "I don't think she met a friend," Fitz said quietly. "No. Why do you think he grabbed her now?" "Because nobody can crack a case in 2 hours and David Price knows it." Griffin reached down to recover the keys, then glanced up at Fitz. "Price is betting he's going to get his little hardship leave at 6 p.m., and when he makes his break for it, he doesn't want to be alone." "Poor Meg," Fitz murmured. "Poor Molly." Griffin glanced at his watch. 5 minutes before noon, he said. "If David Price gets out of prison, poor all of us. Let's go." Griffin and Fitz had no sooner gotten back into the car than Griffin's cell phone chirped. It was Waters. "My 2 hours are up. Sorry, Griff, I have nothing. How many bars?" "We've hit 24 and counting. You know, this entire city is nothing but one giant tavern. Several places reported knowing Tanya, but they mostly recognized her picture from the 5 o'clock news. One place said she used to come in, but that was before she got pregnant. Get more uniforms and keep trying. Someone had to see something. Will do. Mike, Meg Pesaturo is missing. She was last seen being led into a car by a strange man. Whatever's going down, it's already started. We have to catch up, Mike, and we have to do it now." "Griffin, it's already 12. I'll take care of Price's deadline. You just keep on looking for information on Tanya Clemente. Got it?" Griffin hit end, then started punching a fresh round of numbers. "Calling God for a miracle?" Fitz asked glumly. "Nah, even better, Corporal Charpentier." Griffin got Charpentier's pager, punched in his number followed by one for urgent, and in 30 seconds had Charpentier ringing back. "Where are you?" Griffin asked. He could hear lots of noise in the background. "Parking lot of Max." Maureen Haverhill of Channel 10 just finished up with David Price's lawyer. Now she's demanding to speak with Price. Visiting hours for his cell block officially start at noon. "Sergeant, I think the jig is up." "Got my lists?" "Detective James is downloading names as we speak. We're talking nearly 100 men, though. I don't see how it's going to help." "I have a new theory. Cull out names of people David Price met when he was still at intake, before he got sentenced. And of those names, guys that didn't end up going to jail. Maybe they were found innocent or got off on a technicality, anything. Why those guys? Because after the first rape happened, Detective Fitz says they rattled the sex offender tree and nothing fell out. So maybe the real rapist isn't a convicted sex offender? He was arrested but not convicted. Meaning his DNA is in the system. Corporal Charpentier filled in slowly. Taken at the time of his arrest. The rapist himself, however, is still a free man. "A free man in need of a new way to do things," Griffin said, "which David Price helped him find," Charpentier concluded. "Why not? As long as you're in jail, why not pick the brain of a master?" There was more noise in the background. Charpentier's voice grew muffled, as if he was covering his mouth with his hand. "Sergeant, I can get you the list, but it will probably be another hour, and it looks like this media circus is about to begin. The director of the Department of Corrections wants to examine the cameraman's equipment, but he can't keep the press out. It's visiting hours. Price's lawyer has sanctioned the interview. We're screwed. How long will examining the equipment take? 15 minutes at most. We might stretch it to 20. Griffin glanced at his watch. They were almost at the Como residence, but 15 minutes would never be enough time to break Tanya Clemente, and once Maureen stuck her microphone in front of Price and he began his pathetic spiel. "Code," Griffin said suddenly. "Code. Yeah. Code blue or code white, I'll settle for any color. If there's a code, they have to shut down the whole prison, right? Clear everyone out, even lawyers and aspiring news anchors? That's right, Charpentier said, his voice picking up. And it could take a while to sort it all out and let everyone back in, right? Prisoners have to be searched and escorted back to the visiting areas. Maureen and Jimmy would have to go back through security. It could take a while, Charpentier agreed happily. Then he hesitated. Griffin understood. A code blue only happened if there was a major disturbance, a guard down, a fight between two inmates. A code white, on the other hand, was sounded in case of a medical emergency. Either way, something had to happen in the prison first. The director isn't wild about a news team entering the prison, Charpentier said finally. I could talk to him. Maybe now would be a good time for a drill. You know, as a favor to the state police? We would appreciate that favor, Griffin said. Hang on a sec. There was a pause, the muffled sound of footsteps. Then some definitely muffled talking. Moments later, Charpentier was back. You know what? It turns out Max hasn't had a drill in quite some time. The real thing, sure, but not a drill. And you know how it goes. If you don't practice every now and then, you're golden, Corporal, and tell the director we always approve of good practice. One more thing? Yeah. If the interview does go down, ask the director not to return Price to his cell. Escort him anywhere else, but not to his cell. You don't want him picking up anything he might have stashed there. It's never too early to take precautions. I'm sure the director will see your point, and gee, the cell block is probably due for a surprise inspection as well. What a wonderfully educational day for the corrections officers. Practice makes perfect. Work on that list, Corporal. I'll be in touch. Griffin flipped his phone shut just in time to turn down Tanya's street. 12:10 p.m., he parked his Taurus in front of her house. You go first, he told Fitz. The detective positively beamed. Chapter 35. Tanya, they went around to the back door again. Given that you never knew what bushes were hiding what kind of cameraman it seemed the thing to do? This time Tanya appeared after their first knock. In her normal good humor, she took one look at Fitz through the door's window and spat. Griffin wagged a finger at her playfully. Maybe his charm was returning because she grudgingly opened the door? If you pigs are here about the lawsuit, Tanya said, go fuck a goat. My lawyer says I'm not supposed to talk to you. Colorful, Griffin observed to Fitz. I got more. Keep talking, and you'll hear them all. Hello, Mrs. Como. Fitz eased into the kitchen behind Griffin, keeping the state detective's larger bulk between him and Tanya. Mrs. Como stood in front of the stove again. Today's culinary adventure seemed to be simmering black beans. The wafting odors of garlic gave the kitchen a homey touch. Not that the bleaching baby diapers had been lacking. Eddie Jr. was awake this time, nestled in a baby carrier on top of the kitchen table. He studied Griffin with big brown eyes, then stuck a multicolored teething ring into his mouth and drooled away. Griffin tucked his hands in his pockets before he did something stupid like tickle the baby's pudgy cheeks. He was supposed to be big bad detective here. Clock was ticking, ticking, ticking. Man, babies were cute. Maybe we should talk in the family room, Fitz said and jerked his head toward Eddie Jr. I don't got nothing to say to you, Tanya said. Let's go into the family room, Fitz repeated, more firmly. Tanya scowled at him but went. The minute they were out of the kitchen, Fitz opened fire. We know what you did, Tanya. Come clean now, before another girl dies, and maybe we can still work something out? Eddie Jr. has already lost one parent. You want him to grow up completely orphaned? What the fuck are you talking about? $50 million. For that kind of money, people sell out their own mothers, let alone some boyfriend who's knocked you up but still not walked you down the aisle. Are you talking about my lawsuit? Because I'm not talking about my lawsuit. My lawyer told me I don't have to tell you pigs one damn thing. You killed my Eddie. Now it's your turn to pay. There won't be any lawsuit, Tanya. Griffin spoke up quietly. Not one red cent, Fitz emphasized. Not once the public knows what you really did to Eddie. Tanya was good, real good. She looked at them first in bewilderment, then drew herself up for battle. She bared her teeth. She flashed those long, hot pink nails. Get out of my house. You need to listen to us, Tanya. Work with us now and you can still salvage something for Eddie Jr. Miserable, fucking shit-eating, donkey-humping, flea-repelling, toad-hopping jackasses. Get out of my house. Fitz and Griffin didn't move a muscle. Fitz glanced at Griffin. You're right. The language is very colorful. Goes with the nails. Think she'll attack soon. That'd be nice. Then we can arrest her now, and she'll never see the light of day. Too bad for Eddie Jr. Griffin shrugged. You know what they say? You can't pick your parents. Tanya foamed at the mouth. Griffin promptly went in for the kill. You have 30 seconds to start talking, he told her, his voice low and intense. We know you framed your boyfriend. We know you're an accomplice to 4 rapes and 2 murders. You come clean right this moment, and Eddie Jr. still has a chance at having a mother. You jerk us around one more second, however, and we're arresting you. We'll shackle you in front of your kid. We'll drag you out of this house, and you'll never see your baby again. 30 seconds, Tanya. 29, 28, 27. Tanya wasn't into negotiating. She growled once, then launched herself at Griffin's massive form. He grabbed her raking hands, slipped his foot behind hers, and neatly face-planted her onto the worn shag carpet. Fitz produced the cuffs. They didn't have time for fooling around. They hauled her, spitting and sputtering, back onto her feet, and were preparing to march her out the door when Mrs. Como stepped into the room, dried her hands on a kitchen towel, and uttered a single word. Stop, the old woman said. Some instincts ran deep. They froze. Griffin recovered first. Mrs. Como, he said firmly, we have reason to believe that Tanya helped frame your son for rape. I did not, Tanya screeched. She started squirming again, then kicked out at Fitz, who deftly stepped aside. Tanya is a good girl, Mrs. Como said. Good girl, my ass, Fitz sputtered, still dodging. Good girls have done far worse for $50 million, Griffin reminded her tightly, and tugged Tanya away from Fitz. Tanya no do lawsuit, Mrs. Como said. I do lawsuit. I want money. For my grandson? The lawsuit was your idea. See? But Tanya was the one on TV, Fitz spoke up. I know, like TV, Fitz and Griffin exchanged troubled looks. They pulled back from Tanya, but only slightly. She, of course, took the opportunity to spit at both of them. I would never do anything to harm Eddie. I loved Eddie, you stupid, miserable. Yeah, Fitz interrupted, holding up his hand and glancing at his watch. We got the picture. My son was framed, Mrs.? Como asked from the doorway. My Eddie no do bad things. Griffin looked at Fitz's watch, too. Nearly 12:30 now. Shit. Mrs. Como, are you aware that another girl was attacked last night? Mrs. Como nodded. We got DNA tests back from that victim, Mrs. Como. They match samples taken from Eddie. But that's impossible. Tanya burst out. Eddie's dead. What? You pigs are so desperate you're going after corpses now? Not even dead Latinos are safe from you? Miserable fucking. This time Griffin held up a hand. He studied Tanya's red, outraged face. He looked at Mrs. Como and her much harder-to-read expression. Something was wrong here. He could feel it in his bones, and that damn clock was still ticking, ticking, ticking. Tanya, he said, are you aware that when detectives searched Eddie's in your apartment last year, they found all sorts of books on forensics and police procedure? Some clippings too, right, detective? News articles from another rape case that had happened in Rhode Island. I told the police that stuff wasn't Eddie's. Whose was it? I don't know. A box came in the mail to Eddie. The note said it was from a friend. He didn't know what that meant, so he stuck it in a closet. He figured someone would call about it later or something. I told that to the detectives. I told them, when did you get the box? I don't know. A long time ago. Last year. Before, she frowned. Before the bad things started happening, I don't understand. How can you think Eddie killed that woman last night? Eddie's dead. Did the box have a return address? I don't know. I didn't open it. It came to Eddie. Griffin glanced at Fitz. No, the detective told him. It was just an old cardboard box with a mailing label on it. Frankly, it looked to us like he'd used the box for storage of the materials. When we found it, it was shoved in the back of a coat closet. 'Cause it wasn't his stuff, Tanya cried again. Eddie didn't know why it had come in the mail. Have you ever heard the name David Price? Griffin asked Tanya. Who? Did Eddie ever mention the name David Price? Who the fuck's David Price? Have you ever heard of the Candyman? The pervert who hurt all those little kids, she said immediately. Now there's a dude who deserves to have his little weenie whacked off or the electric chair. Griffin studied her again. Her brown eyes were clear, earnest. If she was lying, she was very, very good. Tanya, did Eddie have another girlfriend? She instantly erupted again. Eddie loved me. Why is that so hard to believe? Eddie loved me and I loved Eddie, and we were gonna be all right. He had a good job, you know, and after Eddie Jr. was born, I was gonna go to beauty school, and then, fuck you all. Her shoulders sagged, the first tear slid down her cheek, and she immediately turned away. Crocodile tears? Or the saddest display Griffin had ever seen. He'd been lied to so much lately, it was getting hard to tell. But he had the suspicion he was getting a lesson in irony here. In this case, the victims and their families had lied, with the best of intentions, of course, while the prime suspect and his family may have been telling the truth. Tanya, Griffin said quietly, we're running out of time here. I need you to tell me the truth. I need to hear it now. I told the truth. Tanya, did you give someone a sample from Eddie? Maybe it seemed like you were supposed to, or it was a favor for a friend. She stared at him in bewilderment. A sample? You mean a sample? Are you fucking nuts? Who gives out a thing like that? Tanya, Eddie's semen ended up in a murder victim the day after he died. You tell me, how could that have happened? And all of a sudden she must have figured it out, because her eyes went wide. Oh no, she said. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What, Tanya? What is, oh no? What did you and Eddie do? Her face crumpled, her voice grew hollow. We needed the money, she whispered. I was pregnant and Eddie wanted to get me something special, you know? Plus, we had to start saving more. Ah, no. Griffin glanced at Fitz and saw from his face that he'd finally gotten it too. It made so much sense, but who would have thought to ask the question? Who asks a question like that? Eddie was in good health, Tanya was saying. Gave blood every 8 weeks, so you know he didn't have any diseases. And he's nice looking. They like guys who are nice looking, you know? Who likes guys who are nice looking? Griffin prodded. She had to say it. And then she did. The sperm bank. Eddie donated at the Pawtucket Sperm Bank a couple of times. Right after I found out I was pregnant, they pay cash, you know? Tanya looked at them helplessly. They pay cash. Fitz and Griffin were out of the house and walking fast. 12:45 p.m., starting to make progress, but still running out of time. We need a couple of uniforms, Griffin said. Someone to keep her under lock and key until we can verify her story, Fitz agreed. They piled into Griffin's car, and he picked up the radio for the request. Ever get the impression we're dumb as skunks? Fitz muttered. I don't know. How dumb are skunks? Fitz finally unleashed a little and whacked the dash with his hand. God damn it! Sergeant Napoleon nailed it this morning. Sperm banks do it all the time. Why don't we just get the full frontal lobotomy and be done with it? And miss having all this fun? Come on, clock's ticking. Let's talk it through. Eddie makes a donation at a sperm bank, Fitz said as Griffin pulled away from the curb. In theory, donors are anonymous. To the recipients, the sperm bank knows who they are. The sperm bank's gotta clear them first. I don't know, how much vetting do you do before you hand a guy a plastic cup and send him into a porn-filled room? Lucky bastard. Someone inside, Griffin prodded. Someone who would have access to the frozen samples. And Eddie's name. David Price said the guy had met Eddie. Eddie probably didn't remember him at all, but the guy had met him. Griffin rolled out his neck, shrugged his shoulders. He hated to give weight to anything David Price had said, but they had to start somewhere. Maybe he's a technician then. Someone who worked one of the days Eddie donated, made small talk with him. Maybe he noticed that Eddie was roughly his same size and build and had that same Cranston accent. He decided here was a good candidate. So he was already in the market for a patsy, Fitz said, meaning he had already met David Price. Meaning he'd probably been to prison. At least held in intake on some kind of charge. He's already in the system, Griffin said slowly. Isn't that the key issue? He's a sex offender. He knows he's a sex offender, and even if he didn't get found guilty, he at least got caught. So now he knows his prints and DNA are in the system, just as he knows he won't stop, because sex offenders never stop, they just get more creative with their attacks. He knows when he gets out. If he gets out, it's still only a matter of time. So he befriends David Price, who must have thought that was funny as hell. Except then, Price realizes maybe he can get something out of this too. Someone on the outside working for him. Someone he can someday cash in for a get-out-of-jail-free card. And then a partnership is born. So who do we have? Griffin demanded. Someone who's at least been charged with a sex crime. Someone who's been held at intake during the same time Price was there. So that's what? November through March, he's gotten out and gotten a job at a sperm bank. Unlimited access to porn, Fitz muttered. Where else would a sex offender go? Can't be a technician, though, Griffin countered. They'd investigate someone like that, find out about his criminal past, and get nervous. Someone lower level, then, but with unlimited access. Has keys to the rooms with the freezers and doesn't look suspicious moving about at strange hours. They got it at the same time. Janitor, Fitz shouted. Or cleaning crew, Griffin said grimly. Something like that. He flipped open his phone and got Waters on the line. Sorry, Griff, Waters started. We know who it is, Griffin cut him off. I mean, we know how it was done. We just need a name. Meet me at the Pawtucket Sperm Bank in 10 minutes. Where? The sperm bank. Where the College Hill rapist works. All right, Waters said, but he didn't sound as excited as Griffin thought he would, and then he finally heard the sounds coming from behind Waters in the busy bar. A woman's voice talking. Maureen Haverhill introducing David Price to the general viewing public on the bar's big screen TV. 1 p.m. Griffin and Fitz had just run out of time. Chapter 36. The Victims Club. It was dark. Meg kept squinting her eyes, trying to peer into the gloom. It didn't do her any good. The dark was a thick, tangible presence, as smothering as any wool blanket, as pervasive as an endless sea. She twisted her body, straining against the ties that held her hands captive above her head. The latex bindings dug into her wrists cruelly. She felt a fresh trickle of moisture running down her arm and guessed that it was blood. At least she didn't feel much pain anymore. Her hands had gone numb hours ago, her bound feet shortly thereafter. She still had a dull ache in her shoulder blades from the awkward position. She imagined that would be gone soon as well, and then she shifted her bound feet again. Tried to find leverage against the corner wall, as if she could climb her way up the vertical surface, slog her way through the ocean of black, and burst out the top, gulping for air. Of course, she could do no such thing. She remained a captive 20-year-old girl, peering into the dark, inhaling the stomach-churning scent of latex, and feeling the blood drip down her arm. Sound. She shifted, trying to guess the direction of the noise. Footsteps above her. From the right, from the left. She never realized how much the darkness echoed before she had been tied up in this musty basement. Closer, definitely, closer, humming now. The man, she thought, recoiling reflexively, then holding her breath. He had called her name in the mini-mart parking lot. She had stopped on instinct, even though she hadn't recognized the car or the driver inside. Not recognizing someone was hardly new at this point, and mostly she remembered feeling faintly curious. Who was this stranger, and what stories from her past would he know? Instead, he'd told her there had been an accident. Molly needed her right away. While she was still absorbing that shock, he'd hustled her into the passenger's side of his car. At the last moment, something inside her had balked. She'd seen him open the driver's side door, watched his body bend down to slide inside, and something had stirred in the dark pit of her mind. Not a memory per se, but an emotion. Fear, stark and raw and instantaneous. She'd grabbed for the door handle at the same time he'd hit the lock button and flashed his gun. She'd known him then. She'd stared at his face, and while the individual features still sparked no recognition, she had a clear image of a body laboring above hers in the dark. The grunting, the groaning, the endless noises to accompany her endless shame. How the ties, the horrible latex ties, kept her body exposed, vulnerable, and there for his taking. And just when she thought it would never end, she could take no more, and her body would be ripped in half, he had finally collapsed on top of her, heavy with sweat. The man had laughed low in his throat, and then he'd murmured, "David said you liked it rough. Need a brother or sister for Molly, Meg? Or maybe I'll just wait a few years and give little Molly a try instead." She had started screaming then, but the gag smothered the sound, forced it back into her lungs where it built and built and built, a scream without end. David misses you, Meg. David wants you, Meg. You never should have turned him down. Now he's sitting in prison, surrounded by beasts eager to learn your name. We all get out sometime, and we all know where you live. The man rolled off of her, reached for his shirt. "Oh, yeah," he said casually. David sends his love. The scream had grown too big then. It had exploded up her throat and ripped through her mind. It had burst out of her eyeballs and wiped out her brain. It had gone on and on and on, a sonic boom of a scream, and still she never made a sound. No one heard a thing, and then as violently as it had started, the scream recoiled, turned in on itself, sank back into her body and took her with it into a dark, velvety abyss. She had spent a year wanting to remember. Now in the car with this man Meg wished she could forget. He had driven her to a section of town she didn't recognize, remote, desolate, the kind of place where only bad things happened. Pulling into a side alley, he took her hands in a surprisingly strong grasp. She smelled the latex before she saw it. Her stomach roiled. She thought she would be sick. He slid the figure-8 ties over her wrists, tightened the bindings, then placed his hand on her breast. So this was it, she'd realized. Absurdly, she thought of Jillian. The classes they'd taken in self-defense, the books they'd read on surviving assault. Women do not have to be victims. But then why did they make men with such strong grips? "We have a few hours," he said lightly. "I have some things I need to do first, but once I've completed my chores." "Don't worry, Meg. I remember how you like it." He flicked his thumb over her nipple. He gave her one last cruel smile, then tied a rolled black t-shirt around her head. She had been living in darkness ever since, more sounds now, banging cupboard doors opening and closing. The rattle of pans, her stomach growled and she suddenly knew what he was doing. He was making lunch. The monster had brought her to his lair, tied her up, captive, terrified for her life, and now he was fixing himself a goddamn cup of soup. She jerked her arms painfully, pulled hard on the bindings looped through a metal anchor above her head. Nothing, nothing, nothing! She wanted to scream in frustration. Women are not victims. She was not a victim. Damn it, she had read the books, she had taken the courses, she had listened to Jillian, and she had believed. How could one girl be so damn unlucky? How could she have spent the last year coming so far, just to wind up here? She yanked on the bindings again, felt the concrete hold strong while her own flesh tore and her wrist once again began to bleed. And then she just wanted to weep. He would finish eating soon. He would open the door at the top of the stairs. He would descend into the basement with its musty smell of decay and fresh-turned earth. And then Jillian had told them that they could control their own lives. Jillian had told them that if they tried hard enough, they could win. They could be confident and independent and strong. But Meg couldn't think like Jillian anymore. She was just a 20-year-old girl. And she was tired, and she was hungry, and she was terrified. And soon, very soon, something bad was going to happen. Something worse than even the College Hill rapist. Very soon, the man had promised her, David would be here. In the intensive care unit, Dan sat reading a book, Recovering from Rape, a guide for victims and their families. He had bought the book 2 weeks ago. He was now on the chapter The First Anniversary and Beyond, When You Are Not Over It. Monitors beeped in steady rhythm to his wife's pulse. Down the hall, some other machines started to beep frantically, and a nurse boomed, "Code, code, code!" The words were swiftly followed by the clatter of wheels and metal as someone raced a crash cart to the rescue. Carol never stirred. Her chest rose and fell peacefully. Her head lay serenely on a golden pool of hair. The white sheets remained smooth and unmussed over the faint mound of her chest. Every now and then, her right hand would twitch. In the last 20 hours, it was the closest they'd gotten to any sign of consciousness. Dan finished the chapter from the survivor's point of view. Now he moved on to the significant other, when she's not over it. He read, and though he was not aware of it, sometimes he cried. Down the hall, the doctors and nurses fought desperately to save a life. While in Carol's room, her heart beat steadily, her lungs worked rhythmically, and her very peacefulness threatened to steal her away. Dan finished the chapter. Now he gazed at his sleeping wife, his elbows planted on his knees, his head bent. His left arm still ached where Carol had shot him. He barely noticed it anymore. 20 hours of vigilance, 20 hours of hoping and praying and wishing and cursing. He thought of all the years and all the ways fate had been unkind. He thought of all the things Carol had done and he had done. He wondered why we always hurt the people we love. And then he wondered why it took an emergency room visit to understand what was really important in life. He would turn back the clock if he could. He would forget the lure of blackjack. He would find a way to be happy at a corporate law firm. He would come home more, ignore his wife less, concentrate on all the little things that used to make her smile. He would be the perfect husband, a man who came home in time to stop the vicious attacker, a man who didn't drive his wife to binging, purging booze and pills. Of course, that wasn't an option. All he could do now was slog messily on, with his injured arm and massive debts and drowning sense of guilt. Carol was broken. He was broken. According to the rape book, such feelings were natural, and it would probably be a while before either one of them felt whole, if they ever felt whole. You just had to keep going, the book advised. Wade through the pain, keep looking for the other side. There had to be another side. I love you, he said to Carol. He got no response. Damn it, Carol, don't let him win like this. Still no response. Down the hall, things took a turn for the worse. No more frantic noises, just a far eerier silence. Then a doctor's voice penetrated the hush. Time of death, the doctor announced. Fuck it, Dan cried. He threw down the book. He climbed onto the white hospital bed. He negotiated wires and tape and tubes until he could gather up his wife. Her head lolled against his shoulder. Her long blonde hair poured down his chest. Dan got his arms around Carol. He pressed her against his body and he held her as close as he could. While down the hall, the crash team wearily retreated to the break room, where they turned their attention to the TV. Hey, someone said, isn't that David Price? Still sitting in the Pesaturos living room, Jillian didn't know what to do. Tom was staring at the floor as if the worn carpet held the secret to life. Lori had disappeared into the kitchen, where, judging from the distinct smell of pine sol, she was waging a holy war against dirt that left Libby and Toppy to entertain Molly. The little girl now had Libby picking through a shoebox of Barbie clothes while Toppy was in charge of getting a hot pink cape onto a stuffed Winnie the Pooh. Jillian couldn't begin to fathom what that was all about. Tom stared. Lori cleaned, Molly played, and Jillian. She didn't know what she was supposed to do. The Survivors Club was fractured. They had careened away from one another, whether they had meant to or not, and alone they definitely weren't as strong as they had been together. Bitter Carol had given in to her self-destructive rage. Flaky Meg had vanished when her family needed her the most. And Jillian? Grim, determined, holier-than-thou Jillian. She had no troops to lead into battle. She sat next to her mother, slowly twisting Trisha's gold St. Christopher pendant, and tried to rein in her scattered thoughts. If Griffin was right, the Survivors Club had been doubly victimized. First, the rapist had battered their bodies. Then he'd duped them into wreaking not their vengeance, but his vengeance upon some poor guy who'd tried to tell them better. Poor Eddie Como, proclaiming his innocence right up to the bitter end. If Jillian thought about that too much, thought of the man, Eddie, them, Trish, she was afraid she would start with yelling and end with breaking every object in the room. If she thought about it too much, she would be down in her sister's dark apartment again. The man would be squeezing her throat, calling her vile names. And while he did these things, he would be laughing on the inside, because he already knew that when she tried to seek justice later, she'd only be serving his needs once again. While Trish died on the bed. 1 year ago, she had called Meg. She had called Carol. She had told them that they had been victimized once, but it never had to happen again. She had told them they could reclaim their lives. She had told them they could win. She had lied. Is this what life came down to in the end? You tried and you failed, you tried and you failed. The opposition was not just physically stronger than you, but smarter as well. You could struggle as hard as you knew how, but still your sister died. You could finally arrest a murdering pedophile, and the man would simply smile and tell you exactly what he had done to your wife. David Price. David Price. It all came down to David Price, charming, seemingly harmless, perfect neighbor, David Price. Jillian gripped Trisha's medallion in her hand. It wasn't so hard to transfer her rage after all. She wanted David Price dead. And then for the first time she truly understood Griffin. And then for the first time she had an inkling of an idea. The front door opened and shut. Lori, who had gone out to get the mail, walked into the family room, sifting through the pile. She came to the middle. Meg's mother started to scream. Chapter 37. Maureen, this is Maureen Haverill, reporting live from the Adult Correctional Institutions, Cranston. Today, startling new revelations in the College Hill rapist case, which gained fresh intensity last night with the brutal murder of Brown College student Sylvia Blair, was 28-year-old Eddie Como tragically shot down Monday at the Licht Judicial Complex, the real College Hill rapist as he was charged? Or was Como merely another victim in a sadistic game? I'm here with ACI inmate David Price, a convicted murderer, who claims to know the real identity of the College Hill rapist but tells us that state police have repeatedly ignored his offers of assistance. Mr. Price, what can you tell us about the attack on Sylvia Blair? Good afternoon, Maureen. May I call you Maureen? He kept his voice friendly, then gave her his most neighborly smile. If you'd like, now, Mr. Price, please call me David. David, you claim to have information on a very serious case. How is it that you know the College Hill rapist? Well, we're kind of like pen pals. Pen pals? Yes. See, the man, the real rapist, he's been sending me letters. Letters, as in more than one? That is correct. Interesting. How many letters have you received from the man alleging to be the College Hill rapist, David? I'd say 6 or 7. And when did you get the first letter? Over a year ago, shortly after I was sentenced to max. Of course, in the beginning I didn't take them very seriously. I mean, why would some rapist write to me? It wasn't until the past few days I figured out the man might be legitimate. Can I see these letters, David? Do you have them? Can you show them to our viewers? Well, I do have them, Maureen. Yes. Well, they're evidence, aren't they, Maureen? Letters from a rapist. I don't think we should be handling something like that. I should just keep them safe for the state police. This is an important investigation. I don't want to do anything that might mess it up. He smiled at her again. She frowned. But you said the state police aren't taking your claims seriously? Isn't that right, David? The state police don't like me very much. Why is that? Well, the head of the current investigation, Sergeant Griffin, used to be my next-door neighbor. Sergeant Griffin never liked me much. He was always working. You know, those state police detectives have very important jobs, but that meant his wife was home alone a lot. We became good friends, and I think Sergeant Griffin might have been threatened by that, not that he had any reason to be. His wife was a lovely lady, very nice. I don't have any family, and she was very sweet to keep me company. She was really a wonderful, beautiful, sexy lady. David, isn't it true that Sergeant Griffin was the arresting officer in your murder case? Well, yeah, and that makes him mad too. I mean, it took him nearly a year to catch me, Maureen, and I lived right next door. When you're a state police detective, I think that's a little embarrassing. This was the infamous Candyman case, was it not? I heard that's what they called me. You were found guilty of murdering 10 children, isn't that correct, David? She regarded him sternly. The bodies of the children were found buried in your basement, and you are now serving 10 consecutive life sentences with no hope of parole, isn't that correct? David Price humbly bowed his head. Sitting once more in the private interview room of ACI's rear hall, he practiced looking contrite. It shames me to say it, Maureen, but you are correct. I've done some bad things in my time. On the other hand, I think that's why the College Hill rapist latched on to me. He seems to regard me as some kind of hero. The College Hill rapist is impressed by you? She looked dubious. Maybe it was disgusted. I believe so, Maureen. He said that in the first letter, he was doing something he thought only I would understand. He told you about the rapes? In the most recent letter. He provided very graphic detail, Maureen, including things only the real rapist could know. Which is what I've been trying to tell the police. Can you give us an example, David? What is something only the real rapist would know? David switched from looking contrite to looking troubled. I don't know, Maureen. It's an official investigation. Maybe I should keep quiet. Sometimes the police don't like the public to know everything. It compromises the investigation. I wouldn't want to do anything like that. Maureen took the bait. Authenticity, David, she responded instantly. If you give us just one detail, one little thing that only the real College Hill rapist would know, that would prove the authenticity of your letters. And that would be a huge break in the investigation. People would be very proud of you. You think? One little detail, David. Just one little detail. Well, I can think of one. But it's kind of graphic. Maureen leaned closer with the mic. This is a serious crime, David. The women of Providence are scared. We need to hear what you know. Well, okay. He uses douches on the victims. That's a detail. He's used it on all of them when he was done. The police think it's because he's trying to remove, well, you know, I can't say it in front of a lady. Semen, David? Well, yes. David squirmed in the orange plastic chair, then looked right into the camera and blushed charmingly. So he uses a douche when he is done with each woman, but the police are wrong, Maureen. He's not removing semen instead, according to his letters, he's putting stuff in. He's using the douche to spray another man's sample, Eddie Como's DNA, at the scene. And that's why the police can't catch him. All the evidence points to another guy. Let's face it, 4 attacks later, the police are no closer to identifying the real College Hill rapist. They haven't a clue. Sitting across the table, Maureen was clearly breathless. This man thinks he's invented the perfect crime, doesn't he, David? Oh, absolutely. He's proud of what he's done, and he has no intention of stopping. His letters are very clear. He enjoys hurting women, honestly likes it, and he's going to keep going and going and going. You've told this to the state police, Maureen? I've been calling the police ever since Eddie was shot, poor guy. The minute I heard he was gunned down at the courthouse, I knew the letters were for real. This guy, you see, he framed Eddie and then he killed Eddie so it would look like a dead man was attacking Providence's co-eds. He's smart, Maureen. Very smart. That's what I've tried to tell the police. You've actually spoken with the police? Sergeant Griffin finally met with me this morning. It didn't go well, though, Maureen. He threatened me with interfering with a police investigation. Then he got mad and started going on about his wife. I'm telling you, we were just friends. Did you show Sergeant Griffin the letters you received? He never gave me the chance. From the beginning, it was obvious he thought I was lying. She leaned forward intently. Are you lying, David? David looked straight at the camera and deep into the eyes of the viewing public. No, Maureen, and the fact that I know about the douches should be proof enough. Call the ME. Call a Providence detective. They'll tell you that a Berkeley and Johnson's disposable douche with country flowers was found at every rape scene, even this last one. Now, how could I know that if I hadn't learned it from the real College Hill rapist? Maureen turned toward the camera. She said somberly, in fact, I learned just this morning from an inside source that douches are considered a signature element of the College Hill rapist's attacks, something that has never before been revealed to the general public. Also, police found a used douche in the home of slain college student Sylvia Blair, raising the theory that she is the College Hill rapist's latest victim. She turned back to David, her expression grave. David, I don't think you're lying. The viewing public doesn't think you're lying, so tell us the real name of the College Hill rapist. And David Price, reformed sinner for the day, said, I'm sorry, Maureen, but I don't think I should tell you that. Come on, David, you want to make good? You want to help the public? Here's your chance. I should tell the police, and only the police. But according to you, David, the police don't believe you. I know. And it's sad, very sad, Maureen, because I received a new letter just this morning. The College Hill rapist went a whole year without attacking a woman because he wanted to kill Eddie first and wrap up his plan. Now he's done that. Now he's ready to make up for lost time, I'm pretty sure. No. I'm absolutely certain he's going to attack another girl tonight. He's going to strike again tonight. I think so, Maureen. Yes, ma'am, I'm sure. Maureen leaned across at the table. Her blue eyes were blazing. She was gripping the microphone so tightly her knuckles had gone white. She was jazzed. Her cameraman was jazzed. In the small room, they radiated pure energy. David amused himself by picturing them both dead. David, tell us his name. You did a horrible thing once. You kidnapped little kids. You hurt children. You damaged a lot of families out there. People still remember that. There are people watching this right now wondering why they should believe any word spoken by a monster such as you. Tell those people the College Hill rapist's real name. Show those people that you're ready to make amends. I can't. What do you mean you can't? Maureen was nearly shouting now. Do you or don't you know the name? Speak to me, David. Help us. According to your own words, another innocent college student is doomed to die. David finally let loose. I know his name, I want to help, reformed sinner, David wailed. But look at me. I'm living in maximum security, Maureen. I'm living in the middle of Steel City, surrounded by the worst of the worst. And look at me. I'm only 5'8". I weigh 150 pounds. For God's sake, do you know what it means to be so small in a place like this? Do you?
What are you saying, David? Information is power, Maureen. In prison. In life.
This is the only information I have. It's my only chance at power in a place like this. God forgive me, but I can't just give it up. I need something in return. Maureen finally drew back. For the first time, she sounded genuinely disappointed. You'll only give up the name of the College Hill rapist in return for something else. That's what you're saying, isn't it, David? You'll only help us if there's something in it for you. This was the tricky part. David bowed his head. Then he sneaked a humble peek at his audience. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry to everyone out there, too. I know it's not right, but that's how the system works, and I'm part of this system now. I have to play by these rules. Are you hoping to get out of prison? You raped and murdered babies, David. You buried their bodies in your basement. No matter what you know now, people are going to be uncomfortable with you getting any kind of consideration. I know. You're a murderer, David. Let's be honest. You're in maximum security for a reason, and most people are grateful that you're there. David took a deep breath. I'm a father. You're a father? Maureen was so shocked, she actually blinked her eyes. It was probably the first genuine emotion she'd ever shown on camera. Yeah, I'm a father. I have a little girl. 5 years old, Maureen. I've never gotten to see my little girl. Never even gotten to say hi. Maureen's face grew serious again, her tone intent. What do you want, David? I want to see my little girl, that's all. Look, I'm not denying what you say. I know I'm never getting out of prison. I've made my peace with that. After the things I did, I should be grateful just to be on God's green earth. I've seen the chaplain. I'm reading the Bible. While I can't change what I have done, Maureen, I can try to be a better man from this day forth. Tell us the name of the College Hill rapist, David. I have a daughter, he continued relentlessly, and she's getting to that age where she's noticing that she doesn't have a father like other kids. I want her to know that it's not her fault. I want her to know that someone loves her. I want her to know that I love her. What do you want, David? 3 hours, Maureen. That's what I want, all I want. 3 hours fully supervised in street clothes to go see my daughter, for the first time, for the only time, so I can tell her that I love her, so I can tell her that she's a good girl, so I can tell her that I can't be her father, but it's not her fault. You want the state to release you from prison for 3 hours, to turn a convicted killer loose on the outside? David held up his hands. Supervised hardship leave, Maureen? Like the corrections department does for funerals, things like that. I'd be shackled wrists and ankles, escorted by corrections officers at all times. The police can pick where we meet, they can pick how we get there. I'll do whatever I'm told. Greeting my daughter in leg irons with a security escort is still better than making her come here. Let's face it, no little girl belongs here. Maureen finally sat back. She was frowning, but for the first time she seemed willing to consider his proposal, and if she was willing to consider it, others would be willing, a 3-hour hardship leave, fully supervised. And in return, you'll provide the name of the College Hill rapist. Yes, ma'am. Who is your daughter, David? I won't tell you. This daughter you love so much. My daughter exists, Maureen. Just ask any prison official, but I'm not announcing her name on public TV. I wouldn't do that to my little girl. Maureen made one last play. Why don't you give us the rapist's name now, David, and in return I'll go to work on securing a 3-hour leave as you have requested. In return for doing the city such a big favor, I'm sure something could be arranged. You're a nice lady, Maureen. Thank you, David. But I'm not that dumb. What? I get my 3 hours. I see my little girl. And when it's done, I'll turn to the first police officer I find and tell him the College Hill rapist's name. That's the deal. I hope it happens, and for all of our sakes, I hope it happens soon. The College Hill rapist is a hungry man. Come nightfall, he'll strike again. David. Oh, and Sergeant Griffin, if you're listening, I'll say it again. Your delicious wife and I, we were honestly just friends. Chapter 38. Griffin was having a hard time controlling his rage. He leaned his massive frame across the gleaming cherry wood desk, homed in on the young man who had the misfortune to be the sperm bank's business manager and didn't waste any time on words. Janitor, name now. I'm trying to tell you, we don't have a janitor. Who cleans? A service, their name now. I need to look it up. Then look it up, damn it. The man turned hastily toward a cherry file cabinet, manicured hands fumbling with the wooden handle while he sweated through his Armani suit. Apparently there was money in infertility treatments. Lots of it. Fitz stood behind Griffin. Waters stood next to Fitz. Both were eyeing him carefully, but neither of them intervened. Corporate clean, Mr. Management Money announced 2 minutes later. Address? The man handed over the manila file. Griffin flipped through the pages. There are no names of which individuals actually handle your building. Our contract is with Corporate Clean. They figure out the staffing. How often do they come? Every night. What about daytime, when they have special projects, the inside of the windows polishing the brass railings in the elevators and stairs? Oh, and laundry. They bring in fresh loads of linens, towels, etc., a few afternoons a week. We like to make our patrons feel like they're at home and not in a clinical environment. How thoughtful of you. Who brings in the laundry? I don't know. How big is the crew that works this building? I don't know. Same people all the time? I don't know. Mr. Matthews, our contract is with Corporate Clean, Sergeant. I'm sorry, I'm honestly trying to help, but we don't worry about those details. You'll have to talk to them. Thanks for the file, Griffin snarled and stalked out of the building. In the elevator, Fitz took the folder. I've heard of them. Corporate Clean. The PPD has cleaners? Waters drawled mildly. I never would have guessed, Fitz shot the skinny detective an impatient glance. No, we investigated them once. You numbnuts should have heard of them too. Corporate Clean hires mostly ex-cons. What? Griffin stopped pacing the brass-trimmed elevator and stared at Fitz. He shrugged. It's a second chance company, you know? Run by a couple of Ben and Jerry liberals who believe people really can reform their evil ways. Guy serves his time, gets out of prison, he's got to start somewhere. He goes to Corporate Clean and re-enters polite society as a janitor. We've checked into them a few times but never found any funny business. Everyone makes good, everyone works hard, everyone plays well with others. At least that's what the owner, Sal Green, says. Companies are willing to be serviced by a cleaning crew of former inmates? Waters asked. I don't know how much the companies know. You heard Mr. Spermbank? Their contract is with Corporate Clean. Corporate Clean takes care of staffing. Oh, great, Griffin muttered darkly. So when we ask them for a list of employees with past records, that's going to be their entire damn company. Yeah, but not everyone's cleaning the sperm bank. Griffin's cell phone rang. He snatched it up as the elevator hit ground floor and dumped them into the lobby. Griffin? You saw the news? Lieutenant Morelli asked. I listened to the radio. Sergeant, we'd like you to return to headquarters. We're on to him, Lieutenant. According to Tanya, Eddie made several donations to a local sperm bank, which just happens to be serviced by a cleaning company comprised of ex-cons. We're on our way to Corporate Clean as we speak. 1 hour, 2 hours, we're going to have the perp's name. Sergeant, in light of David Price's involvement. I'm fine, Lieutenant. We appreciate your efforts, and we think it would be best. Griffin thrust out his phone to Waters. Tell the lieutenant I'm fine. He probably shouldn't have growled when he said that. Waters took the phone while Griffin rolled out his neck. Afternoon, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, uh-huh. Waters handed the phone back to Griffin. She doesn't like you much. I'm telling you, I gotta try a new cologne. Griffin tucked his phone against his ear and opened the door to his car. Lieutenant, we're going to get him before 6 o'clock and without David Price. We're going to nail the son of a bitch. And Lieutenant Morelli said quietly, We're making plans for a 3-hour release. What? Target time is 6 p.m. We're working hand in hand with the Department of Corrections, the state marshals, and SWAT. I'll be leading the team. Lieutenant, don't do it. It's what he wants. Don't do it. Do you think I can't handle the team, Sergeant? It's not about you, Griffin said, closing his eyes. It's not about me. It's about David Price. Listen, the rape started over a year ago. Think about that. That means Price has been in on this for over 12 months. 12 months of thinking, planning, and scheming for this day. He's got another agenda, and he's had ample opportunity to get it into play. Do you think I can't handle the team, Sergeant? The Pezzatoros will never allow it. He tried again, more desperate now. They're not about to have their 5-year-old granddaughter serve as bait. The Pezzatoros have personally requested the meeting. It was their call to the superintendent, not the other hundreds of calls, the lieutenant added dryly, which influenced the final decision. What? How? Why? They found a note in their mail. If David Price doesn't see Molly, they don't get to see Meg. The note came with a picture. Do you understand now how serious this situation has become? He's covering all the bases, Griffin murmured. If the public outcry isn't enough, pressure from the victim's parents will definitely get the job done. Oh, and now we can't hurt him either. You can position all the snipers you want at this meeting, but none of them can take a shot. Something happens to David at any time, and we lose Meg.
Think about that, Lieutenant. He has already set up a human shield without the human even being present. It's fucking brilliant. That's what 1 year of planning can do.
The lieutenant didn't say anything right away, so she probably agreed.
Sometimes, even when you knew you were being manipulated, you couldn't avoid it. It's 3 p.m. now, Morelli said quietly. I'm starting preparations for the cover team as we speak. And then, even more quietly, Griffin,
We know who we're dealing with. I know who we're dealing with. I'm getting the best people. I'm demanding the tightest security. I don't want Price out of prison any more than you do, but if it does happen, if it comes to that, I'll make sure it goes down right. We're going to get the man's name, Griffin said. I look forward to that call. And Sergeant, if you find the College Hill rapist first, remember what you've spent the last year learning. Remember, we still need Meg. Chapter 39. The Victims Club, the man, entered the basement. Meg heard the protesting groan of the old wooden stairs, then his out-of-tune humming. He'd paid her a visit earlier, skipped down the steps, told her to smile, and turned on a bright light right before she heard the whir of an instant camera. She'd still been tilting her head up, trying to peer beneath the bottom edge of her blindfold, when he had summarily clicked the light back off and thumped back up the stairs. She was left alone in the endless dark, her arms pulled painfully over her head, the muscles in her ribcage beginning to protest. Now she heard him approach once again and unconsciously shrank back against the concrete wall, as if that would save her. "How is pretty Meg?" the man whispered. He cupped her cheek. She turned her head and he chuckled, running his fingers down her throat, dipping them beneath the collar of her shirt. My, you've been working up a bit of a sweat." With the latex gag cutting into her mouth, she couldn't say anything and didn't bother to try. Tisk, the man scolded. "I don't think David's going to like that much. Maybe before he comes, I should give you a bath. You, bound and naked in a tub. I haven't tried that before. I think I might like it." His hands were inside her shirt, on her lace-covered breasts. He didn't squeeze, didn't stroke, just let his hands rest on her chest as if to prove his point. He held the power to do anything he wanted to her body, and there was nothing she could do to stop him. "Well," the man said briskly, "I have one last chore to attend to. A little present for David, one not even he's expecting. Should be lots of fun for everyone, especially me. Wish me luck, dear. If all goes as planned, I should have a few moments to come back and play." Now his fingers did move. She pressed her cheek against the dank wall. She did her best not to vomit. The man chuckled. "See you soon, Meg." He kissed her on the neck. Then he resumed his toneless humming as he ascended the stairs. The moment she heard the door click shut, Meg released her pent-up breath. She sagged against the hard-packed dirt floor, her legs trembling, her arms screaming with savage pain. She cried a little, but her tears were short-lived. He hadn't given her any water since her kidnapping, and she couldn't afford the loss of moisture. She sniffled, she took a deep breath, and then she tilted her head up toward a wall anchor she couldn't see. When she pulled forward, nothing happened. But as she'd twisted away from the man's fingers, she was sure she had detected the slightest wobble. If the anchor moved a little now, then maybe over time it would move a lot. It wasn't much, but it was all she had. Meg, the human pendulum. David Price was coming. David Price was coming. Meg started swaying. Lieutenant Morelli sat in the living room of the Pesaturo home. Toppy had whisked Molly upstairs the moment the lieutenant had arrived. Now Lieutenant Morelli spread out a map on the living room floor and went straight to business. She gazed at Tom, Laurie, Jillian, and Libby somberly. She told them, "This is what we're going to do. We want the meeting in public so we can properly monitor it, but we also want it semi-private to reduce the risk of pedestrian interference." "You mean hostages," Jillian murmured. "We like this residential park." The lieutenant tapped the green square on the map. "Direct street access that can be easily monitored. We close off all the side roads, of course, and shut down the park to the general public." "The park itself is an open green space, meaning it's easy to monitor with few places to hide. You mean in case the College Hill rapist is setting up an ambush?" Jillian said. This time, the lieutenant paused long enough to give her a stern look. Apparently, in the state police officer's world, civilians were to be seen, not heard. "Well, that explained, Griffin. We can also position snipers on rooftops here, and here.
the lieutenant continued curtly. In other words, we will have a bead on David Price at all times during the 3 hours. If you shoot him, what happens to our daughter? Tom asked. Given the situation, our snipers will have to radio for permission to use deadly force. What does that mean? Lori asked. It means we understand Price holds valuable information and will do our best to conduct the operation accordingly. Jillian spoke up. But under some circumstances, you would authorize use of deadly force. We're professionals, Lieutenant Morelli said firmly. We know what we're doing. Jillian, Tom, Lori, and Libby exchanged glances. They thought they knew what that meant. The snipers wouldn't kill David Price if he still appeared controllable, but if it looked like he was getting away. If the state police had to weigh the life of one woman against a convicted serial killer who would definitely return to his murderous ways should he ever get free, the state marshals will be in charge of transferring Price from the ACI to the park. Lieutenant Morelli resumed speaking. Transporting prisoners is their job and they know it best. Given the extreme situation, we will provide police escort and we will follow a predetermined, secured route. Upon arrival at the park, the state marshals will turn Price over to 2 state detectives for the duration of the meeting. He'll be in street clothes? Lori asked. Price's lawyer will deliver clothes for the visit by 4 this afternoon. We will thoroughly inspect the articles of clothing, of course, as well as conduct a full search of David Price. His wrists and ankles will be shackled? Tom asked. Absolutely. His ankles will be bound. His cuffed hands will be secured to his waist with a chain. His mobility will be extremely limited, I assure you. Now then, I want to talk about Molly. I don't want him to touch her, Lori cried. We plan on keeping them 10 feet apart at all times. How about the length of the park? Tom growled. We may increase that distance at our discretion, the lieutenant replied. In other words, if David is acting hinky, Jillian murmured, we won't let Molly anywhere near him, the lieutenant finished for her. Tom sighed heavily. His big shoulders sagged, his face was haggard. It was obvious he hated the idea of what was to come, and it was obvious he felt he had no other choice. Now, Morelli said briskly. About Molly's escort. We'll take her, Tom said instantly, head popping up. We would prefer that you didn't. Hell no, not an option. This is our daughter, granddaughter we're talking about. Molly needs us. She depends upon us. We will be there at her side every step of the way. Mr. Pesaturo, we understand your concern, but this is a potentially volatile situation. We feel it would be best to minimize the number of civilians involved and maximize the number of experienced professionals. Too bad. I'm her father. I'm not leaving her side. Mr. Pesaturo, it would be my honor to escort Molly. I'm her father, and I have 2 daughters of my own. Lieutenant Morelli's voice finally rose angrily. She caught the emotion, leveled her tone. Mr. Pesaturo, we don't know what Price's true intentions are. We suspect, however, that they involve a great deal more than simply saying hi to his long-lost daughter. If he springs something, what are you going to do? Kill the bastard, Tom saw her look and hastily added. In self-defense, of course. And what about Meg? I don't know. His shoulders sagged again. Meg had been missing nearly 6 hours now. 6 long, uncertain, fearful hours. Tom whispered, What would you do? I don't know, the lieutenant answered gently. I suspect none of us will know what to do until the moment it is asked of us. But the point is, there may be split-second decisions that need to be made, and as someone experienced in these matters, I'm better equipped to make them. This is ridiculous, Lori again. We're doing exactly what he wants. Lieutenant Morelli didn't say anything. Isn't there something else you can do? Some way you can force him to tell you where Meg is, to give us the rapist's name? He's in prison for life, Morelli said. That's already the maximum penalty this state allows. But prisons do have punishments. Jillian spoke up. Protocols, procedures for when prisoners get out of line. Inmates can be LFI, locked and fed in, meaning they must remain in their cells even during meal times. It's ACI's version of solitary, except the inmate remains in his original cell. Or, in cases where an inmate routinely disrupts prison life, he can be reassigned to Supermax, where inmates are confined to their cells 23 hours a day. In other words, they lose all the perks still offered in Old Max. Then threaten him with reassignment. Tom boomed. Tell Price you're going to send him to this Supermax place. Sergeant Griffin already did. Price didn't care. Morelli leaned forward. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Pesaturo. If we had more time, we could try some different tactics, place Price in Supermax and see if the pressure got to him. But I suspect Price knows that's why he's given us an aggressive timetable. That's why we have only a matter of hours. If we don't do what he wants, something could happen to Meg or something could happen to another innocent young girl. Yes, what we're doing is not ideal, but we're going to do it with the best of our abilities. I'd like to escort your granddaughter, Mr.
Pesaturo, I promise you I will do my best to keep her safe.
What will Sergeant Griffin be doing? Jillian asked. Morelli gave her a wary glance. The sergeant is pursuing another avenue of the investigation. I would think you would want him at the scene, Jillian pressed, giving the lieutenant a steely glance of her own. Isn't he the one who knows David Price the best? Sergeant Griffin feels he has a good lead. We thought it was best to let him pursue it. Does he think he knows where Meg is? Laurie spoke up hopefully. The lieutenant didn't say anything, and then Jillian got it. Griffin thinks he might be able to identify the real perpetrator, she said slowly. He's trying to find the College Hill rapist without David Price. We are doing everything in our power to avoid granting David Price's request, the lieutenant said. Oh, thank God, Laurie said. Sitting next to Jillian, Libby tapped her finger. But, the lieutenant reminded them firmly, the meeting Price is demanding may still happen. We need to be prepared. I would like permission to escort your granddaughter. No, Mr. Pesaturo. No, he said again. Tom looked at his wife, then took her hand. Together, they turned toward the state lieutenant. We've raised Molly as our daughter. She needs us now. We'll do this together as a family. And if Price tries something, then we'll see how good your snipers are, won't we, Lieutenant? 4 p.m. Griffin, Fitz and Waters finally found the corporate Clean World headquarters. In other words, a decrepit old warehouse in South Providence amid a bunch of even more decrepit old buildings. Apparently, cleaning companies didn't make as much money as, say, sperm banks. The front doors were locked. Griffin started punching buttons on the mounted intercom system while Waters gazed up at the security camera. It took 4 or 5 rings before a scratchy female voice crackled through the box. What? We're looking for corporate clean, Griffin said. Why? We're dirty and we need a good scrubbing. Why do you think? You cops? Worse, Griffin announced. We're IRS. That did the trick. The doors instantly buzzed open. A bunch of ex-cons would have nothing but disdain for law enforcement. Everyone, on the other hand, fears the IRS. Up on the 5th floor, the office suite of corporate clean was a pleasant surprise compared to the rest of the building. Sure, the gray carpet was threadbare, the bone-colored walls boring, but the place was spick and span, even smelled like ammonia and pine sol. This must be where the recruits practiced their new trade. The 3 detectives came to an empty front desk in the tiny entryway, gazed down a long, narrow hallway behind it, and waited impatiently for someone to appear. Griffin's leg was starting to jiggle again. He clasped his hands behind his back so no one would see them shake. When he glanced back up, Waters was staring at him, so maybe he wasn't fooling anyone after all. 4:03 p.m.? Not much time. Christ, a door down the hall finally opened. A girl with jet black hair walked out, wearing way too many piercings and not nearly enough clothes. May I help you? She asked, and gave them a very direct glance for someone half naked in front of 3 men. We're looking for the owner of Corporate Clean. May I ask what this is regarding? Taxes. IRS agents don't make house calls. How would you know? Griffin gave up on the staring contest. He flashed his ID. This is official business. Find the owner now. The girl raised a silver-studded brow, gave them a dismissive look just so they'd know that they hadn't scared her, and then retreated down the hall. Griffin's other leg got a tremor. He paced around the room while Waters and Fitz watched. Another minute, a long, interminable minute. One of so many minutes, ticking, ticking, ticking. Didn't anyone understand the urgency of time? The girl finally returned. Mr. Sal Green would see them now, the last doorway on the left. Try not to break anything on their way there. Too late. They stormed down the hall, stormed into the room, and arrived as a definite physical presence. Officers. An older, trimly built man in faded jeans and a graying ponytail greeted them as they burst into the office. He belatedly rose to his feet, then waved his hand vaguely at the 2 empty chairs. Sergeant, Griffin corrected him sharply. Green wasn't impressed. He shrugged, then commented, I'd say I'm surprised by your visit, but of course I'm not. What happened this time, gentlemen? A paperclip is missing from someone's lobby, and you're here to follow up with your favorite scapegoats. The state police doesn't get involved in missing paperclips. Oh, you're right. So one of my crews was speeding instead. You know, it really is safe to hand them the ticket. Not all ex-cons bite. Griffin's blood pressure jumped another 50 points. He turned to Waters, who got the hint. We need a name, Waters said. No kidding. We need to know who works the sperm bank up in Pawtucket, and we need a record of their date of hire. Then I would need a subpoena. Then you're going to need a cast, Griffin growled. Ooh, good cop, bad cop. Green turned to Fitz. What are you, the comedic sidekick? Fitz said, I'm the corroborative witness who'll testify that the first two didn't really hurt you. Oh, spare me. Green sat back down behind his desk. Look, I run a good company with good guys. You people run screaming through my personnel records once a month, and you haven't found anything yet. Whatever it is this time, get a subpoena. If you finally have proof someone in my employ has done bad, then you shouldn't have any trouble getting a judge to agree. We don't have time, Waters said tightly. And I don't have $1 million. Welcome to life. Griffin had had enough. He planted his hands on the desk, leaned in until his face was inches from Green's, and held the man's stare. It involves the College Hill rapist, got it? Have you been watching the news? Do you understand what we're talking about? Green finally paused. He looked away from Griffin, then frowned. My guys work at night, not every night. I vet them myself. We have no one with a history of sex crimes. The women on my crews would object or hurt him. This guy was never convicted. Then how do you know he's one of mine? Look, Sergeant, I'm just a beleaguered small business owner, and you're not making a very good case. We have our reasons. We have compelling reasons. Then tell them to a judge, Green interrupted firmly. He picked up his phone, as if to signal that he was done. Griffin slammed the phone back down. If another girl is hurt, then you know where to find me, don't you, Sergeant? You son of a bitch, Fitz snarled. Green shot him a look, too. He was angry now, and it showed in his face. Gentlemen, it's called due process. You're the police, you ought to know about it. Now, if I were you, I'd find a judge. Because it's getting late, and frankly, I plan on going home at 5. Griffin almost went for him then, blood pressure so high, ringing so loud in his ears. Waters touched his arm. He reined himself back in. Breathe deep. Count to 10. Count to 20. Man was an asshole. The world was filled with them. We'll be back, Griffin said. You and Schwarzenegger. Mr. Green said dryly and picked up his phone. They exited the building fast, 4:32 and counting. We need a judge, a friendly judge, Griffin growled. I'm out of the loop. I know one, Waters said immediately. Okay, you and I will get the warrant. You, Griffin turned to Fitz, watch the building. I don't want to come all the way back with paper just to find Mr. Bleeding Heart gone. Ooh, me and all the ex-cons, I can hardly wait. Neither can they. Come on, Waters, let's roll. Fitz went back inside the building. Waters and Griffin climbed into Waters's car. The sky was still light, dusk 3 hours away. But it would come, and it would come quick, and Price would be out of prison walking toward his 5-year-old daughter, while some young college student walked out of the student union, headed for her apartment. And Meg? And Jillian? And Carol? Griffin had failed his wife once. He had failed 10 helpless children. He had failed himself. He was supposedly older and wiser now. He didn't want to fail again. Are you going to make it? Waters asked tightly. I'm holding it together, just barely. See, Griffin said lightly. I've made progress. 4:46. A corrections officer stopped outside the solitary confinement cell where David Price had been temporarily placed. Hands, the guard said. You're going to shackle me already? Wow, you guys really aren't leaving anything to chance. Hands, the guard repeated. David shrugged. He knew the drill. He stuck his hands through the slit in the cell door. The corrections officer slapped on the cuffs. David withdrew his shackled wrists, and his cell door was finally opened. The guard pulled him out by the shoulder and led him over to processing. Can I stop by my cell? David asked. Why? I like that toilet better, you know? It's hard to relax in a new cell. Eat more fiber, the guard told him and pulled him down the hall. At the end was a room where 3 more guards waited. One saw him coming and snapped on a pair of gloves. Full cavity search? David arched a brow. Why, this is just my lucky day, the guard regarded him stonily. David shrugged. Oh, the price of freedom. He went into the room, where his favorite shirt and pants were stacked on the table. The clothes had probably already been searched. Now it was his turn. David turned away from the stack of clothing, trying not to smile too brightly. Free at last, he murmured as he raised his hands above his head. Free at last, O Lord Almighty, free at last. 5 p.m. David Price bent over. Griffin and Waters pleaded their case before a judge. Fitz stared at a half-dressed receptionist. Tanya fed a crying, fussy Eddie Jr. Meg swayed from side to side. Carol's right hand started to twitch, and Jillian sat in the Pesaturo home, thinking of Meg, thinking of Carol, thinking of her sister, thinking of Sylvia Blair, and then thinking of David Price's game plan. Something was wrong here, she thought, then rubbed her temples as she tried desperately, quickly, to think of what. Molly sat on the floor of her bedroom and waited. Chapter 40. Price, we need a subpoena. We have probable cause. The College Hill rapist case. Como donated sperm to a Pawtucket sperm bank. The rapist had to have access to those samples in order to plant evidence at the crime scenes. We need to see some personnel records. Now. It wasn't the most elegant arguing Griffin and Waters had ever done before a judge, but it did the trick. At 5:11, they received their subpoena. They promptly drove 90 miles per hour back to Corporate Clean, burnt some rubber, making the hard right turn into the parking lot, and squealed around to the front doors. First thing they saw was Fitz, standing outside, hand on Mr. Green's arm, talking furiously. Green was obviously trying to make good on his threat to go home at 5. Fitz was obviously making good on his vow to stand guard. Griffin screeched to a halt directly in front of them, while Waters thrust the subpoena out his open window. We require access to your files now, Waters announced. Sal Green sighed and shook his head at their persistence. Then he turned back toward the building. 5 minutes later, he kicked an old gray metal filing cabinet 3 times, jerked the lower drawer open, then gestured to the emerging row of files. These are my current employees. Griffin eyed what appeared to be 40 to 50 names. They didn't have that kind of time. People who work the sperm bank, he said curtly. Past and present, I rotate the crews. It keeps everyone on their toes. Date of hire November through April, Mr. Green. Move it. For a moment, it looked like Green might protest. Griffin's hands started itching at his sides. He was trying to remember what Lieutenant Morelli had said. For that matter, what his therapist, his brothers and Waters had said. Mostly, however, he felt himself descending down, down, down into that dark basement with its neat rows of sad little graves. Green started pulling files. Griffin figured it was the best decision the man had made all day. He, Waters and Fitz began skimming. 10 minutes later, Fitz won the prize. I know this man. Ron Viggio. I arrested him myself several years back. A regular peeping Tom. The woman was embarrassed, though, and wouldn't press charges. Peeping Tom, Waters said. That sounds like a budding rapist to me. Hey, all I know about was an arrest for B&E, Green protested immediately. Viggio told me about it up front. It was all some misunderstanding. He was trying to plant a surprise in his girlfriend's apartment, and a neighbor took it the wrong way. He was caught breaking into a woman's home? Griffin asked sharply. Green shrugged. He was charged, not tried. At least that's what I was told. Griffin was already dialing his cell phone. Sergeant Griffin here. I need you to run a name through the system. Ronald Viggio, Eiggio. Yep. Uh-huh. And 2 minutes after that, current address? All right. He grabbed the file. Let's go. Hey now. Green started to protest again, but no one waited around to hear. 5:30 p.m. The state marshals appeared and led David to the waiting transport van, courtesy of his lawyer's timely delivery. David was wearing his own clothes for the first time in a year and a half, a pair of tan khakis, a dark blue button-down shirt, and dark brown loafers. The clothes had been searched and run through the metal detector, of course. So had he. Now his hands and ankles were shackled. A state marshal walked on either side, both heavy-set faces grim. David smiled at his escorts. He smiled at the assembled corrections officers. He smiled at the waiting blue van. He was in a good mood. They loaded him up. Try anything, Buster, one of the state marshals said, and we'll grind you into dust, capiche? I don't speak Italian. You English-challenged hump." The marshal growled at him. David smiled back. The van doors closed. Soon the prison gates would open. 5:35 p.m., so close to freedom, David could taste it on his lips. 5-10 more minutes and the gates would open. 5-10 more minutes and his real journey would begin. "Thank you, Sergeant Griffin," he thought. And of course, thank you, Meg. Apparently, Ron Vigio didn't feel the need to tell his employer about his entire criminal history. Griffin said as he hurtled his car onto the interstate, and Waters called for backup. Turns out he wasn't arrested for B&E, but for first-degree sexual assault. He also spent 3 years behind bars in the mid-90s for breaking into a woman's home. So, first he's a peeping Tom, then he's breaking into women's homes, then he goes for assault. Wow, he's positively textbook. Yeah, unfortunately, the sexual assault charge didn't stick. The woman had had a prior relationship with Vigio they'd dated briefly, and since she'd slept with him willingly in the past, she got worried the jury wouldn't believe her claim. Or maybe she just got freaked out at the thought of the trial. It's not exactly a walk in the park.
Why try the defendant when you can beat up the victim?
Exactly. Vigio entered intake in December. His accuser dropped the charges in January. His probation officer can probably tell us even more stories. Griffin came to the Cranston exit, flashed his lights at the sluggish traffic, then whipped around them, cursing. Some jerk pulled out in front of him. He slammed the brakes hard and swore, and Waters grabbed the bullhorn. "To the right! Now!" That put the fear of God into the asshole. Of course, the driver shot them a dirty look as they went barreling by. Civilians. Vigio had 4 weeks at intake during the same time as David Price, Griffin said, breathing hard, his palms dampening with a combination of adrenaline and anticipation. He found the proper side street, his speedometer over 80 and his attention focused on the wheel. Ooh, is it just coincidence? Or is it probable cause? By December, Vigio had probably figured out that it was only a matter of time until he attacked a woman again. But he also knew his DNA and prints were already in the system, so the first time he gave in to impulse, he'd have 2 detectives knocking on his door. Then he remembered good old David Price, who lived next door to a cop and still got away with killing 10 kids. Good old David Price, who's conveniently locked up with him in intake. Even rapists need role models, Waters said. Unfortunately for us, and now unfortunately for Vigio, hang on a sec, we're here. Griffin saw the street sign belatedly, hit the brakes and let the momentum of the car's back end whip them around the turn. He promptly killed the grill lights and eased up on the gas. He didn't want to spook Vigio by racing down the street, lights flashing. First, they would conduct a casual drive-by to assess the home. They neared the address and immediately spotted a man walking out the front door, heading for his car in the driveway. The man wore dark blue pants, a light blue chambray shirt, and from the back at least, could have been a double for Eddie Como. "Hello, Ron Vigio." "Jesus Christ," Waters murmured in awe. "He's gonna bail," Griffin warned. He grabbed the radio. "Everyone, green light, green light, green light!" Griffin whipped his car sideways onto the driveway, blocked Vigio's vehicle, and slammed on the brakes. Vigio's head popped up. He registered the 2 unmarked cars and 1 police cruiser bearing down on him, and then he ran. "Move, move, move!" Griffin was out of his car. Up ahead, he saw Fitz swerve his Taurus into another driveway in an attempt to stop the fleeing suspect. Vigio leapt onto the Taurus's hood, jumped down the other side, and kept moving. Shouts now. Waters bellowing, police stop. Residents peering out of their homes and yelping in surprise at the commotion. Officers yelling as they tore out of their cruisers and prepared to give chase. Griffin had the lead. He scrambled over Fitz's hood and thundered down the sidewalk. He'd show Ron Vigio what a 5-minute mile meant. Vaguely, he was aware of Waters racing right along beside him. Fitz panted somewhere in the distance. Vigio glanced frantically over his shoulder and saw them closing the gap. He darted right, headed between 2 small houses, and leapt a low wooden fence. A woman shrieked, a dog barked. Griffin heard it all from far away as he vaulted the fence, homed in on Vigio, and dove for the man's legs. At the last minute, Vigio spun left, avoiding the tackle and reaching a tall chain-link fence. Griffin went down, rolled into the fall, and was back on his feet in time to see Vigio and Waters disappear over the barrier. He jumped onto the chain link and resumed pursuit. They had arrived in someone's personal version of a salvage yard. A small white house sat forlornly in the middle of a pile of twisted, burnt-out wrecks. For a moment, Griffin couldn't see anyone at all. Then he heard a clatter as Vigio darted past a pile of rusty hubcaps, and Waters went careening around another gutted car. Griffin watched Vigio's line, saw the obvious destination, a kid's bike by the home's front door, and raced around the other side of the house. He burst into view 20 feet in front of Vigio. "Boo!" Griffin roared. A startled Ron Vigio drew up short, and Waters took him out with a flying tackle. 10 minutes later, Ron Vigio sat handcuffed in the back of a Rhode Island police cruiser, sullenly refusing to talk. They let him be for now and descended upon his home. In the bathroom, Waters found the neatly stacked boxes of latex gloves. In the kitchen pantry, Fitz bagged and tagged 3 rows of Berkeley & Johnson disposable douches, all country flowers. Then, of course, there were the vials they found in the freezer. The kitchen table held an open package of model rocketry igniters and was covered with some sort of gray clay. Griffin sniffed the gray material suspiciously, then left it for Jack and Jack to figure out. They checked the upstairs bedrooms, the downstairs bathroom, and all the closets. Still no sign of Meg. Griffin finally found a door beneath the staircase, a door leading to the basement. He took a deep breath, motioned to Waters, and together they descended into the depths. "Meg?" Griffin called out. Something grazed at the top of his head. The end of a pull chain for an overhead light. Still no sound in the dark. Steeled for the worst, he yanked the chain and turned on the light. 30 seconds later, he and Waters had walked the entire length of the dank, empty space. "Floor doesn't even look disturbed," Waters said. "I don't think anyone's been down here for a bit." Griffin thought about it. "Car?" he asked with a frown. "Gotta be. Shit." They were back up the stairs and out of the house. Car wouldn't be good. Trunk of a car would be even worse. Hold it together. Remember the lessons of the past year. The driver's side door wasn't locked. Waters opened it with gloved hands, while Griffin ran around to the trunk. He had his firearm out, just in case. On the count of 3, Waters popped the trunk. Griffin leveled his gun. "Hey," he said a split second later, "isn't that a bomb?" Carol had started to move. Dan didn't know if it was good movement or bad movement. At first, just her right hand twitched. He'd taken that as a good sign, stroking her fingers, trying to talk his wife back to life. Then, her left leg had started to twitch, and she had developed a hitch in her breathing. He wasn't sure what that meant. The doctors had told him that the high dosage of Ambien and alcohol in her bloodstream had effectively shut down her system. In theory, however, her kidneys would do their job, removing the impurities from her bloodstream, and she would respond by waking up. At least that's what they hoped. Was twitching the same as waking? Did people regain consciousness by first suffering labored breathing? Dan was standing now. He patted Carol's hand, smoothed back her hair from her pale, cool forehead. "Come on, honey," he murmured. "Come back to me, love. It's going to be all right. I promise you this time things are going to be better." Her left leg twitched again. Her breathing hiccuped. Dan leaned forward. He gazed down at his wife's quiet, peaceful face, as beautiful now as the first day he had met her. And he realized for the first time that her chest was no longer moving. Her breathing had not returned. A machine started to beep. Dan dropped his wife's hand. He raced into the hallway, his voice already frantic. "Help, help! Somebody help us, please!" 5:45 p.m. The massive ACI gates swung open. The blue transport van pulled forward. David Price, still grinning, was on his way. In the Pezzaturo home, Lieutenant Morelli finished up last-minute details of the meeting, including handing Tom and Lori bulletproof vests. They had told Molly they were going to play a game. They were going to a park for a police officer's picnic. They would have some punch, eat some cookies, and she could watch all the police officers do their jobs. A man might come and play pretend, too, but not to worry. He was just part of the game. Molly regarded them solemnly. Children always knew when adults were telling a lie. They were walking out the front door, faces somber, moods grim, when Morelli's cell phone rang. It was Griffin. "We got him! We got him! We got him! We've found boxes of latex gloves, plus the douches." Ron Vigio, former cleaner of the Pawtucket sperm bank, is definitely the College Hill rapist. "And Meg?" Morelli asked sharply. Tom and Lori froze, stared at her. "Not here. Where the hell is she?" "We don't know yet. Vigio's not talking.
But we can apply some pressure, retrace his steps. We'll find her, Lieutenant. It's only a matter of time.
Morelli looked at Tom and Laurie. We have a man who may be the College Hill rapist, she told them quietly, but we haven't found Meg.
Do they have any leads? Laurie asked. Sergeant Griffin believes it is only a matter of time. How much time? Does she have food? Does she have water? What if she's being held somewhere outside? We want our daughter. We need our daughter to be safe. Don't let him go, Lieutenant, Griffin was saying excitedly into the phone. Don't let Price out. We can do this on our own. We don't need Price anymore.
Morelli looked again at the Pezzaturo's anxious faces. She glanced at her watch. 5:55 p.m., she said. I'm sorry, Sergeant. It's too late. Chapter 41. The Candyman Meg was frightened. Her arms and shoulders hurt, seriously now, throbbed with a low, keening ache. Her fingers, however, she barely felt at all. They were slow, sluggish, like a separate entity that no longer belonged to her. Sometimes she felt moisture in her hair, a slow, steady drip. At first, she thought the ceiling had developed a leak. Now she realized it was more blood from her torn, shredded wrists. She still swayed back and forth, slower now, with less force. Sometimes the wall anchor moved, more often than not it remained rigidly fixed. She was slightly built, admirably thin. In other words, she didn't have the mass to get the job done, and now she was feeling tired beyond tired. She had strange spells where she couldn't tell whether she was asleep or awake. Her lips were dry and cracked. Her tongue felt glued to her mouth. Perversely, her bladder had finally given out on her. She hadn't gone to the bathroom since first thing this morning, and she simply couldn't hold it any longer. The shame was worse than the discomfort, to be a grown adult with urine-soaked pants. It wasn't right, and now to add insult to injury. She missed her captor. She genuinely wished, way down deep, that he would return to her. Maybe, her fuzzy, fatigued mind reasoned, he would cut her down, ease the ache in her shoulders. Maybe, she fantasized, he'd give her a bath, let her feel human again. And if he did touch her after that, if he did demand some kind of payment, she wouldn't be in the dark anymore. She wouldn't be lost with wet jeans and bleeding wrists. She wouldn't be alone in a musty basement that felt too much like a grave. These thoughts were bad, she realized in the saner corner of her mind. These thoughts let him win. She had to hold tough, be strong. She had to ignore her pain, to focus her anger, as Jillian liked to say. We are not victims. The minute we believe that, we let the rapist win. When it boils down to brute strength, ladies, perhaps we can't protect our bodies, but we can always control our minds. Oh please, oh please, oh please, let her get out of this. Before her arms gave out completely, before she did anything she'd regret, before David Price arrived. David couldn't see out of the van very well. The transport vehicle offered no side window, and there was a mesh screen between him and the two state marshals, which blurred the front windshield. That was okay. He didn't need to know where he was or where he was going. That was not relevant to matters at hand. David leaned forward and pretended to stretch out his back. Then he shifted restlessly from side to side, his fingers slipping along his left shirt sleeve until he found the slim wooden shape sewn into the cuff. The bulk was barely noticeable. The 1/4-inch thick, heavily lacquered wooden lockpick was tucked inside the top seam of the cuff, where the heavy chambray fabric already formed a ridge. If nothing else, Viggio was very good at following instructions. Then, in a move he'd spent the past 4 months practicing, David leaned forward and bit the hem of his right pant leg. Inside the pant cuff, his tongue found the waiting treasure, what appeared to be crumbled bits of white chalk, pieces of Alka-Seltzer, too small to be easily noticed, and like the wooden pick, guaranteed not to set off a metal detector. Sometimes, the simple things truly worked the best. David eased the pieces of tablet out of the pants cuff and into his mouth. Then, he started to chew. 40 seconds later, he made a gurgling noise in the back of his throat. The state marshal glanced in the rearview mirror. "What the hell?" he said. In the back of the transport van, David Price was foaming at the mouth. Griffin was in Ron Viggio's face. "Where is she?" "I don't know who you're talking about." "Don't play dumb with me. Where is she?" "My grandma's been dead for years, but thanks for asking. We have you, Viggio?" We know all about how you stole semen samples from the sperm bank, then injected them into douches. You're already looking at 2 counts of murder, let alone 4 counts of first-degree sexual assault. You're a little beyond minimum time behind bars, Ronnie boy. Start talking now, and maybe you have some hope of ever seeing daylight. Sitting in the back of the police cruiser, Vigio yawned. Are you trying to protect David Price? Because he's already sold you out. 3 hours from now, when he's done meeting with his daughter, he's going to give your name, Video laughed. We caught you because of him, Video. If he hadn't told us that you'd personally met Eddie Como, we wouldn't have thought to check personnel at the sperm bank, Video frowned. Yeah, that's right. You were doing so well, too. You had the perfect setup, a great little plan. Except for David Price. He was your weak link. He's who got you into this mess. Here you thought he was helping you, when really he was playing you all along. You're not a brilliant criminal mastermind, you're just David Price's pawn. Vigio thinned his lips. Despite his best intentions, he was starting to look pissed. Griffin's turn to shrug. He straightened, crossed his arms over his chest, and gave Vigio a dismissive glance. Pawns can be sacrificed, Vigio. Guys like Price do it all the time. Why do you think we're here? Price wanted to buy his freedom, so he sold you out. Now he gets to meet his little girl while you go to prison for the rest of your life. Hardly seems fair. Where is Meg, Viggo? Talk now while you still have a chance. Go to hell. Come on, Viggo. David isn't going to help you. You're fucked. You're screwed. Whatever you thought you had coming, it's over. What do you still owe him? Viggo's gaze flickered toward his car, now cordoned off in the driveway. Griffin caught the look. He stared at Vigio's vehicle, and then he got it. That's another car bomb, isn't it, Vigio? Except instead of using it on a hired gun, you were going to use it on David Price. You were going to hook it up, then watch your favorite partner in crime go boom. Well, I'll be damned. So there really isn't any honor among thieves. Wait a minute. Griffin's voice changed. He leaned forward intently. That means David Price was going to get into a vehicle. What the hell do you know, Vigio? What the hell does David Price have planned? Jillian was pacing the living room of the Pesaturo home while Libby and Toppy watched. Her right hand twisted Trisha's medallion relentlessly. Her left hand was clasped behind her back. This isn't right, she told Libby and Toppy, though they had probably grown bored with her tirade by now. Tom and Lori need us. Meg needs us. We should be doing something. Jillian, Toppy said firmly, patiently. We're not professionals. Sometimes the right thing to do is to wait. But David Price is getting exactly what he wants. Surely there's got to be another way. God, why can't I think of another way? Libby sighed. Toppy stared at Jillian. How do we even know he will give up the rapist's name? Jillian quizzed them. Griffin is right after meeting with Molly. Price can say anything he likes. It's too late to do anything about it then. They could send him to Supermax, Toppy said. Or punish him with this LFI thing. Oh, like David Price cares about that. It's games he likes, getting the upper hand, controlling all the moves on the board. She stopped abruptly, frowned. Huh? What? Toppy asked. David likes to control everything, Jillian said slowly. But this meeting, he let the police pick the place and the route for getting there. He only set the time. If he were planning something, you'd think he'd want to choose the location. Someplace he knew well or had an opportunity to booby trap. Or have the College Hill rapist booby trap. That would make sense. David helps the College Hill rapist come up with the perfect crime. In return, the rapist helps David get out of jail. Maybe he's not planning anything, Toppy said firmly. You heard Lieutenant Morelli? The police are focusing all of their resources on this meeting. Price can hardly just exit the van and keep walking. Jillian glared at her irritably. Of course he's planning something. If he really wanted to see his daughter, he would have pressed the issue before going to jail. So this isn't about Molly. It's about getting out of prison. She paused, still thinking out loud. And it's about revenge, arranging things so that Meg would be the first victim, then setting up the assassination of Eddie Como so it would bring Griffin onto the case. His actions are personal, almost autobiographical, same victim, same detective. But he didn't pick the place. Why didn't he pick the place? And then her eyes flew open. Oh no, what? It's not going to be at the location, don't you get it? All the snipers, the lieutenant, and Molly. That's just a cover, something to distract the police. He didn't pick a place because he has no intention of getting there.
Whatever he's going to do, it's going to be en route. Quick, where's the phone? Where's the phone? I've got to call Griffin. Driving down Route 2 in Cranston, State Marshal Jerry Atkins urgently radioed the state police cruiser in front of him. Something's wrong with Price. He's foaming at the mouth. Jesus Christ, I think he's going into convulsions. What do you want us to do? Pause. Well, we can't just let him die. He's supposed to give up the damn rapist. Wait a sec. Whoo! He's out. He's on the floor. Jesus, I think he's choking on his tongue. He needs immediate medical attention. Quick, pull over. Up ahead, the police cruiser abruptly turned right, heading into a restaurant's parking lot. This part of Route 2 was nothing but an endless strip mall, not a great place for an emergency stop with a violent felon on board. But then from the back of the van came another loud crash as Price's shackled ankles jerked violently. A second police cruiser pulled in behind them and tried to fashion a barricade in the back of the lot. The parking lot wasn't crowded. It was the best they could do. Jerry jumped down from the driver's side of the van. He had a small first aid kit and only the faintest idea of how to proceed. "Radio for an ambulance?" he yelled. "We're talking to the lieutenant. Does she know first aid?" "Don't unshackle him." Jesus Christ, do I look like an idiot? Jerry threw open the side door. His partner was right behind him. Apparently, the state police did think they were idiots, and their escorting officer, Ernie, shoved them both aside. He peered in first with his holster unsnapped and his hand on the butt of his firearm. Holy shit. Jerry and his partner pushed past Ernie and promptly drew up short. David Price's scrawny body seemed to have folded in on itself, a jumbled tangle of shackled arms and legs that could not be natural. As the three men stared in shock, his body spasmed again and his head lolled back, giving them an eerie image of a man trying to stare out through the whites of his eyes. Jerry was galvanized first. Quick, quick, get him straightened out. We gotta get a stick in his mouth before he bites off his tongue. He jumped into the van, grabbing at David's shackled feet. Ernie went for his shoulders. Jerry had a strange thought. Price's hands, they weren't where they should be. What had happened to the thick belt that should be shackling his hands to his waist? His gaze fell to the floor. He saw a small wooden sliver, almost like a lockpick, and then Jerry's head came up. David's magically freed hand grabbed Ernie's Beretta. Jerry yelled, "N!" The bullet slammed into his brain. Crackle! Confusion! In the cordoned-off park in Cranston, Lieutenant Morelli strode away from the Pesaturo family with her cell phone in one hand and her radio in the other. She was sweating heavily beneath the weight of her Kevlar vest, and her gaze kept going to the surrounding rooftops, checking on her snipers. What do you mean Price is having some kind of fit? No, don't pull over. What? You've already pulled over. Whose dumb idea was that? Her cell phone rang. She flipped it open first ring and while still listening to Brugger's muddled explanation on the radio, barked, "Morelli! He's going to do something on the way," Griffin yelled over the phone. "He was never planning on meeting Molly. It's a ruse. Vigio was going to tamper with his getaway car." Griffin. And then to the radio, "I know you can't let him die." "Lieutenant? Where is the transport van? Tell me where to find the transport van." "Damn it, Brugger, where are you?" Griffin's yelling that Price has some kind of escape plan. "Don't touch him. You hear me? Nobody touches David Price, Brugger." Shots, sudden sharp, coming over the airwaves. Lots of them, and then men swearing and more gunfire and then a gurgle. Close, in the receiver. A man choking on his own blood. "Brugger? Brugger? Do you hear me? Brugger? What is happening? Where is the van? Where is the van?" Griffin was yelling. "Brugger, silence! Total silence!" Even Griffin had finally fallen quiet. Seconds ticked away. The sweat trickled hot from Morelli's forehead to the tip of her chin. She turned around slowly. She stared at Tom and Lori Pesaturo, who were watching her with shocked, frightened eyes. Her gaze fell. She looked at Molly. Pretty little Molly, who, if there was any justice in this world, would never know her real father. And then, a voice. "Send Griffin my love," David Price said over the radio. "Oh, and somebody might want to send an ambulance. Wait, on second thought, I believe the coroner will do?" Griffin swore once, stunned, as the radio clicked off. Lieutenant Morelli hung her head. Griffin shut his cell phone. It promptly rang again. For a moment, he simply stared at it. Waters did too. They had heard everything coming over Morelli's radio into Griffin's phone, and now their faces were white, drained. Fitz appeared shell-shocked. The assembled officers were shattered. Sometimes life was like being submerged 20 miles beneath the sea. All sounds were muted. Your limbs felt too heavy to move. You drifted in the dark, the surface too far away, the pressure about to collapse your chest. Griffin's phone rang again. He flipped it open and steeled himself for Price's smirking voice. "He's going to do something along the way?" Jillian exclaimed. "He's never going to make it to the park." "I know," Griffin whispered. "Think about it," she continued excitedly. "He let the police pick the location. He never would have done that if that's where he was planning on making his escape." "I know. And with the snipers and the SWAT team and all that coverage, it would be impossible to do something there. En route, on the other hand, when it's just him and some drivers. Jillian, I know." "You do? Well then, stop him." He didn't say anything. He didn't have the words to voice what he had just heard. How many men had been involved in the escort? 4, 6, 8? How many had wives? How many had children? Waters had turned away. Fitz sat down hard on Ron Viggio's driveway, staring bleakly at a streetlight. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a dog howled. "Griffin?" Jillian said, her voice suddenly uncertain. "Did he? Is it? It just happened. Oh my God, what did? I can't. Meg? We don't know." "Griffin, he can't get away." "You think I don't know that?" His body finally came alive. He kicked the tire of the police cruiser, then kicked it again and again. Sitting in the back of the car, Viggio gazed at him balefully. The prick had probably heard it all and still didn't give a damn. Griffin's vision started to cloud over. He could see his hands so clearly. He could envision them fastening on Viggio's neck, squeezing, squeezing, squeezing. Breathe deep, exhale. Breathe deep, exhale. Don't give in. Picture yourself in a happy place. He wanted to dance on David Price's grave. Was that a happy place? Or did that simply mean that 1 year later he hadn't learned a goddamn thing? "Griffin," Jillian said, "Lieutenant Morelli claimed you had a lead on the rapist. Found him. But he doesn't have Meg?" "Nope. And he doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk about it." "Griffin, I know where she is." "What?" He perked up. Waters and Fitz caught the change in his demeanor and glanced at him sharply. "David's self-centered," Jillian said in a rush. "Self-absorbed. This has all been about him. He picked Meg to be the first victim again. He picked you to lead the case again. And now for the grand finish?" "No," Griffin breathed. "Yes, he has one more grave to dig, don't you see, Griffin? He started with Meg, and now he's going to do what he probably thinks he should have done 6 years ago. He's going to kill Meg, and he's going to bury her in the basement. He's going back to your old neighborhood, Griffin. He's going back to his old house." Griffin looked at Viggio. The rapist tried to blank his features but was too late. The look of amazement on his face said enough. "How did you get access to Price's former home?" Griffin barked. "My mother bought it." "What?" "Price recommended it. Face it, who wants to buy a home that used to have murdered babies in the basement? The real estate agent gave up months ago, and my mother bought it cheap. She's on fixed income, so hey, she's happy. You involved your mother in this? Of course not. She's in Florida. I surprised her with a free trip." "Son of a bitch," Griffin motioned furiously at Waters and Fitz. "Jillian, thanks. We're on our way there." Griffin's car was blocked by the police cruiser. They ran for Fitz's Taurus while Griffin started yelling into the radio. David had a 10-minute head start, and they were a good 15 minutes away. Once more, the clock was ticking. For Meg's sake, Griffin hoped they weren't too late. In the Pesaturos living room, Jillian hung up the phone, grabbed her coat, grabbed her purse, and then grabbed her pepper spray. "This is insane," Toppy said immediately. "You're not a cop. It's Meg. Let them handle this." "Because it's gone so well thus far." Jillian turned to her mother. "May I have your pepper spray? I'll take as much as I can get." Libby frowned, gazed at her reproachfully. "I can't sit around and wait anymore, Mom. Meg needs me. I have to try." Libby didn't budge. "Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm not going to just barrel into the house. I did that once before, and I know as well as anyone that it didn't work. I'll be careful. I'll think of something along the way." Libby's expression started to waver. Jillian bent down and looked her mother in the eye. "I have to do this," she said quietly, intently. "I didn't save Trisha, don't you see? You miss her terribly. I know you do, but I failed her, and I have to live with that every day of my life." "Yes,
He was stronger than me. Yes, you should blame the rapist and not the victim. It all sounds so well and good, but I was there, I saw her, and I didn't get to her in time. I didn't save her. I don't want to lose someone else, Mom. I don't want to lose you or Meg or Carol, so I need to do this. Maybe I can't change the world, but I'm finally learning that. For me, at least, it's important to try. Please, Mom, may I have your pepper spray? Libby reached into her pocket. She held out the canister with a trembling, liver-spotted hand. She looked at her last daughter with open concern. Then she sighed and dropped the canister into Jillian's palm. Jillian kissed her mother's cheek. Then she turned and ran for the door. Chapter 42. The Survivors Club Meg had drifted off again. She was at home in Molly's pink-colored room. They were preparing Barbie for her big wedding day, except this time Pooh's cape was blood red. Meg was trying to get the cape off when she looked down to see that Pooh's fuzzy cheeks had morphed into David Price's smirking face. "Daddy!" Molly cried in delight. Meg jerked awake with a scream. Her legs had given out beneath her, and her arms screamed at the sudden impact of her dead weight. Hastily, she scrambled to get her footing on the rough dirt floor. Perversely enough, her arms and shoulders ached worse. A sound up above, a door opening. Footsteps moving quickly across a wooden floor. Meg couldn't help herself. The College Hill rapist was back, and she was grateful. Her bloody wrists stung, her bound ankles hurt. She couldn't stand the feel of her urine-soaked jeans plastered against her skin. She wanted down, she wanted out. She wished so badly to feel human again. She turned her head to where she believed the staircase was and held her breath in anticipation of his approach. Another click. The door opening at the top of the stairs. And then, "Hi, honey?" David Price's voice sang out clearly, "I'm home." Through her gag, Meg started to scream. 5 blocks from Griffin's old home, Fitz hit the brakes. Adrenaline demanded that they roar up to the front door and leap out, guns blazing. Prudence advised a different course. The 3 men gazed studiously around the neighborhood for any sign of David Price, while Fitz drove a grid, up one street, down another. Around this block, around another, clock ticking, tension mounting. Griffin could feel the knots bulging in his shoulders while Waters cracked his knuckles incessantly. The streets were quiet. The sun was beginning to sink and firing the sky bright orange and deep crimson. They got within 1 block of Griffin's former home, where he had lived and loved and lost his wife. Then Fitz pulled over. "How many points of entry?" he asked quietly. 3, front door, side patio door, and basement bulkhead. "We split up," Waters murmured. "Finesse job," Griffin said. "David's armed and he won't hesitate to use Meg as a shield. Basically, it's a hostage situation that, given the neighborhood, could rapidly grow worse." "Contain him," Fitz muttered. "Yeah, Meg is bad enough. We don't want him to end up in another home with an entire family to torment." No one asked the next logical question. At what point did they sacrifice Meg to contain Price? They had to hope it wouldn't come down to that. "All right," Griffin said. They got out of the car, got out their firearms, and one by one disappeared into the fiery dusk. The doctors poured in. Kids, really, in oversized lab coats, raced into Carol's room and surrounded Dan's wife. Her left leg was twitching, her right arm thrashing. The machine beeped, and the doctors shouted strange codes to the nurses who were already pushing Dan aside as they scrambled for more equipment and one helluva big syringe. "Carol, Carol, Carol! You need to leave, sir." "My wife. A doctor will be with you shortly, sir." "Carol," the nurse shut him firmly out of the room. He stood outside, alone in the hallway, while the doctors yelled. The machine beeped and his wife's body convulsed on the bed. David touched her. His fingers stroked Meg's cheek and gently feathered back her hair. She tried to turn away, but she couldn't escape. He had taken off her blindfold first thing. "All the better to see you, my dear," he'd crooned. The sudden glare of the bare overhead light hurt her eyes. "You grew up," David said now. "Pity." He ran one finger up her arm, then raised it to his lips and sucked her blood off his fingertip. "You've been busy, my dear. Look at the mess you've made. It didn't help you at all, but it's sweet that you tried. Did Ronnie tell you I was coming, Meg? Did you work yourself into such a state simply for me?" She still had the gag in her mouth, so she didn't bother to reply. "Well,
I really can't delay too long, David said briskly, so let's get you unhooked and down to business. Meg eyed him warily. She could see the butt of a gun sticking up from the waistband of his pants. One side of his shirt carried a red stain and his right cheek was flecked with blood. He reeked of gunpowder and death. She had no illusions what that meant. He slipped his hand behind his back. It emerged with an ugly black-sheathed knife. Courtesy of Jerry, he told her, though she didn't understand whom he meant. She watched him unsnap the leather sheath. She watched the large, serrated hunting knife slide into view, the overhead light caressing the menacing edge. She should have worked the wall anchor more. She should have tried harder. Who cares that her arms and shoulders had ached? Whatever David did to her now was going to hurt far, far worse. He rested the tip of the blade against her collarbone. It felt cool and sharp against her sweat-soaked skin. She closed her eyes, pressed her back against the wall, and tried to tell herself it couldn't hurt forever. Everything, even pain, had to end. Poor Molly, poor Mom and Dad, poor Jillian and Carol, poor Meg. She had been getting things together. Really, even without a memory, she had been looking forward to getting on with her life. And now, the knife moved. She whimpered helplessly, and David cut her down. Her arms fell forward abruptly, her bound hands hitting her stomach like a rock. In the next instant, blood flow returned to her strained limbs, prickling nerve endings to sudden life, and she nearly screamed at the sudden hump of pain. Watching her, David laughed. Yeah, sometimes the recovery is worse than the injury. You know, I've spent the last year getting into yoga. Take it from me. If you had conditioned your muscles properly to begin with, it wouldn't hurt so much now. Jesus, Meg, did you wet your pants? She wanted to hit him. She couldn't move her arms. They felt strange and rubbery, as if they no longer belonged to her, and her shoulders felt different, overly loose. Parts were assembled, but someone hadn't done the wiring right. I had planned on playing here for a while, David announced matter-of-factly. But the fact that Ronnie's absent leads me to believe he might have been detained. And if Ronnie's been detained, then this house is no longer safe. In the good nose department, I see he's already procured a car. What do you say, Meg? Let's go for a ride. For no reason at all. I'm going to have you start the engine first. He stepped toward the stairs, and when she didn't automatically follow, he looked back at her with a frown. Come on, don't be shy. Then his gaze fell and he finally noticed her bound ankles. Well, looks like Ronnie didn't like to leave anything to chance. Believe me when I say I know exactly how you feel. Come on, I need you to walk. David got the knife back out. He bent and started sawing through the latex ties. The material finally snapped free. He looked up at her with a smile. Meg smiled back, and then she drove her knee as hard as she could into the underside of his chin. His jaw cracked sharply. His face went bone white as the pain ricocheted up to his forehead. David stumbled back, still gripping the knife. Don't give him time to recover, their self-defense instructor had told them. Don't give your attacker time to think. Meg lashed her foot out at David's groin. He blocked her with his thigh. She drove her foot down into his tender instep. He made a funny noise in the back of his throat. She went after the side of his kneecap and he finally went down. She wanted his gun. She wanted his knife. She wanted to stick her fingers in his eye sockets and dig for his brain, but her fingers wouldn't move, her arms wouldn't obey. Meg whirled toward the wooden staircase with her useless, bloody arms. She started to run. Behind her, David yelled, "One more step, you fucking bitch, and I will blow you away!" Meg didn't stop. David opened fire. Griffin was easing along the front of the house, approaching the front door when he heard the first gunshot. It was quickly followed by many more. He ducked low, grabbed the doorknob with his left hand while holding his Beretta with his right. Twist! Turn! He rolled into the front entryway and came up in time to see David Price standing at the top of the basement stairs only 4 feet away. David was bellowing, "I'm gonna kill you, bitch," and brandishing a gun that matched Griffin's own. Apparently, David had armed himself courtesy of his state police escorts. Griffin squeezed the trigger just as David spotted him, dodged right, and returned fire. Shit. Griffin hurtled himself into the room on the left, getting off a few wild shots while David splintered the floorboards at his feet. Another shape suddenly appeared on Griffin's left, Fitz, emerging through the side patio door. Griffin yelled, "Down!" David raised the barrel and squeezed off another shot as Fitz hit the ground. Griffin fired again. David whirled around the corner into the kitchen where he had access to the next flight of stairs. "Damn!" Fitz swore into Griffin's ear, crawling to his feet. I think he took out the last of my hair. Where's Meg? I don't know, but he shot the hell out of something in the basement. You go down, I go up. And let you have all the fun? You get the girl. Oh yeah, enough said. Griffin scrambled across the floor, on his hands and knees now, and finding the shattered flooring the hard way. He drove 4 splinters into his forearms before he finally arrived at the entranceway to the kitchen. He reached in with one hand, toppled a small table onto its side, and dove behind it for cover. Then he waited, letting his eyes readjust to the gloomy interior. A light glowed from the bottom of the basement, but apparently that was the only light on in the tightly shuttered house. Griffin blinked, worked on catching his breath, then turned his gaze to the ceiling above him. Not a sound from overhead, not a footstep, a scuffle, or a muttered curse. 7:05 p.m. The house was deathly still as the sun began its final descent and the combatants prepared for round 2. Jillian was trying to drive and read a printout from Maps.com detailing how to get to Price's former address, which she'd found listed in old news stories detailing his arrest. The first time she drove right by the street, she went to do an illegal U-turn, then realized it was better this way. She would have a better chance at surprise if she approached the house on foot. She had one canister of pepper spray in her hand, another in her pocket. Spray worked best up close. Go for the eyes and nose, get it in the mucous membranes. For someone like her, that would require stealth. David was looking for the police, after all. He probably had his hands full battling seasoned professionals like Griffin. Maybe he was even having difficulty controlling Meg. They would be the distraction. She thought of Trish's apartment again. The man's weight pressing her to the floor, pinning her in place while her sister suffocated and died on the bed. The man laughing at her futile efforts. The man promising to fuck her good. But she needed to keep those memories at bay. She needed to focus on the sidewalk beneath her feet, the cool metal canister in her hand, and the house looming near. Trish had died, the man had won. You couldn't change the past. Time to move forward. Focus on Meg. Think of the lessons she had learned. And then return home to her mother, who truly needed her. Jillian homed in on the house. She was still trying to figure out how to approach when she heard a low moan. Then a male voice shouted, "Jesus Christ, Waters! Oh man! Oh, Jesus! Hang in there, buddy! Oh man, we need a doctor, quick!" Meg was breathing hard. Her body had started trembling uncontrollably, and she had to remain plastered to the bedroom wall, or she was afraid she'd shatter into a million pieces. As she'd raced up the basement stairs, she'd heard gunfire behind her. At first, she'd ducked instinctively, dodging imaginary bullets. Then she'd realized that even more gunfire came from behind David. Someone had penetrated the bulkhead. For one moment, her spirits had soared. She was being rescued. The cavalry had arrived. Then she had heard a man's sudden, sharp exclamation, a stranger's voice. Someone else, not David, had been hit. She had run and run. And still she had heard shots coming steadily closer and gaining fresh intensity in the foyer. Then, just as abruptly as it had started, it was over. No more shots, just David's harsh exclamation as he careened up the first-floor stairs. If the police had come, then he'd shot them all, because David didn't seem to be running away. Instead, from what she could tell, he was now on the second floor with her. Somewhere down that shadowed hallway, he was looking for her. Her gaze went around the dusky bedroom, now searching for some means of escape. The blinds were pulled, casting the room into a deep gray pall that made every shadow sinister and every piece of furniture a hulking monster waiting to attack. She spotted the bed in the room's far corner. Her first temptation was to crawl underneath, push herself to the back, and curl up her legs and hide. He would look under the beds, of course. And once he found her, she'd be trapped, helpless. He'd grab her by the ankles and drag her out, his knife already in hand. She couldn't get boxed in. She needed to preserve her options. She was trying to think, what would Jillian do? The bathroom. Maybe she could find a razor or hairspray. Of course, a razor didn't exactly compete with a hunting knife, and hairspray hadn't been known to checkmate a gun. Halt or I'll spritz you to death. She almost giggled, then realized she was becoming hysterical and bit her lower lip. The movement pressed the gag deeper into the corners of her parched mouth. Her eyes teared. What if she could make it to the bedroom window? She could open it, maybe get onto the roof. Or if the house didn't have a first-story overhang, she could always just jump. It would probably hurt. She might break a leg or worse. But given the alternative, she heard a sound.
It was a whisper slithering down the long, dark hall. "Oh, Meg, pretty Meg," David crooned softly. "Come out. Come out, wherever you are. Fight or flight." Not much time left. Poor beaten Meg made her decision. Griffin had to get up to the second story. He wasn't sure how. As in so many small New England homes, the staircase was narrow and steep. With his build, he'd be a walking target all the way up. All Price had to do was hear him coming, turn the corner and open fire. Then again, floorboards creaked up above. Price was on the move, and then Griffin heard another sound. More old wood groaning, then the telltale squeak of a window finally giving way. But this noise came from the opposite corner from the first noise. There was a second person upstairs. Oh no, Meg. Griffin didn't have a choice anymore. He abandoned the cover of the table and made his move. Jillian came around the side of the old house. The first thing she saw was Fitz on the ground, kneeling over another man. "Come on, buddy. Come on, hang in there. Detective Fitzpatrick?" she called softly. He jerked around sharply. It was hard to see his features in the rapidly growing dusk, but his movements appeared dazed. "Jillian, what are you? Never mind. Got a cell phone. I need it now." "Is he—" That son of a bitch David Price shot him as he opened up the basement bulkhead. Guess David was already waiting in the cellar. "Meg," the man on the ground murmured. "Price, going to shoot her." "Shh. Griffin's got her." "She's still in the house?" Jillian dropped down on her knees next to Fitz, then dug in her purse for her cell phone. The downed detective didn't look good. She could see the stain growing rapidly along his left side. His thin face was abnormally pale. Sweat beaded his brow. He was going into shock. "Here." She thrust her phone out to Fitz, then took off her long coat and draped it over the man's chest. He was starting to shake now. The cold grass wasn't good for him, but she didn't know if they should move him. She glanced nervously around the bare yard. They were 5 feet from a house with an armed killer, and the damn landscaping didn't even offer a bush or tree for cover. Fitz was on the phone. In a quiet, controlled rush, he was demanding backup, demanding an ambulance, demanding assistance for an officer down. "Detective Waters has been shot," he said. "Repeat, we require immediate medical assistance." Jillian took Waters' hand. His fingers felt cold and clammy to the touch. "Mem." "Meg's fine," Jillian lied. "Please don't worry." Got up, basement stairs. "I distracted. Price." "Shh. It's gonna be all right, detective. Relax now. You heard Fitz? Griffin's inside. Griffin will take care of Meg." Fitz was done with the phone and was now looking from her to Waters frantically. Jillian understood his dilemma. "I'll stay with him," she said. "You go help Griffin. He's a good guy," Fitz said gruffly, still torn as he looked at a downed fellow officer. "I have Detective Waters," Jillian repeated firmly. "You help Meg." Fitz gave Waters one last look. The detective wearily, blearily waved him off. "Gee goo," Fitz turned. He ran back around to the front of the house, where David Price waited with a gun, where Griffin stalked a killer, and where Meg fought for her life. Jillian sat down in the cold, damp grass. She clasped Waters' hand in hers. "Stay with me, detective," she murmured. "We're going to get through this. I promise you, we're all going to get out of this alive." Meg was at the window, exposed and vulnerable to the partially open doorway. She could hear movement now, creaking down the hall, growing rapidly closer. David was coming. Slowly but surely, he was checking out each small, bare room. Not much time. Not much time. Come on, fingers, work. She had her arms up, her elbows bent. Sensation was returning to her swollen fingers, and though they felt clumsy and sluggish, she finally had some movement. She'd gotten the blinds up. Now she fiddled with the metal half-moon window clasps until she finally got them turned. Finally, the tricky part. Her arms were all wrong. Her shoulders still felt strange and disjointed. She didn't think she could push anything up, let alone an old window stuck in its casing. But there was only one way out of this house at the moment. Only one way to circumvent David. "I am not a victim. I am not a victim." Meg was weeping. Her breath was labored. Her whole body hurt. She thought of how much she loved her parents. She thought of how much she loved Molly. And then she shoved her arms beneath the window, sank her teeth into her bottom lip and pushed with all her might. The window squeaked. Her arms screamed, and then The window rocketed up. She stuck her head out into the crisp night air and found herself looking straight down at none other than Jillian. David heard the squeak of a window opening. Meg! She was trying to bail on him. He took 2 quick steps down the hall, leading with his gun. Then he heard another sound, also up ahead, but this time to the right. He halted immediately, straining his ears. Griffin, he deduced, trying to sneak up the stairs. God damn it! Why couldn't he have just died in the foyer? David was running out of time for these little games. Damn it, he'd had a plan. He frowned, caught the expression, and forced his brow to smooth back out. Think, what could Meg really do from a second-story window? Fall? Break her back? All the easier to kill her later. Griffin posed the more immediate threat. He would deal with Griffin first. David moved to the right side of the hallway. He pressed his back against the wall and brought his gun up to his chest in a 2-handed grip. Griffin would be coming up the stairs low, trying to be less of a target. He might also be wearing a flak vest, so David would also go in low and aim for the head. He bent his knees, sinking down to the hall floor. He felt fluid, smooth as silk, even after picking the locks of his shackles, divesting himself of his chains, and taking out a fully armed escort. In some ways, prison had been the best thing that had ever happened to him. He'd entered the ACI a physically weak man with a gift for charm. He'd emerged with a finely honed, absurdly flexible physique and a whole new understanding of human nature. Old David had preyed on kids. New David would prey on the entire world, but first he would kill Sergeant Griffin. David eased steadily into the shadows. You can't jump, Jillian was saying, low and frantic from the yard. Meg shook her head desperately and leaned out the window. Damn it, Meg! It's too high! Meg couldn't speak through the gag, just show her bound, bloody wrists. Oh, Meg! Meg took a deep breath, then threw one leg over the windowsill. Wait, Jillian cried. Quick, I have an idea! Flat on his belly, Griffin slithered his way slowly up the hardwood stairs. He held his gun just in front of his face as he peered warily into the dark void waiting at the top. He grew closer and closer, knowing that at any time Price could strike. 5 steps from the top. Groans down the hall. Squeaky floorboards, the sound of glass vibrating. He couldn't think about those things yet. He had to keep his attention on the top of the stairs. 4 steps from the top. 3, 2. And then, suddenly, quickly, David Price's face materialized in the gloom. A burst of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Griffin squeezed the trigger even before he felt the first bullet graze his forehead. He rolled sideways, hitting the unforgiving wall as he fired desperately, trying to hit a man he could no longer see. Rings of light exploded in front of his eyes, the muzzle flash temporarily breaking into his dark, dusky world and blinding him. Blood, pain, his head. Griffin kept firing. Then he came up the stairs with an enraged roar. David ran across the hall. He heard Griffin still firing. Good, blow your fucking wad, shoot up the staircase. David didn't have many shots left. He certainly wasn't going to waste them. He darted into the bedroom, already looking for Meg. A cool breeze immediately hit his cheeks, accompanied by a relatively brighter flash of fading daylight. He forced his gaze to readjust and realized that the blinds were up and the bedroom window was open. In the next moment, he heard a thump out in the yard. David rushed to the open window. He stuck out his head in time to see a woman's shadowy figure scramble to her feet and run across the lawn. No. It wasn't possible. Meg should be hurt. She couldn't just get away like that. She was his. David raised his gun to fire, just as a second shape suddenly materialized from behind the closet door. I hate you. David whirled around. Meg?
What the?
She caught him in the side with her shoulder, and they both went smack against the wall as Griffin roared into the room. David was tangled. He had to get to his feet, find his balance, and regain control. He got one hand around Meg's neck and shoved her brutally aside, just in time to encounter Griffin's fist. David's left cheek exploded. He went down hard, registered the new threat in the room, and rolled left. He came back up with his gun, squeezing off one wild shot before Griffin had his hand in his massive grip and started twisting his arm behind his back. David cried out at the sudden pain. Then he grew royally pissed off. This was not according to his plan. This had not been part of his equation. He went still,
sagging forward and letting the sudden impact of his weight drag Griffin off balance. They both fell forward. David rolled clear first and sprang up onto his feet. This time, he had out the hunting knife. That was better. He went for Griffin's ribs just as his old friend and neighbor threw up his arm. David sliced through Griffin's shirt and had the satisfaction of drawing first blood. He danced back, watching Griffin rise thunderously to his feet. Griffin didn't appear to have a gun anymore. He had probably run out of bullets on the staircase, then thrown down his gun in disgust. Griffin always acted on impulse. All the better for David. "I've learned a few things since we last met," David said, bouncing around on the balls of his feet, flashing his knife. He'd lost track of Meg. He decided it didn't matter. What could a girl do? "Needlepoint?" Griffin drawled. "I'm not going back. No fucking way. I'm gonna kill you, then I'm going to take out every goddamn cop along the way. I've already racked up at least 6 today. What's a few more?" "I think you should take the car in the driveway," Griffin said, circling warily. "You know, Vigio went to a lot of trouble to set it up just for you. Shit. He rigged it, didn't he? Well, that just curdles my cheese. I'm the one who told him where to go online for the bomb-making guide, you know? Without me, that low-level turd would be nothing." David leapt forward, slashing at Griffin's unprotected thigh. Griffin, however, saw him coming, stepped neatly left, and slammed him with a fresh uppercut to his left eye. David's head snapped back. He saw stars but didn't go down. Instead, he spun away and worked to regroup. Griffin was bigger, all right, but David was smarter and better armed. Griffin didn't lunge again, but just kept circling. He appeared strangely calm, almost curiously patient. "Without you, Vigio could have been the College Hill rapist forever," Griffin said. "No one could ever rat him out like you were planning on doing. I wasn't necessarily going to turn him in. What do I care if he's running around this state, terrifying college co-eds? I sort of considered him a going-away present for you, Griff. Your job would never be boring. Now I'll just have to kill you instead. So you keep saying, what the fuck are you doing, Griffin? Where's the rage? Where's the holy war? Don't you remember what I did to Cindy? Do I have to tell you again what her last moments were like? Cindy died surrounded by the people who loved her. We should all be so lucky. I told her every little detail." Griffin didn't say anything. David frowned. He didn't like this. Where the fuck was Griffin's rage? He needed his old friend's anger. He fed on Griffin's rage, Griffin's beautiful, dark, mind-fogging hate, which always lured the oversized detective into doing something stupid. She tried to close her eyes, Griffin. I held her eyelids open with my fingers. It's not like she could fight me. Griffin still didn't say anything. He appeared to be looking behind David at the doorway. David whirled around sharply, saw only the shadowed hall, then had to quickly twist again before Griffin jumped him from behind.
What you looking at?
David demanded. He was getting the heebie-jeebies again, feeling his control of the situation slip away, though there was no logical reason why.
I'm not looking at anything.
There's no one left, Griffin. I shot your stupid friend, the skinny one, Waters. Afraid you can't break his nose anymore, Griffin? He interrupted me in the basement, so I killed him. Griffin remained silent. David waved his knife. Do you hear me? You're all alone. I killed your friend. I tormented your wife. I murdered 10 kids and you didn't do a thing. And now, my good friend, I'm out of jail. Yep, you helped me with that too. Welcome, Great Sergeant Griffin. Welcome, the aspiring criminal's best friend. Where's Meg? What? David drew up short again. Something was wrong. None of this was going according to the usual script. He had sweat on his forehead, and he felt strangely tired. All this effort. He was putting on a good show. What the fuck was up with his audience? Where's Meg? Griffin asked again, circling. Meg's irrelevant. You think? Circling. When you haven't exactly gotten away yet, David. Think about it. You went to a lot of trouble to get out of prison, only to become trapped in your former home. That's a lot of running, I would agree, but not much progress.
Shut up.
Griffin shrugged. If you say so. What the fuck is wrong with you? David screamed. God damn it, yell at me. Griffin didn't say a word, just circled. And David, something went in his head, behind his eye. He felt a little pop, as if all of his homicidal fury had just exploded like a neutron bomb, and then his arm was above his head. And then he was running, because he had to kill Griffin. He had to kill this man with his calm face and steady voice and knowing eyes. God damn it. After all of this planning, he deserved a better audience. David screamed at the top of his lungs. He charged forward, and Griffin pulled his gun out of the small of his back and shot him point blank in the chest. Pop, pop, pop. David Price went down. He didn't get back up again. 30 seconds later, Fitz stepped into the room from where he'd been sheltering Meg in the hall. He approached David's body while Meg peered in cautiously from the doorway. The detective leaned down, discovered no pulse, and looked back up at Griffin. "That was expertly played," Fitz said grimly. And Griffin said, "I learned from a master." He came out of the house, Meg and Fitz in his wake. Ambulances had arrived, their lights blazing, their sirens piercing. Funny how he had never heard their approach. In the bedroom, his world had been small, just comprised of David and the lessons of his past. Now it was lights, camera, action. Jillian came around the house, fresh from her cameo as a fleeing Meg Pesaturo. Her cheeks were flushed. Her hair was a long, tangled mess. Her clothes were stained with blood. He thought she had never looked better. She glanced at him once, her chin up, her gaze curiously open and proud. Then Meg was flying into her arms, and she was holding the girl close, stroking her hair. Griffin went to the ambulance where they were loading up Waters on a stretcher. An oxygen mask was over Waters' face, but his gaze was alert, focused. "How is he?" Griffin asked. "Gotta get to the hospital," the EMT said. "He gets the best. Men in blue always do." Mike Waters tried a half-hearted thumbs up. Then the stretcher was in the back. The doors were closing, and the ambulance was pulling away. More cruisers came screeching down the street. More lights, camera, action. Griffin stood in the middle of the chaos of his old neighborhood, his old life. He looked at Meg. He looked at Jillian. He looked up at the bedroom where a dead David Price now lay. And he whispered, "Cindy, I love you." The night wind blew down the street and carried his words away. In the intensive care waiting room, Dan sat with his elbows on his thighs and his fingers digging into his hair. 30 minutes had passed. It might as well have been a year. A door opened and closed. Dan finally looked up to see a white-jacketed doctor standing before him. He tried to read the man's face, tried to steel his body before he heard the words. "Your wife would like to see you." "What?" "Your wife. She suffered an episode. But the good news is, she's now regained consciousness." "What? Would you like to see your wife, Mr. Rosen?" "Oh, yes. I mean, please." Dan went down the hall. Dan went into the room, and there was Carol, pale but conscious, lying on the bed. His feet suddenly stilled. He couldn't remember how to move. "Honey," he said. "I heard your voice," she whispered. "I thought I'd lost you. I heard your voice." "You told me that you loved me." "I do, Carol. Oh, I do. There has never been anyone else. You have to believe me. I've made so many mistakes. But Carol, I have never stopped loving you." "Dan?" He finally got his feet to move. He took tiny, meek little steps toward the bed. She was awake now, capable of remembering all that he'd done, all of the ways that he had failed her. She was awake, and he had not been a good husband, and Carol took his hand. "Dan," she told him quietly, "I love you too. Epilogue. Jillian, Carol, and Meg. What about this dresser? Coming or going? Going. And the lamp? Definitely going. I don't know, I kind of like it." Carol rolled her eyes at Meg, then looked at Jillian for support. "I don't think French country quite goes with anything in a college dorm," Jillian told Meg. "Maybe it's the heavy gold fringe. Hey now, anything can coordinate with beanbag chairs and lava lamps. I believe it's called eclectic." But Meg dutifully tagged the lamp for Dan and Carol's upcoming furniture auction. She'd been cheerfully trying to scam items for 2 hours now. Fortunately, not many of Carol's heavy French antiques were small enough for Meg's soon-to-be new address, the Providence College dorms. "Next room?" Jillian asked. "Next room," Carol agreed. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." All three of them exited the bedroom and journeyed down the hall. Passing the staircase, they could hear the voices of their families floating up the stairs. Dan and Tom were busy sorting through the tool shed, but Lori, Toppy, and Libby had staked out the kitchen. Last Jillian saw, they had Griffin retrieving all of the high objects from the cupboards. As fast as he got an item in one box, they'd want it placed in another. He kept wiggling his eyebrows at Molly, then doing as he was told. Molly thought the whole project was loads of fun, and even now they could hear her shrieks of laughter as Griffin performed his latest Herculean task. Molly was doing extremely well these days, and had surprisingly few questions about her strange sojourn to the park 6 months ago. Meg, on the other hand, was looking paler, thinner. She had recovered physically from her abduction, as had Detective Waters. But with Meg's newfound memories had come nightmares, night sweats, panic attacks. She was holding up, pushing through. She had her life back. She'd told Jillian and Carol at their last Survivors Club meeting, and she was determined to get on with it. Just next month, she'd return to Providence College for her degree. Her father was still negotiating for the right to call her every night and provide armed guards, but that was to be expected. And in his own way, Tom was really sweet. Jillian, Carol, and Meg came to the closed door at the end of the hall, the last room to be tagged for auction. The room? Are you sure? Jillian asked again. Meg and I could do this, Dan offered as well, Carol said quietly. Maybe you should accept his offer. I thought about it. He'd like to help more. Jillian and Meg didn't say anything. Carol shook her head. I'll tell you the same thing I told him. I need to do this. It's just a room after all. Just a room in a house that's not even mine anymore. The new owners arrive next week. They'll fill this place with their things, their kids, their dreams. If they can handle this room, I can too. Jillian didn't think that was quite the same, but it wasn't for her to say. She opened the door to the musty, shadowed space, then gave Carol a moment to marshal her resources. The master bedroom had been unused for over a year and a half. The air smelled stale. The corners were draped with long, intricate cobwebs. The hardwood floor held a fine coating of undisturbed dust. Old ghosts fit in comfortably in a space like this. Jillian could look at the dusty, wrought iron bed and for the first time picture perfectly what Carol had gone through. A man coming through that window under cover of night. A man pouncing, hitting, gagging, tying. A woman screaming and still not making a sound. A woman victimized in a place where she had every right to feel safe. Meg had unconsciously taken Jillian's hand. Then Carol walked right in, snapped on a light, and that easily the spell was broken. The room was just a room after all. One, as a matter of fact, in need of a good cleaning. Everything in here, Carol said briskly, goes. 20 minutes later, they retired to the hallway. Carol sat on the floor with a sigh. Jillian and Meg followed suit, leaning their heads against the wall. Any regrets? Jillian asked softly. Carol opened her eyes. Honestly, not as many as I thought I would have. It's a beautiful home, Meg said. You should be proud of what you did with it. I am, but you know, it is just a house, and for as much love and attention as went into renovating it, a lot of not-so-loving things happened here. It's good to get out. I can get a fresh start. The money will help Dan make a fresh start. And you know, our new home is nice too, just on a much smaller scale. But that back family room, I'm already thinking, take out a wall, add a few more windows, and we'd have the perfect sunroom right off the kitchen. Put up some plants, polish the hardwood floors. She broke off. Jillian and Meg were smiling at her. You're hopeless, Jillian said. I like houses, all houses, I guess. Oh, hey, I'm a house slut. She beamed proudly, and they laughed. Dan's taking to corporate life? Jillian asked. Carol shrugged, as well as can be expected. Being on payroll again means less freedom, but it's also a lot less stress than running his own practice. Plus, let's be frank, we need the money. The auction will help, Meg said. Sure. Between downsizing the house, getting Dan a real job, getting me a part-time job, hey, we might actually be debt-free by the end of the year. She smiled, though it was chagrined. Not exactly what we were expecting as we hit our mid-40s. No savings, no retirement funds, no white picket fence. Is he going to his Gamblers Anonymous meetings? He goes to his meetings, I go to my shrink. Ah, yuppie love, you put the new house in your name? Jillian checked. He insisted upon it himself. The car's in my name now too, and get this, we have only one credit card which is owned by me. Even if he does slip, there's not much damage he can do. He's trying very hard, Carol. Actually, I'm proud of him. Maybe life isn't what we were expecting. But maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. When we had everything we thought we wanted, we were miserable.
Maybe by having nothing we'll finally learn to appreciate one another, own less, but have more. I think? Well, her tone grew brisk again. We have to start somewhere. You love him? Meg asked. Absolutely. Then you're very lucky. Carol smiled. She angled her head and looked directly at Meg. Now how about you, hun? You're still very pale. Too many nightmares, Meg said immediately, making a face. You know what's strange? I keep dreaming about Eddie Como. He's the man lurking over me. I know that's not right. I know it was Ron Vigio, but somehow, we spent so long focused on Eddie, it's like my subconscious can't make the change. He's a symbol, Jillian said softly. Exactly. Now they all made a face and looked away. Eddie was still a tough subject. They had spent too long hating him. Vigio seemed almost like an abstraction, whereas Eddie remained tangibly real. Poor Eddie Como, railroaded for crimes he didn't commit, framed by a psychopath and then sacrificed at a courthouse just to lure a certain state detective onto the case. Tanya had finally dropped her lawsuit because Eddie's semen was definitely found at the 4 rape scenes. Her lawyer explained that he could no longer make the case for police negligence or corruption. Plus, the police had found the editing software that Ron Vigio had used to make the computer image file of Eddie threatening Jillian with violence. Further evidence that Eddie had been deliberately framed by a madman. In the end, Eddie really hadn't done anything worse than be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just like them, he had been a victim. 2 months ago, Jillian, Carol, and Meg had gone together and put flowers on Eddie's grave. It was as much as they could do for now. After that visit on her own, Jillian had written another check for Eddie Jr.'s college fund. At least there won't be a trial this time, Meg said now. Thank God, Carol echoed. Jillian was more philosophical. It would have been too hard for D'Amato to argue the case. Vigio's lawyer would simply keep saying Eddie, 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 and the whole thing would have grown too confusing. A plea bargain was probably better all the way around. Cool, composed Jillian, Carol said, but smiled. Jillian's look was more somber. He killed my sister, Carol. I would have liked to see him on trial. I would have liked to hear 12 jurors find him guilty. And maybe it would have helped us make a better transition, refocus our anger where it belongs. He's never getting out of jail, Meg spoke up. Yes, but if only he could have died like David Price. No one argued that. As part of Vigio's plea bargain, he had to make a full allocution of his and Price's scheme. The details had been chilling. How Vigio had grown increasingly convinced that he needed to come up with the perfect way to commit rape. How he had approached David Price while they were both being held in ACI's intake and worked with David to devise the perfect plan. Vigio had already heard about corporate clean from his last time behind bars. One of the big jokes among inmates was that when you finally get out, the only job you could get would be cleaning up after a bunch of jerk-offs. Everyone knew Corporate Clean had the contract for the sperm bank. From there, things fell into place. Vigio spotted Eddie in the waiting room and realized they were a close physical match. He struck up a conversation with the guy, found out he worked for the Rhode Island Blood Center and needed some extra money because his girlfriend was pregnant. He started shadowing Eddie at the college blood drives and realized this was the perfect opportunity. He could attack socially conscious college co-eds, and it would simply further implicate Eddie in the eyes of the police. He'd written the details to David Price, who had recommended using latex ties. That would make the frame airtight. David had also kindly suggested Meg as the first victim. A suitable trial run, he'd called her. Even if Vigio did screw up, they figured Meg wouldn't go to the police. She wouldn't want to have to admit her association with David Price, whose name Vigio made sure to mention during the rape, that the trauma of the attack-induced amnesia wasn't part of the plan, but hardly hurt them. Vigio scoped out the other victims in advance. Carol was a last-minute substitute but felt safe to him. He'd spent enough time in her neighborhood to figure out her husband's car was never in the driveway. Trish met his criteria of a young co-ed living alone. Jillian's intrusion had startled him, but it had proved irrelevant to his plan. By this point in the allocution, Vigio's voice was cocky. In theory, he'd suffered 3 complications: Meg's memory loss, Carol's substitution, and Jillian's unexpected arrival, and none of them had stopped him. He was invincible. Then the women had gone on TV, and not even that mattered. The police did the sensible thing. They arrested Eddie Como, and Phase 2 of the plan went into effect.
David's involvement hadn't been free, of course. He saw Eddie's frame-up as the perfect opportunity to get out of prison. Vigio had instructions to hire an assassin, kill the assassin, then immediately strike again, leaving Eddie's sperm at the scene. The new rape would stir the public into a panicked frenzy, and David could step to the plate with his offer to save the day. A hop, skip, and jump later, and David would finally be out of prison. Vigio, of course, had had his reservations, but once he figured out he could kill David Price the same way he'd killed the hired gun, he hadn't minded anymore. He'd followed David's instructions and inserted the wooden lockpick and Alka-Seltzer tablets into David's favorite pair of clothes, which were then dutifully retrieved by David's lawyer from David's storage area. Then Vigio had kidnapped Meg to increase police pressure to release David. Finally, he'd secured a getaway vehicle to be left at David's former home. Of course, what David didn't know was that Vigio had taken the liberty of booby-trapping the getaway car with a bomb. For Vigio, David getting out of prison equaled David winding up dead, which equaled Vigio attacking, torturing, and killing young women forever. It was the perfect plan, until the police pulled up in his driveway and Detective Waters tackled him in a neighbor's salvage yard. Vigio wasn't going anyplace anymore, and the three women were doing their best to heal. Now Meg turned to Jillian. "Your turn," she said. "Carol is getting a fresh start with Dan. I'm getting a fresh look at my sordid past. Now what's new with you?" "Not much." Carol and Meg exchanged looks. "I would never call Sergeant Griffin not much," Carol drawled. Jillian promptly blushed. "Uh-huh," Carol said. "So that's the way it is. You have a dirty mind. Damn right. Come on, Dan and I are seeing a sex therapist who has literally banned us from having sex for the next 6 months. I have to live through someone." Both Jillian and Meg looked at her curiously. "Does that work?" Meg asked. Carol's turned to blush. "Actually, well, yes, it takes the pressure off. Sometimes before, when he would touch me, I would freeze up. I was already thinking, then he's going to want to touch here or touch there, and I just couldn't handle that level of intrusion. I wasn't ready. Now I know a kiss will be just a kiss. I can focus on that, on him kissing me, and when I do that, all the other things go away. I'm not in the bedroom anymore. It's not dark. The TV's not on. I'm just a woman kissing her husband of over 10 years. It's nice. Honestly, we're dating again." "I'm going to cry," Meg said thickly and rubbed her eyes. "You're getting to fall in love all over again, and I can't even figure out if I'm ever going to have a normal relationship. Look at me. I'm almost 21, my sister is really my daughter, and the total sum of my sex life boils down to one pedophile whom I thought I loved, and one rapist who was a present from the pedophile. Now that's sick." "Molly is your sister," Jillian said evenly. "You've said yourself it's better to keep it that way. If I'm her mother, then she must have a father. I don't want her to ever ask about her father." "Then remove that from the equation." "Molly is your little sister. You love her. Your parents love her, and she is very happy. Molly is very happy." "The rest, Meg, you were only 13 when David first approached you. That's much too young to know better, and you certainly can't blame yourself for being raped. So that means you've made only one mistake as a 13-year-old girl. You're nearly 21 now. You're strong, you're resilient, you're smart, you're gonna be all right." Meg sniffled a little. "What if I meet the right guy? Freeze up and he goes away?" "Then he's not the right guy," Carol said firmly. But Meg was looking at Jillian. "I wasn't raped," Jillian told her. "You were assaulted. I have moments." "You think about your sister," Meg said quietly. "I do." Poor guilt-ridden Jillian. She didn't deny it. Griffin told me something earlier during his investigation, and it was one of the hardest, saddest, truest things I ever needed to hear. "Trisha loves me." "She does," Carol said immediately. "She does," Meg seconded. Jillian smiled at them. "I lost sight of that. I don't know why, but I'm remembering now. I'm enjoying my memories of Trish, and that feels good. And Griffin understands that Trish is a part of me, just as I understand that Cindy is a part of him. Sometimes we just talk about them. It feels right." "He's a lucky man," Carol said seriously. "I'm a lucky woman. Well, and Libby isn't doing so badly either. Have you seen how much she flirts with him? I swear she hasn't taken this much care with her appearance since she discovered the UPS man was single." "Ooh, competition," Meg teased. "He definitely has a soft spot for her." Next thing you know, she's going to add the word stud to her picture book. Carol and Meg chortled. Jillian rolled her eyes, but she was smiling too. She felt lucky these days. Sometimes she found herself humming at work for no good reason. Clients seemed less annoying, the days were brighter, the evenings more beautiful. When the weather was nice, she had picnic lunches with Libby and Toppy in the park. And sometimes she left work early. Sometimes she came in late, and one day she brought in 4 giant pots of yellow mums simply because she'd seen them at the florist and thought they were beautiful. Her employees looked at her curiously a lot, but no one complained. Speaking of family, Jillian said. We should return to the fold, Carol agreed. Think they're done with the kitchen? Meg asked. We could pick up some pizzas. Food would be good, they all agreed. They climbed up from the floor and headed downstairs. In the kitchen, Jillian spotted Griffin first. He had Molly perched on his shoulders, running a duster along the top of the kitchen cabinets. I'm a dust bunny, she cried. Well, look at you, said Meg and held out her arms for her little sister. Griffin swooped the giggling girl down onto the ground. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt today, with dust on his left cheek and cobwebs in his hair. Griffin looked good in jeans and a t-shirt. Libby had actually blushed when he'd pulled into their driveway and assisted her into the van. Right now, his twinkling blue eyes were on Jillian. She felt his gaze as a warmth in her chest. Tonight, they were having Mike Waters over for dinner. Toppy had taken quite a bit of interest in the lanky detective's recovery. She'd bought a new outfit for tonight. You never knew. Now Griffin opened his arms and wagged a brow in a look that could only be called a leer. She, of course, pretended to look coolly away. In response, he thundered across the kitchen and playfully swept her into his embrace. Molly shrieked. Meg and Carol smiled. Libby pretended to chastise. Jillian simply slipped her arms around Griffin's narrow waist. She leaned into the warmth of his broad chest, felt the strength of his arms around her shoulders. He didn't step back. Pizza, Molly yelled, and they all prepared for dinner.